announcements. Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV Audiobook channel, Chapter 451, Insane Luck. Sigh, I should have waited till the forest returned to normal before leaving. Gray thought with a dejected look as he started walking away from the rubble. He was exhausted from the 3 days of running away from beasts, and also the multiple heart-racing moments he had. He hasn't even been able to speak with his friends because he couldn't afford to split his attention. Roar! Mensei's loud roar encouraged Gray to move faster than he previously was. At first, he wanted to move slowly so that he could carefully evade all the beasts at the mid-stages of the Overlord Plane. But now, he couldn't even move slowly anymore. Boom, bang, Gray encountered two beasts fighting while running away. Beside them was something that felt so familiar he couldn't help but stare at it continuously. It's here, I can't believe there's some here. Mens, although it's not that much, I must get it. He looked at the liquid greedily. It was the liquid he had been searching for all this while. He couldn't believe his luck. Ellis had passed through all these areas, but he didn't find it. Who would have thought that while he was escaping, he would come across two beasts fighting and the liquid would be beside them? He stared at what the liquid was stored in, and quickly concluded that it was done by a person. It was kept in a flask, but its top was broken, and some of the liquid had obviously spilled out. What was left in the flask shouldn't be up to half of what it originally contained. Without wasting any time, Gray quickly came to a decision. He was going to use the fusion state once again. It hadn't been up to a week since the last time he used it, but he couldn't afford to let this chance slip by. It's unknown when next he might be opportune to see this liquid again. Sitting down crossed-legged, he calmed his mind and slowly started to merge his elemental orbs. He didn't forget to watch the beasts that were fighting to make sure he wasn't in danger if they decided to stop fighting and attack him. A few minutes later, the two beasts which were fighting were a black 5 meters tall bear and a large snake. Each had different elements. The bear had the earth element while the snake had the water element. As the battle was going on, Gray realized that the snake was slowly gaining the upper hand, and the body of the bear was slowly being inflicted with different wounds. The snake had tried constricting the bear on multiple occasions, but the brute strength of the bear made it impossible for it to do so. Gray, who just finished merging his elemental orbs, took out a weapon he rarely used since acquiring it. The multi-elemental blade he obtained in the trial land. Due to being in the fusion state, he could use it to attack at least a few times before being sucked dry of his essence. Of course he didn't plan on doing that. He only wanted to wound the snake, giving the bear the chance to focus on killing it while he escapes with the liquid. It was a win-win scenario for the duo since the bear would escape with its life, while he would run away with the liquid. Phew, he breathed out heavily, while taking a fighting stance with the sword held with both hands. Roar. The bear roared in pain after the snake bit it on its neck. It was struggling to push the snake away, but the snake had smartly used its huge body to tie the hands, leaving the bear almost defenseless. Even if the bear could still attack with the earth element, it would be difficult for it to escape from the snake. Despair covered its face as it knew its end was near. The snake slowly started to constrict the upper body of the bear, gradually squeezing the life out of it. Just when the bear had lost all hope, it saw a small figure flashing towards them with a black sword that seemed to be in flames. But the flames were black. The figure was none other than Gray, who had decided to jump to the rescue at the perfect time. His blade was fully covered with the darkness element, and the sword enhanced it, causing the black flames that were surrounding the sword. Slash. The blade cleanly cut into the body of the snake, which was at the mid-stages of the Overlord Plane. It stopped after going through 1/3 of the body of the snake. His attack was accurate, cutting the snake close to its head. One has to know that even an attack from someone in the mid-stages of the Overlord Plane will find it difficult to hurt the snake, much less injuring it. Yet, Gray, who, even with the help of the fusion state, isn't as powerful as someone in the mid-stages of the Overlord Plane, managed to do just that. Wow, this sword is amazing, Gray exclaimed unconsciously when he saw the damage it did. The reason he used the darkness element for the attack was so that he would be able to do some damage to the snake. He never expected the damage would be this big. Screech. The snake let go of the bear, screeching in pain while wiggling its body. The bear uses the opportunity to break loose from the snake's hold, using its claws to slap it away from its body. As soon as the bear got an opening, it launched at the snake again, not bothering with the human who helped it. Gray was more than happy with its response and hastily flew towards the flask. After grabbing hold of it, he was shocked to find that a human body was covered under the flask. He didn't even bother to dig it and find out who this person was or what else the person had. Thank you for finding this liquid. He bowed and blinked. He couldn't stay there for long in case the bear decides to leave the snake and focus its attention on him. Chapter 452, Repaying a Favor. Chapter 452, Repaying a Favor. The outer perimeters of the magical beast's forest. A figure suddenly appeared from what looked like a crack in the sky, crashing into the ground. Bang! The figure landed heavily on the ground, causing a small crater. A group of 5 who entered the forest not too long ago stared at the figure in shock. "Isn't that the guy who helped you previously?" a gentle voice asked. A young man walked closer to the figure, looking at its haggard state. The young man was none other than Jonas, and the lady who spoke was the one Gray saw with him when he came to Lapis City. "What happened to him?" the lady asked, with hands covering her mouth. "I don't know. We should take him to the camp, just to be safe." Jonas picked Gray up before hurrying to their camp. He didn't know if Gray was being chased, but given his look, there was bound to be something or someone chasing him. Gray's condition didn't look too good. Even Jonas couldn't help but look at Gray worriedly. They soon got to their camp. Where they camped was under a big tree, but since the beasts in this area weren't too powerful, they didn't have much to worry about. Jonas placed Gray on the ground, while bringing out the healing tonic they had with them. He fed it to Gray before moving out of the camp. "We'll have to stay here until he wakes up," Jonas said. "Who is he?" one of the 3 young men in the group asked. "He's Greer. He's a friend of mine who helped me some time back. I'm only repaying a favor." Jonas cut the young lady short before giving her a look of warning. Due to the bad relationship between the Lunar and the Starlight Academy, some of the students from the Starlight Academy wouldn't think twice before killing a defenseless student from the Lunar Academy. Even though the management of the Lunar Academy has been changed, the feelings between the students of both academies was still the same. Of the 3 young men here, only one of them might consider not killing Gray. And it was the one whom he wanted to save with the tonic Gray helped him to protect from that group back at the gate of Lapis City. The other 2 would kill Gray the moment they find out who he is. "You don't have many friends," one of the men said suspiciously. "I don't see where it was written that before I make any friends, I should bring them to you for inspection," Jonas said coldly. "That's not what I mean." The young man quickly stopped the argument. Jonas was stronger than him, and even with the help of the other guy, they still didn't stand a chance against him. This was the reason why he was the one tasked with leading the group in the first place. It was said even the Crown Prince had taken notice of Jonas's abilities, and it was rumored that he would be an important part of his team in the future. They couldn't afford to offend someone with such a future. The young man looked at his counterpart before leaving the area with the excuse of going to patrol the area. The second young man followed after him as well, since staying with Jonas seemed a little uncomfortable. After the duo left, the third young man walked towards Jonas. "Tell me the truth, who is he?" he asked. "He's the reason you're alive and well," Jonas replied. His tone wasn't as cold as it was when he was speaking with the previous young man. "You mean?" The young man pointed at the tent. Looking at Jonas, "Don't ask too much about it. He'll leave once he wakes up," Jonas said. Even though he trusted his friend, he didn't feel too safe with disclosing Gray's identity to him. The young lady wouldn't want to do anything to offend him, so she wouldn't speak about it. But he didn't really know too much about his friend since he also had a deep hatred towards those from the Lunar Academy. Gray could even be said to be the person he hated the most. The reason for this? His elder brother was the one Gray's teacher, slapped to death back at the capital during the competition. It was unknown what he would do once he finds out about this. The young lady sensibly shut her mouth, not speaking about Gray or where he came from. The next morning, Gray opened his eyes, looking at his strange surroundings. He hastily tried to stand up while also getting into a defensive position. Unfortunately, he was unable to do so because of the pain that ran across his entire body as he tried to do so. Damn it. I not only stayed in the fusion state for too long, but I also forced myself to continue escaping through the spatial tunnel. That stupid bear, even with my help, it almost killed me. He gritted his teeth angrily as he thought. Just when he was about to successfully blink away from the place, the bear sneak attacked him, disrupting the spatial tunnel. Had he not been in the fusion state, he would have lost control of the tunnel and would probably have died from it. He couldn't help but hate the bear the more he thought about it. "You're awake?" a gentle voice asked. Gray looked towards the entrance of the tent, and a young lady could be seen looking at him. "Oh, it's you. Wait, how did I come here?" Gray couldn't help but ask. "You fell from the sky. Luckily, Jonas and I were nearby, so we brought you back here to recover," the young lady replied. She turned outside the tent before saying, "Jonas, he's awake." Oh, Gray heard a calm, "Oh." He knew the voice belonged to Jonas, but he still perked up since he could sense there were other people around. Chapter 453. Will it be enough? Jonas and the three young men outside walked into the tent. Gray stared at them. He could sense animosity from two of the young men. This made him increase his vigilance. He prepared him, waiting to explode with a powerful attack if the two guys made any suspicious moves towards him. "It's good to see you're fine," Jonas commented as he walked in. "Yeah, I was lucky I crashed into you guys. If it were to be others, even if they didn't try to kill me, they'd leave me out there," Gray said. "If he didn't recognize you. There was no way we would have helped a stranger who fell from the sky in such a strange way," the young man close to Jonas said while looking at Gray suspiciously. What he found strange about Gray's appearance wasn't that he fell from the sky, but it was how he fell. He came out of what looked like a crack, a dark, terrifying crack. Even if the crack didn't stay for long, they all saw it. Gray squinted his eyes, looking at the young man with his listless eyes. Adjustments. The young man who was about to speak again took a step back unconsciously. Gray's gaze terrified him. It was like he was staring at the Death Reaper. Jonas looked at his friend before shaking his head. He couldn't hide the fact that he was curious about how Gray appeared, but asking him immediately after he woke up wasn't the best choice, especially when two of them were showing such hostility. The duo wasn't even trying to hide it. "So, when did you come to the Magical Beasts Forest?" Jonas asked, trying to calm the tension in the tent. "The next day after we met," Gray replied after a while. He asked, "How long was I out?" "Not long, just a night." The young lady in the group replied, Okay." Gray nodded before keeping his mouth shut. He had no more interest in speaking, especially with these two staring at him like predators. It was like they were waiting for him to make a small mistake so that they would be able to attack him with a valid reason. "You should rest a little longer," Jonas said before turning around to leave. His friend followed behind him, as well as the young lady. The duo who were staring at Gray with hostility were the ones left in the tent, still staring at Gray. "You look familiar?" One of the duo spoke up while staring at Gray. Gray's robe was destroyed, and because Jonas picked him up quickly when he crashed into them, they didn't get a good view of his face. But now that they saw him, they couldn't help but find him familiar. "Oh, really?" Gray asked, compared to his somewhat surprised words. His facial expression and tone remained as apathetic as ever. "Yes, but that's not what I'm really concerned about," the young man asked. Gray looked at him, not even bothering to continue to speak with him. He felt if he answered him, then he was entertaining him to continue speaking. If he kept quiet, then the young man would know when to leave. The young man looked unbothered with how Gray stopped speaking with him and asked, "What was that crack you fell from?" "Huh?" For the first time, a different expression appeared on Gray's face, and it was one of confusion. "You fell from a crack that suddenly appeared in the sky." "There's no way you can deny it. Every single one of us saw it," the young man said. "A crack?" Gray asked, still wearing the same confused expression. Of course he knew what they were talking about, but there was no way he would agree to it. He would rather argue with the duo than agree to it. If he were to agree to this, then word would definitely spread out. He was already in enough trouble from being hunted down by the Emperor. If every single big family out there started to look for him because he could use an unknown form of movement, he didn't know how to respond to it. "You fell from a crack in the sky," the young man said, starting to get annoyed by Gray's feigned ignorance. He felt Gray knew what he was talking about, but he wanted to make him look stupid. "How does a crack appear in the sky?" Gray asked. His question stunned and annoyed the young man at the same time. First of all, the only way they knew a crack could form in the sky is when the attack of an elementalist is so powerful that even the void would be destroyed by it. But the thing was, in the current era, there haven't been any cases of there being elementalists powerful enough to cause a crack in the void. The young man looked at Gray stunned because he couldn't answer Gray's question, but annoyed because he knew what he saw. Just as the young man was about to continue questioning Gray, Jonas walked back towards them, giving them a stern look. "He needs to rest," he said emotionlessly. The young man clenched his fists before turning around to leave. His companion looked at Jonas coldly before leaving with him. "Your group is quite united," Gray said nonchalantly before sitting down cross-legged. Jonas shrugged at his comment before leaving. He naturally knew the duo didn't like Gray, but he didn't think they would outright start questioning him. After Jonas left, Gray hastily checked his storage ring to see if what almost got him killed was safe. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found it sitting calmly in one corner of his storage ring. It's at least 5 times what that pendant contained. Will it be enough to heal him? He thought to himself when he saw the liquid. There was only one way to find out, and that was feeding it to Void. But since he was still here, he didn't think it was wise to try it, given the eyes that were on him. I'll rest for a while, then leave. Chapter 454, Waiting for a Reaction. Chapter 454, Waiting for a Reaction, 2 hours later. Gray stepped out of the tent looking fresh. He didn't take out a new robe since Jonas's group would find it suspicious how he took out another robe when he didn't even have a bag. Jonas was sitting under a tree, accompanied by his friend as well as the young lady. The duo who didn't like him was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't really too bothered about them. Even if they were to attack him, then they would just end up dying. The trio who was sitting turned to look at him as he walked towards them. Looks like you're fine now, the young lady said. Yeah, almost as good as new, Gray nodded before taking a seat close to them. Jonas looked at Gray, stunned. He knew how Gray's condition was since he was the one who carried him back to the tent, yet with just a night's rest he was fine. His recovery speed is insane. Could this be a product of some rare treasure, he asked himself while looking at Gray. Gray, who sensed an intense gaze, couldn't help but look in the direction of the gaze. He made eye contact with Jonas, who was still staring at him, intensely. Is anything wrong? He asked. Jonas snapped out of his dazed look with a shake of his head. No, I just recalled something, he replied. Gray nodded before standing up. I'll be leaving now. I have things to attend to. Thank you for your help. It's nothing. I'm only repaying a favor from the lady time. Jonas replied. Gray nodded and left. He didn't stay there for long. He was in a hurry to check if Void would wake up after taking the liquid, so he didn't have time to spare on other things. A few minutes after Gray left, the duo who weren't in the group hurried back. Where's he? One of them asked. Gone. Is anything the matter? Jonas asked when he saw the expressions of the duo. Yes, you betrayer. You were helping someone from the Lunar Academy, and to think it's a person whom we all hate. The young man pointed at Jonas while yelling angrily. First of all, not everyone hates him. Secondly, the next time you point your hands in my face again, you will lose it, Jonas replied coldly, not bothering to hide Gray's identity. Since the duo already recognized him, what was the use of trying to hide it? Besides, Gray was already gone. If the duo were stupid enough to go after him, then they are only seeking death since Gray would kill them without even thinking twice. Wait, what are they saying? Who is he? The young man with Jonas asked. Do you remember the guy who caused the death of your elder brother? One of the other 2 young men asked. I didn't get to see him since I didn't attend the competition, the young man replied. Well, that guy was the one. When I saw him the first time, I knew he was familiar, but I couldn't think of where I saw him, and with Jonas shielding him, I didn't pry any further. But after we left, I thought about it properly, and I recalled where I saw him, the young man explained. The young man who was with Jonas and the young lady turned to look at Jonas with an enraged look. Did you know about this? He asked angrily. Yes, but as I said, I was repaying a favor, Jonas replied casually. A favor? He was the one who made that man kill my brother. The young man yelled. And he's the one who made sure you got the tonic that healed you. It's best you do not offend him, Jonas said. Bullshit. Come, he went this way. The young man yelled at Jonas before charging towards the direction Gray went. The duo glared at Jonas before following after the young man. Jonas shook his head, not even moving an inch. The young lady looked at Jonas. Aren't you going to stop them? They chose this. If they survive, they'll learn a much-needed lesson, Jonas replied. And if they don't? The young lady asked. Sigh, so be it. Jonas looked at the sky. It was as if he was mourning the death of his friend. If his friend couldn't let the person who saved his life go because of his anger, then it was his choice. Even though he accepted him as a friend, he wouldn't support such foolish actions. He clearly told him of how even he couldn't bring the tonic since people wanted to forcibly collect it. Yet the person who fought against that group and won, he wanted to fight against such a person. The young lady knew just how powerful Gray was, so she couldn't help but feel fearful for the outcome of the battle. Hopefully they don't find him, she said while looking in their direction, a few kilometers away from where Jonas's camp was located. Gray didn't leave the forest since he wanted to quickly feed the liquid to Void. He hurriedly found a cave, then went in, shutting the entrance to the cave with an earth wall. He didn't even set up an array. Minutes after going in, he carefully brought Void out of his storage ring. He also brought out the liquid, slowly parting Void's mouth. He poured what was left in the flask inside his mouth. A soothing aura spread out from the liquid, calmly Gray's head. His eyes were filled with hope as he emptied the flask completely. "I hope it works this time," he muttered. He waited patiently, hoping to see a reaction from Void. Boom! The earth wall he used to cover the entrance of the cave exploded. He saw 3 silhouettes charging straight into the cave.
There he is. Kill him.
The young man who was with Jonas yelled when they entered the cave. Gray, who was still waiting for a reaction from Void, looked at the trio with infuriated eyes. Gray created a small hole on the ground, promptly hiding Void so the group wouldn't see him. "What's the meaning of this?" he asked with a cold voice while releasing an icy aura. "You're that guy from the Lunar Academy, aren't you?" The young man who was Jonas's friend pointed at him. "What does that have to do with you people disturbing my peace?" Gray asked. Even when speaking with the trio, his current focus was on the condition of Void. He was checking to see if there were any reactions from him, but there has been none. "You're the reason my brother is dead?" the young man said angrily. "Who is your brother?" Gray asked, confused. He didn't recall killing anyone from the Starlight Academy. Seeing Gray's reaction, the young man was more annoyed. Without even speaking any further, he attacked immediately. Whoosh! Multiple wind blades shot towards Gray's location. With a simple flick of his hand, an earth wall rose in front of him, blocking all the wind blades. Boom! "I still don't understand why you people are attacking me. Are you dumb or something?" Gray asked after successfully blocking the attack. He still couldn't understand why people would chase after someone just because he was from the Lunar Academy. At least he could somewhat understand why the young man who attacked him wanted to kill him, since he seems to be driven by revenge, but the other two hated him right from the get-go. "Going to the Lunar Academy is the dumbest decision you've ever made," one of the other 2 young men replied. Gray shook his head on hearing the reasoning of the young man. Just because he went to the Lunar Academy automatically made him their enemy? What sort of reasoning was that? Stop speaking to him, kill him now that he hasn't completely recovered, according to Jonas. He's weaker than this guy. You should be aware of how powerful Jonas is. Jonas's friend turned to the other and said. The other 2 looked at Gray. They never thought he would grow this powerful after not seeing him for such a short time. But Jonas was an example of how quickly the special training made those who participated in it grow. Thinking about it, they felt jealous of him. Since Jonas returned from the special training, his status in the academy soared, quickly rising above theirs. They both exploded out with attacks of their own, attacking Gray with the young man. Gray scoffed before setting up an earth wall to block their attacks. Of the 3 of them, the duo who disliked Gray from the start were still in the 6th stage of the origin plane, while the young man who was friends with Jonas was in the 7th stage. Gray could easily kill all of them even when he was at the weakest, much less when he was already almost perfectly fine. Boom! All the attacks were easily stopped by the earth wall. The trio who attacked him were shocked at how nonchalantly he was able to block their attacks. "Regret attacking me now?" Gray asked with a sneer. The trio looked at each other, unconsciously nodding to Gray's question. Of course they regret it now. Given the strength Gray just showed, it meant that he could kill them without any problems. They all started taking a step back. "As much as I'd like not to kill you people, you guys will cause troubles for me in the future," Gray said casually. He was currently fuming, but not because of them though. His attention was still placed on Void, and he realized that the liquid had already stopped radiating its soothing aura, and there still weren't any reactions from Void. This meant that it didn't work. This trio were unlucky to provoke him at such an unfortunate time. You don't want to kill us. If you do, Jonas will be in trouble," one of the 2 young men said while retreating. "I don't see where that's my problem." Gray shrugged as he walked towards them. The trio were thinking of ways to escape as they retreated. The young man who spoke previously thought the relationship between Gray and Jonas was close, hence he tried using Jonas to threaten him. The young man who was Jonas' friend was the first to try to escape, charging straight through the entrance of the cave. He was the fastest among the group since he was a wind elementalist. The other 2 were a water and earth elementalist respectively. Gray smirked. "You think you can leave after trying to kill me?" He spread out his hand, closing it. 2 earth walls popped out from the side of the entrance to the cave, shutting the trio inside with him. The wind elementalist was just about to get to the entrance when the wall appeared. He was forced to stop moving, despair appearing on his face. "Since you miss your brother so much and want to take revenge for him, why don't you join him?" Gray's voice echoed on the side of the Wind Elementalist's ear. The Wind Elementalist stood in the same position, terror-stricken. It didn't even take up to a second before Gray noiselessly appeared behind him. Please, don't kill me, I don't want to die yet. The Wind Elementalist started begging. Whoever wants to kill should also be prepared to be killed, Gray said casually. He tapped the Wind Elementalist on his shoulder, and ice started to spread across his entire body at an unimaginable speed. Before he could even react, he was frozen solid. The two young men who were behind them were petrified when they witnessed this scene. Gray didn't even show any effort, and the Wind Elementalist, who was not only the strongest but was also the fastest, was dead. Gray turned around, looking at the duo. He clenched his fists, and it was followed by a bang. Bang! The ice statue behind him exploded, breaking into multiple small pieces. Compared to him, your death will be a little bit more painful, Gray said as he walked towards them with a wicked smile. His handsome face was the only contrast with the murderous aura he was releasing. Gray walked to the small hole he created where Void was still lying down. He couldn't help but feel sad when he still saw him asleep. Even after venting on the trio, he still didn't feel good. Damn it. I guess I'll have to head back and wait till the auction. I'll ask Old Man Gerald to help me with my parents' whereabouts while waiting. If he doesn't find them before then I guess I'll be leaving this continent. Gray immediately came to a decision. The more Void stayed in this condition, the more he was annoyed with himself. If Void were to be alright, then he would have already left this continent by now. Even he knew the chances of his parents being in the Azure continent was slim. He just wanted to use the time he was waiting for the auction to see if there would be any hope in finding them here. After coming to a decision, he quickly picked Void up, leaving the cave. His current destination was Lapis City. He wanted to cultivate there while waiting. His interest in the magical beast's forest was dead. If he were to continue staying here, he was sure he would use the array sooner than he expected. The cave returned to its previous calm before Gray came in. Other than some ashes, as well as bits of ice on the ground, one wouldn't know a battle occurred here not too long ago. Some minutes after Gray left, two silhouettes appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was none other than Jonas and the young lady who was with him. We were too late, the young lady said with hands covering her mouth. Sigh, I knew this would be the outcome. Jonas shook his head. He didn't feel sad for his friend's death or angry at Gray for killing him. The short time he spent with Gray in the trial land showed him a little bit of Gray's personality. So he knew as long as these people tried to kill him, he definitely won't hold back. Come on, I think it's time to leave this place. He turned around. Since the people he was supposed to train in the forest were dead, there was no use in him staying here any further. Besides, he had heard of the current unrest in the magical beast's forest. He didn't know what was the cause, neither did he care. The young lady looked at the bits of ice and ashes with a sad look on her face, but she followed after Jonas. The journey to the magical beast's forest hasn't been particularly good for her, so she wanted nothing more than to leave right now. 2 weeks later, Lapis City. Gray was still cooked up in his room in a tavern. There was little over 3 days before the auction, and he still hadn't heard of there being any treasures like what he wanted being submitted for the auction. He was sitting on the floor cultivating when he suddenly felt some sort of vibration coming from his storage ring. He opened his eyes, staring at the ring. He brought out the wooden plaque Old Man Gerald gave to him. Sending his spiritual senses inside, he heard the voice of Old Man Gerald. Gray, my boy, how are you doing? Old Man Gerald asked. I'm fine, thanks. How are you? Gray replied before asking. I'm good. So, about the search for your parents, they're nowhere to be found. There haven't even been as much as a sighting of them in any other place in the continent other than when they came to Red City. Since they left Red City, they disappeared into thin air. No one even saw them leaving, Old Man Gerald reported their findings to Gray. Oh, thank you for your help. I think they'll come when they feel it's time to see me again, Gray said. Old Man Gerald has been so helpful, even Gray didn't think he would help him this freely. If only he knew Old Man Gerald was doing all these to make sure he stayed wherever he was and not accidentally venture to Frost City while searching for his parents. It's okay. Also, there has been no word of anyone submitting what you want for the auction. We will have to wait till the day of the auction to confirm. Anyway, I'll advise you to go to the auction, Old Man Gerald said. I plan on going as well, Gray said. They spoke a little longer before Gray went back to cultivating. With his parents not being found anywhere, he decided it was best to leave the continent and head out to search for them. But what was bothering him was where he was going to start his search. He doesn't know where his parents were from, nor where they would be. Then there's also the possibility that his parents were hiding somewhere in the Azure continent. There are a lot of families like that who will hide in remote places, and unless they want to be found, no one would be able to find them. Well, except accidentally stumbling into where the family hid. Although he didn't want to admit it, the real reason he was leaving the continent was so that he could find a way to quickly heal Void, and also his curiosity towards the continent Ellis spoke of. If the youths were just as powerful as Ellis, then he had a lot of catching up to do. If he were there, he would see more motivation to try to improve faster. Here, he was already close to the very peak. Hence, cultivating wasn't as interesting as it used to be when he was still in the arcane plane. He had already left most of the people in his generation behind in terms of strength. He needed a new challenge. 3 days later. The day he had been waiting for finally came. It was the day of the auction. Old Man Gerald still hasn't told him of there being any item like what he wanted, so he wasn't hopeful in finding it here. The auction was going to be held in the evening, and Old Man Gerald had sent someone to give Gray a special VIP invitation, which would entitle him to a special area in the auction. These areas are usually left for those powerhouses and people from big families who come to attend the auction. Since later that night, Gray wore light blue long sleeves and trousers, while also putting on a mask that covered half of his face before stepping out of the tavern. A carriage was already waiting for him outside. The insignia of the Lens organization was drawn boldly on the side of the carriage. Gray couldn't help but praise Old Man Gerald for his resourcefulness. Although he wasn't sure he would acquire anything from the auction, he would still like to see what would be on display. There might be something that might pique his interest. The Lens Organization Building. This was the largest building in the whole of Lapis City. It had a large marketplace inside it, while there was a huge hall where the auction would take place. By the time Gray's carriage got to the building, it was already filled with people who were standing outside in an orderly manner, waiting to go in. When Gray's carriage got close to the building, the people by the side all turned to look at who it was that was being brought by a carriage. There were a lot of carriages outside, but the individuals all came down from the carriage and walked towards the building's gate. Gray wasn't an exception. He stepped down from the carriage when they got close to the building, heading towards the gate with soft steps. The guards at the gate were already waiting for him. Even without seeing his invitation, they knew he was very special since he was brought here by the organization's carriage. Right this way, sir. The guards made way for him to go inside, before closing off the gate once again. Gray didn't bother to look around. He walked straight into the building through the door the guards showed him. As soon as he walked inside, a beautiful young lady walked up to him. "Hello, sir. May I see your invitation?" the young lady asked gently. Gray brought out the invitation given to him by Old Man Gerald. After taking the letter, the young lady gasped when she saw Gray's viewing room in the hall was one of the best ones around. From the small part of Gray's face that was visible, she could tell that he was very young. He must be from one of the big families, she thought. She didn't brood over it for long as she returned the letter to Gray before saying, "Right this way, sir." Gray nodded and followed behind her. After a few minutes of walking, Gray got to the room he was assigned. At the top of the room's door, 6 was boldly written on it. The young lady opened the door for Gray, who stepped in immediately. "If you need anything, tug on that blue rope and I'll come over." "If you want to make a bid for any item, tug on the red rope," the young lady said. "Okay," Gray said, before walking towards the window, which was covered by a thick glass. He looked through the window and realized there were rooms just like this one around the hall. Each room was protected by an array that would keep the spiritual senses of others out. He tried looking past the other windows, but he realized there was no way to see what was in the room. "It's good this way," he thought to himself. He walked back to the chair close to the window before taking a seat. "Huh?" He raised his head curiously. Looking behind him, he realized the young lady still hadn't closed the door. "Anything?" he asked. "Ah, no, I'll leave now, sir," the young lady said, flustered, before closing the door hurriedly. "Ah, odd," Gray muttered. Gray sat down quietly while patiently waiting for the auction to start. People were still flocking into the hall. He guessed it would be completely filled up within the next half hour or so. Given the number of people he saw outside, he was confident that not all of them would be able to get into the hall 1 hour later. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this month's auction. Since there are a few new faces here, we'll state the rules once again," a deep voice said, attracting the attention of Gray, who had his eyes closed. He looked at the platform in the hall, and a sturdy man who was around 6'3" was standing there, giving a speech. The rules of the auction were very simple. First of all, whoever is making a bid should ensure they have the items they're offering. Secondly, one shouldn't use their status to intimidate others into not bidding for an item. There were still a few more rules, but Gray didn't really take them into account. Now that you all is said, I'll introduce our host for the day. The burly man said after speaking out the rules. The beautiful Miss Verla, the burly man said while showing the guests to his left. Gray followed the man's hand, and a beautiful young lady who wore a silver-fitted gown walked onto the platform. He heard from Klaus that the ladies who are always in charge of handling auctions are always beautiful. Even though this was his first time attending one, he couldn't refute Klaus's words. Hello everyone, it's my honor to be your host for today. Hopefully, we all get what we want by the end of the event. The young lady's soft and clear voice resonated in the entire hall. Given the size of the hall, Gray found it surprising that her soft voice could travel so far effortlessly. Gray squinted his eyes looking at the young lady. There was something he found odd about her voice. He just couldn't figure it out now. There are a variety of items up for sale today, from how the auction was previously held after 10 regular items. We will bring out one of the few good items we have today, the young lady said. The entire hall was quiet, waiting for her to continue. Seeing their attentiveness, the young lady nodded calmly before she continued. The first item on the list today is an old technique found in a cave deep in the magical beast's forest. It's a fire element technique, and the starting price for it will be 350 mid-grade essence stones. For every bid made, the price must see an increase of 20 mid-grade essence stones. The young lady took out a shabby-looking scroll that had dust all over it. Gray didn't show any interest in it, looking away right after it was introduced. He wasn't interested in learning any techniques for now. 370 essence stones, a voice rang out right after the young lady finished speaking. 420. The price of the technique quickly shot up to 500 essence stones before it started slowing down. In the end, it was sold off for 640 mid-grade essence stones. After the first item was sold, the young lady brought out the next item, which was an elemental weapon. The elemental weapon sold for 1,200 mid-grade essence stones. The auction continued, but nothing had been able to draw Gray's interest. He couldn't help but feel bored. Throughout the time all these items were being brought out, none of the people in the special rooms had made an offer for any item. Gray guessed they were waiting for the ones which the young lady said were better than these ones. After over 30 minutes, the young lady was done selling off the first 10 items on the list. Now it was time to bring out one of the good items she spoke about. Alright, just like I said from the start, after the first 10 items, we will bring out one of the good items we have. The item we will be taking out now is something few people have seen, a griffin's egg. The young lady said the last sentence slowly, making sure everyone heard it perfectly. What? A griffin's egg? If the first item on their list is this valuable, it's unimaginable what the last item would be. Wow, the auction this time is truly amazing. Different people were voicing their thoughts about the item that was placed for the auction. Gray couldn't help but sit upright when he heard of the item. He had seen a griffin before and knew just how majestic they were. He couldn't believe someone would actually find something like that and be willing to sell it. Sigh, I already have Void. He'll oppress any other beast I decide to add to our group. He shook his head, rejecting the thought of bidding for the egg. Chapter 458, The Auction I. Chapter 458, The Auction 3. The starting price for the egg is 50,000 mid-grade essence stones. For every bid made, the price must see an increase of 2,000 mid-grade essence stones. Verla said before staring at the special rooms at the top. Begin. 60,000, just like from the previous items, an offer was made immediately after Verla finished speaking. 65,000, 80,000, 90,000, 95,000, 100,000. The price of the egg continued increasing, and what was shocking was that none of the people in the special rooms had made any offers yet. Verla was all smiles on seeing how quickly the price of the egg was shooting up. Gray stared at the people who were sitting on the regular seats weirdly. They clearly know that items like these will be obtained by those in the special rooms. Yet, why were they bidding? 100 and 250,000. A deep, distorted voice interrupted the man who was about to make a bid. It was from one of the special rooms? Huh? Even their voices are hidden, Gray thought surprised. This was his first time coming to an auction, so he found a lot of things going on to be strange. Maybe they don't want anyone to be attacked after they purchase an item? I don't think all the people in these special rooms are from big families. Some might even be like me who are just opportune. he concluded after a while. This was the only reason he could think of why the identities of the people were hidden. After the person from the special room made an offer, the hall went silent. Given the large amount by which the price of the egg increased, none of the people in the normal area could make another offer. On seeing that no one else was making any offers, Verla smiled before taking a step forward. Our guest from room 2 offered 250,000 mid-grade essence stones. Is anyone else going to make an offer? The room remained still for a while, and just as Verla was about to give the item to the guest in room 2, a deep voice spoke out once again. This time, Gray saw a small light coming up from the room from which the voice came. The number 8 was written on it. 300,000. Verla smiled when she saw this. As long as another room had made a bid for the item, then the price of the item would continue increasing. 350,000. The number 12 was written on the room, which made this offer. 400,000. The person from room 2 made another offer. 450,000. The person from room 12 scoffed before saying, "This is Owen from the Cedric family. I'll be in your debt if you allow me to take this egg." The person from room 2 said, this time though his voice wasn't distorted. "I don't care who you are or where you're from. I'll be the one to obtain this egg." The person from room 12 snorted coldly before replying. We'll see about that," Cedric said coldly. 550,000. He increased the offer by 100,000, unlike the previous time he made an offer. 600,000. The person from room 12 made an offer again. 700,000. Cedric said calmly. 750,000. The person from room 12 said. 850,000. Cedric increased the offer by 100,000 once again. 900,000. The person from room number 12 said. Even though his voice was distorted, Gray and the others in the hall could still clearly sense the mockery in his tone. You know what? You can have it," Cedric's calm voice resounded in the hall. Gray found the exchange between the duo a little confusing. At first he thought the person from room 12 was the one who was tricking Cedric into buying the egg for an exorbitant amount. Who would have thought it was the other way round? Giving up so easily. The person from room 12 let out a surprised exclamation. He didn't think Cedric would give up so easily. Cedric didn't reply. The guest from room 12 made an offer of 900,000 mid-grade essence stones. Is anyone making any other offer? Verla asked, looking at the crowd. After a few seconds of silence, she opened her mouth again. "And the item is sold to the guest in room 12. One of our workers will bring the item over to your room. You can make your deposit after clarifying the authenticity of the item." Verla nodded at one of the ladies by the side of the platform who walked over to take the item. "I don't need to clarify the authenticity. I'm fully confident in what the Lens organization offers," the guest from room 12 said coolly. "All right, thank you." Verla bowed towards the room before turning to the crowd again. "We will continue with the regular items once again. After 10 items, one of our main items will be placed on sale just like before." After that, she brought out a regular-looking rock. According to her, it was a special rock used for making elemental weapons. Gray watched on as the auction continued further. Other than the griffin's egg, nothing else had piqued his interest. Not just that, but he wasn't sure he would be able to afford any of the things here. The final amount which the egg was sold for was unbelievable. He didn't even have up to 1/10 of that number of essence stones in his storage ring, much less even daring to make a bid. The people who come for all these auctions are insanely rich, given my poor status. There's no way I'll be able to cough up 5,000 essence stones, even with the ones I took from Alice's place, Gray thought. Looks like I need to find a way to make money, he muttered to himself. The auction continued with Verla presenting the next few items. "Now, to present the second of our main items," Verla said after she finished selling the 10th item from the regular items. She turned to look at her right. A young lady walked out with an item that was covered by a brown cloth. "This is a rare herb found only in the depths of the magical beast's forest. You all know how important it is to gain a good understanding of your element before breaking through to the Overlord Plane. This is exactly what this herb has to offer. Unfortunately, this particular species of the herb only helps with the comprehension of 2 elements, the water and earth element. The starting price of this herb is 300 mid-grade essence stones. For every bid made, the price must see an increase of 50,000 essence stones," Verla said before removing the piece of cloth that was used to cover up the herb. Strong water and earth essence immediately spread out in the hall, covering the entire hall. Even in the special rooms which were sealed by an array, Gray could still clearly feel the intensity of the water and earth essence in the herb. Wow, I should note down the appearance of this herb. I don't know if I might see it again when he heads back into the forest, Gray mumbled to himself. He didn't have any plans of making a bid for the herb. To be honest, from the number of stones he had with him, he didn't even have any plans of bidding for anything. Well, unless something like what he was searching for appeared, then he would use every possible method he knew of to get it. 400 essence stones. An offer was made immediately after the herb was placed on sale. Every individual here knew how difficult it was to gain a good understanding of their elements. Without this, there is no way an origin plane elementalist could break through to the Overlord Plane. Compared to these people, Gray had a huge advantage since he had been comprehending the elements from when he started cultivating. Although he didn't really know what the requirements would be for him to break through, given the high number of elements he had. 500,000, 550,000 essence stones, 600,000, 700,000. Within a little over a minute, the price of the herb had shot over 1 million mid-grade essence stones, and it was still increasing at a rapid pace. 1,200,000, 1,500,000. The sudden increase in the price drew the attention of everyone in the hall. The window covering room 1 opened up, and a handsome-looking young man stepped forward. When everyone saw his appearance, they stood up hurriedly. Gray found the behavior of the people in the crowd to be surprising. Verla looked in that direction on seeing the young man. She bowed. "It's an honor to be graced by your presence, Your Highness." Chapter 459, Array Book. Chapter 459, Array Book. "It's nice seeing you again, Miss Verla," the young man said with a soft smile. "The pleasure is mine, Your Highness." Verla bowed once again to the young man. Gray looked at the young man once again. He didn't know the identity of the young man, but from how he was being addressed by Verla, he guessed he must be royalty. "Is he the Crown Prince?" he thought curiously. He had heard of the Crown Prince, but he never got the chance to see him. The only time he got close to seeing him was when he allowed the Smith family to detain him. While Gray was trying to guess the identity of the young man, someone from one of the special rooms spoke up. "I never thought the second prince would attend such a mediocre auction," a voice said. There was a little hint of mockery in the voice. "I enjoy coming to these places. You may never know what you'll see here. Even a less popular auction tends to always have something special," the second prince said, still wearing a soft smile on his face. "Since Your Highness wants this herb, it's only natural we leave it to you." Someone else from another room said, A cold snort came from the previous room. "Since no one else is bidding for the item, the herb goes to His Highness the Second Prince." Verla immediately concluded the auction. Although she would want to see the herb's value continue increasing, she knew since the second prince has shown his face, no one else would dare to bid. Even though his status isn't as high as that of the crown prince, he was still the second prince, someone who had the chance of becoming the next emperor of the Keelin Empire. The crown prince is the one most of the people in the palace, big families, as well as the emperor of the empire. The second prince has a few people behind him, however, that meager support isn't enough to get him the throne. Gray looked at the expression of the second prince, and he couldn't help but commend his bearings. Even the 12th prince he encountered previously also had a unique bearing. "Looks like it runs in the family. I wonder what the crown prince looks like," he thought. After Verla sent the item to the second prince, she began auctioning off the regular items once again. Just as she got to the 7th item, she brought out an item that roused Gray's interest. This book contains an ancient array formation. Usually this array would be part of the main items in the list, but unfortunately it's incomplete as there's only 1/3 of the methods needed to complete the array written in this book. Furthermore, the specifics of the array isn't known, Verla said while bringing out a worn-out book that seemed to have some side ripped off. "You mean you do not know what the array is used for, yet you're going to sell it off?" Someone from the crowd asked. "That's correct." Verla nodded. "We've given the book to our appraisal to verify it, and it is confirmed that it was from ancient times. However, not even the best array masters in the organization can decipher or bring out the use of the array since they don't know which step to take after the first step shown in the book. This book is something from ancient times, and the only reason it is being sold for higher is because we don't really know what it can do. The starting price for this book will be 5,000 mid-grade essence stones. For every bid, the price must see an increase of 500 essence stones, Verla said. Even she wasn't too sure the item would sell. After all, she just said they couldn't find out what it was used for, nor was it complete. It would be a loss if anyone bought something they can't really use. She stood at the platform nervously, waiting for someone to make a bid. And just as she was about to give up on the item, she heard a calm voice. 5,500 essence stones. Looking in the direction of the voice, she found out it was from the room with the number 6 on it. She never expected that it would be someone from the special rooms that would make the first offer. Not just that. But before taking up the role as the host, she was informed by Old Man Gerald that the person in room 6 was a very important figure, and he should be given whatever he wanted. The people in the crowd stared at Gray's room as if they were looking at a fool. Who would want to obtain such an item? If even the best array masters from the Lens organization couldn't decipher or use it, what was the use of buying it? One has to know that the Lens organization had the best array and forge masters in the entire continent. After Gray made his offer, he sat down quietly, hoping that no one else made a higher offer. The stones he had with him were just slightly above 6,000 mid-grade essence stones. This is if he adds the low and high-grade stones he had. If he buys this item, there's no way he would be able to activate the teleportation array. Is anyone willing to make a higher offer? If not, the book will be given to the guest from room 6, Verla asked. She naturally knew no one else would make an offer for the book. The fact that someone even made a bid for it was surprising. After waiting for a few seconds, she immediately declared the item sold, telling the young lady by the side to bring it to Gray. Looks like there are no array fanatics here, else they would be infinitely intrigued by something like this. If any of them were to be able to decipher it, it would be a huge honor. Heh, how lucky, Gray chuckled to himself while waiting for the book to be brought to him. If not for the fact that he was a little curious about what the last item would be, he would have left immediately he collected the book, so he could start studying it. Knock, knock, you can come in, Gray said coolly. The door to the room opened, and the young lady who attended to him when he came to the auction walked in holding a small animal skin bag in which the book was kept. Gray had brought out all the stones he had with him, on seeing the stones beside him. The young lady gasped in surprise. How is that possible? She muttered to herself. When Gray came to the auction, she didn't recall seeing him with anything, so where did all these stones come from? What? Gray raised a brow in confusion. It's nothing. Here's the book. The young lady handed the bag to Gray. Gray collected the book before showing the young lady the pile of stones by the side. It should be accurate if you change them. You don't need to pay for the items you purchase. The young lady cut him short. Huh? Gray looked at her in confusion. The Lord informed us of your arrival and said, whatever you bid for should be given to you, he'll take care of the bills. The young lady explained. Oh, Gray exclaimed, making an O with his mouth. The young lady looked at Gray, dazed by his appearance. Even though half of his face was covered, it still couldn't hide his handsome face. Hello, Gray waved his hand across the face of the young lady. Are you all right? He asked. What? I'm fine, thank you. The young lady first looked around in confusion before realizing where she was. She exclaimed softly in embarrassment before hurriedly leaving the room. Gray stared at her, confused by her strange behavior. Strange. He shook his head before deciding to check out the book. He stretched out his hand and all the stones were kept back in his storage ring. I never thought Old Man Gerald would be so generous, Sigh, if only I was as shameless as Klaus. Then Ed, buy something really expensive which I would naturally want to use. He thought, from what the young lady said, he could buy whatever he wanted from the auction. But the truth was, given his personality, he couldn't really bid for something he knew he couldn't afford. He opened the book, focusing his entire attention on it. Before he knew it, 1 hour had gone by. He was still very much engrossed in the book. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you all have been waiting for has arrived. The last item to be auctioned for today's event is the bones of a true dragon, Verla said. The word dragon dragged Gray out of his engrossed state. A dragon, although it's shocking that they have the bones of a dragon, I'd rather buy the egg of the griffin since it's alive, Gray thought to himself. From his point of view, since the beast isn't alive, it wasn't all that important. Yes, everyone knows that dragons stand at the top of the mountain. When compared to humans and other magical beasts, they are vastly far superior in strength and elemental abilities. The bones here can only be used when creating elemental weapons. It will be superior when compared to other items used in creating elemental weapons, due to the high elemental concentration on the bones. According to rumors, the cores of dragons are so great that one could refine them without purifying them. The intensity of the essence in the core is said to be on another level. Unfortunately, just like griffins, dragons are rare. They are even rarer than griffins, it said. The birth rate of dragons is very low, hence they're very protective of their kind. The crowd all spoke animatedly about the bones of the dragon. Most of the people here had never seen a dragon, so even if it's just the bones, they're very curious about it. From the elemental particles around it, we were able to confirm that this dragon was a dual elementalist, wielding both the darkness and earth element. The bones also radiate the oppressive aura of a dragon, bringing fear to those who are weaker than it. It can also be used to make other magical beasts timid, Verla explained. Gray spread out his spiritual senses towards the bones, and he couldn't deny the part about the pressure the bones were radiating. Huh, how come I didn't feel this from that ice dragon? He suddenly thought about the ice dragon he encountered in the trial land. Atunth didn't give off any of its oppressive dragon aura. At that time, since it was chasing after him, he didn't really think about it, but on sensing this bone, he suddenly realized that Atunth didn't try to use it against him. Is there a chance that not all dragons can use it? He contemplated the starting price for the dragon's bones as 500,000 mid-grade essence stones. For every bid made, the price must see an increase of 50,000 essence stones. Verla said to the crowd, 600,000. The price of the bones shot past 1 million mid-grade essence stones within a few seconds, and it was still increasing, not showing any signs of stopping. After almost 2 minutes, the price had gotten to 2 million essence stones. Gray watched on as the price had gotten to a mouth-watering 2 million essence stones. Where did these people get all these stones? He mumbled while gulping down. This was a huge amount of essence, enough to train at least 200 people to the peak of the origin plane. Some might even be able to get to the Overlord Plane if they were talented enough. 2,500,000 essence stones, 2,550,000. This is the Maverick family leader. If you can do us the honor of leaving this bone to us, I promise to make a high-grade elemental weapon for you. While also assimilating part of the bones in the weapon, a middle-aged man walked forward from room 3. He was the one who just made the last offer. He was hoping to plead with the other individual who was making a bid for the bones. Most of the other contestants have given up after the price shot past 2 million, leaving only 2. Oh, so it's you, Axel? An old voice came from the opposing room. An old man walked close to the window from room 7. His hair and beard had all turned gray. It's been a while. Senior Axel bowed when he saw the old man. Wow, it's Senior Grimwald. I never thought he would be the other person vying for the dragon bones. An excited voice came from the crowd below the special rooms. Axel and Grimwald didn't spare the people below them a glance. Axel, I would like to use this bone in making a weapon for His Highness. The Crown Prince will find you in good light if you leave this to me, Grimwald said slowly. On hearing the Crown Prince being brought into the issue, a look of apprehension appeared on Axel's face. If Grimwald was the one who wanted it, then he wouldn't mind struggling with him since they were rivals in Forge. Mastering the Maverick family is one of the few families who were behind the second prince. Axel turned to the first room waiting for the decision made by the second prince. It's fine, you can let brother have it, the second prince said with the same soft smile he wore from the start. 2,600,000 essence stones, Grimwald said while looking in the direction of the second prince. The second prince smiled in response to his subtle provocation. Verla waited for a few seconds after seeing that Axel had already gone back to his seat, not making any plans of bidding. She concluded the auction, handing the dragon bones over to Grimwald. Gray was watching everything happen from his room. He could guess from the conversation of Axel and Grimwald that they were forge masters, but each was supporting a different candidate for the throne. He didn't stay in the auction a moment longer after Verla concluded the auction. He immediately left his room, heading out of the building. He saw the young lady who attended to him standing outside the room. Are you leaving now? The young lady asked hastily. Yes, is anything the matter? Gray turned to look at her. The Lord said I should take you to a room before you leave. He said he prepared something for you there. The young lady replied, oh, he didn't speak of any of that, Gray said with a confused expression. The young lady tried explaining, but she didn't know what to say, since she was only following orders. Fine, take me there. I'm in a hurry. Gray agreed to go with her after giving it some thought. The young lady heaved a sigh of relief before leading the way after walking into the deeper parts of the building. The young lady stopped in front of a room. In here, the young lady said. Gray stared at the door for a while. He could sense someone inside the room. The Herman's staying on the ground would mean instant death once the jaguar caught up with him. At least while standing, he could block or even dodge some of its attacks. Blood could be seen slowly dripping from the side of his mouth. A large injury, which was caused by the claws of the jaguar from its previous attack, was on his chest. His robe was already almost completely destroyed. The benefits of having a strong body was starting to show itself. Had Gray not had a strong physical body, then there was no way he would be able to stand up so quickly even after being injured strongly by the jaguar. The blue vest is broken. Gray thought when he recalled the ringing sound he heard previously. If not for the blue vest, then he would have been more seriously injured compared to his current state. The jaguar once again appeared before him, not giving him any time to think before it attacked him once again. Gray hastily dodged to the left, but he was met by the jaguar, which had already appeared in that direction before he was even able to get to the spot he hoped to land. He hastily changed his direction, blinking a few meters to the right, managing to dodge a surprise attack by the jaguar. The jaguar didn't give up, chasing after him once again. Given the speed it had, it was child's play for it to catch up to Gray. Boom! It attacked again, but Gray was able to narrowly escape the attack this time. He continued running towards where the building was. hoping he would be able to get there before the jaguar could finish him off. Bam! He felt a stinging pain from his back, before being sent forward with a claw attack from the jaguar once again. Unlike the first time, there was no blue vest to block the attack for him, so felt the full brunt of the attack. He spat out blood while still in the air. Crash! Boom! His figure slammed heavily into a rock, creating an almost 8 meters deep crevice inside it. He tried to get back on his feet like he previously did, but just as he managed to crawl out of the crevice, a black mass orb exploded in front of him, sending him flying once again. Luckily, he reacted quickly, creating an earth armor to protect himself. He made sure to make the armor sturdier on the spots where his vitals were so that they wouldn't be damaged from the attack. This was the third time he was setting up an earth armor in the fight, and just like the previous times, crack bang. The armor cracked after managing to block only a small portion of the attack. Gray's figure shot past the rock, coming out of the other end of the almost 20 meters wide rock. Bam! His figure slammed into the ground heavily, bloodied and battered. Gray spat out a mouthful of blood after managing to only get back to his knees. Immense pain was racking every single inch of his body. He was certain that a few of his ribs had been broken, and if things continued in this manner, he wasn't sure how long his body would be able to hold. To get honest, he didn't think he could withstand another one of the jaguar's attacks. Damn it! How come this one is this far out? I thought the forest had returned to normal. How unlucky do I have to be to encounter this beast while it was sleeping? He questioned himself. He couldn't help it. He was starting to lose hope. This was a dire situation he rarely found himself in. In most of the times he was in such a situation, he would have a plan to be able to escape. But in this case, he could actually see the light fading. Damn it! Am I going to die here, not even being able to heal Void? He questioned himself, hating his weakness. He hated feeling this way, hopeless. While his thoughts were running rampantly, the jaguar appeared in front of him again, slowly walking towards its fallen prey. It didn't immediately attack since it knew Gray wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. Gray raised his head defiantly to stare at the eyes of the jaguar which wanted to kill him. "Screw it! You must be joking if you think this is enough to kill me," he muttered before jumping off the ground. Contrary to his previous actions, he went for the jaguar this time. Since escaping was impossible, then he would fight. He would fight to the very end. There was no way he would accept defeat so easily. Even if the jaguar kills him, he wanted to make sure it remembers this day for the rest of its life. Boom. Not expecting its fallen prey to attack, the jaguar didn't react on time. Gray punched it solidly on its head, pushing it back by a few meters. With a burst of powerful fighting spirit, Gray started to rain down punches on the head of the jaguar. This time, he threw all caution to the wind, attacking like a madman. All his punches were enforced with 5 different elements: the water, earth, fire, lightning, and darkness. Since he didn't know any attacks from the space element, he didn't use it, nor did he use the wind element since he felt it was too weak. His bloodshot eyes would send terror into the eyes of anyone who sees them. Unfortunately, this state wouldn't last for long. Gray, as well as the jaguar, knew this very well. The jaguar tried attacking Gray, and although it was able to send him flying, it suffered a deadly attack to its neck. With Gray not bothering to try to defend himself apart from his vitals, he could be regarded as a mad beast, attacking freely without a care in the world. When the jaguar attacked him, it stopped defending, which gave Gray the opportunity to rain a few punches at it before he was sent flying. As soon as he landed on the ground, he shot towards the jaguar once again, chasing after it. The adrenaline rush he was currently going through made him not feel a single pain from the attack of the jaguar. Seeing the oncoming Gray, the jaguar decided it was best to play it safe by dodging the attacks. It only dodged and blocked, not daring to attack Gray again after the outcome of the last time he tried it. Gray started slowing down after only a minute of constant attack. Pain spread out across his body, wreaking havoc. Splat! He spat out a mouthful of blood when he tried throwing a punch at the jaguar. His vision was starting to blur, and he was already feeling weak on his knees. It was like his body had given up on him. He was still very much willing to fight mentally, but physically, he was done. He couldn't even raise his legs anymore, much less throw a punch. Bam. He collapsed to his knees, not able to move forward anymore. Is this the end? He thought to himself, I thought it would be better than this, that I would be better than this. He couldn't even shake his head when he tried to. I'm sorry, Mom, Dad, Void, Klaus, Ray, Alice, I really tried, he said to himself. To be able to fight against a beast in the Overlord Plane without even using the fusion state. This was him going far above his league. He wanted to try to slowly merge his elemental beads so that he could heal himself after entering the fusion state. But unfortunately, he couldn't. The jaguar walked slowly towards Gray, who could barely stand. Unlike the last time, it knew Gray has completely exhausted himself. It didn't delay this time and attacked instantly. Just as the attack was about to land on Gray, it disappeared. Huh. Gray, who was expecting an attack to land on him, was surprised when nothing hit him. He wanted to stand up to see what had happened, but he couldn't. He tried looking around as well, but he was exhausted. The jaguar was stunned when its attack didn't reach Gray. Roaring angrily, it attacked once again. This time, it attacked with the lightning element, hoping to catch Gray unaware, since it thought Gray was the one who deflected the attack. The attack got close to Gray before disappearing once again. Gray was once again dumbstruck by this outcome. He didn't know what was happening, but he could tell that the attacks were being transported. Boom! 2 attacks suddenly appeared behind the jaguar, striking it on its back. The jaguar roared in pain after being hit by the same attack that it sent towards Gray. I go to sleep for a few days, and this is what I wake up to, a small voice asked. Gray, who was exhausted, perked his ears when he heard this voice. He had a sense of familiarity from the voice, but the strange thing was that he was certain he had never heard this voice before. Look at you. Tisk, tisk, a shame. If only Klaus was here, he would laugh you till the end of time. The voice said again mockingly. Manson, seeing how familiar the voice was with him and his friends. Gray forced himself to open his eyes, trying to see who it was that was speaking. On opening his eyes, a family figure appeared in front of his eyes. Even though his vision was blurry, he was 100% certain of the figure. Void, is that you? Gray said weakly. Who else did you think? Void said sarcastically. Gray paused. It was as if he was struck by lightning. Void, how come you can speak out now? He transmitted his voice over to Void. He was too weak to speak out now, but he still felt shocked that Void is able to speak out like humans now. I just woke up, and this is the first question you ask, Void asked angrily. Sorry, how are you? Gray apologized before asking. At first he couldn't process things properly, so he was more concerned with how Void could speak, instead of the fact that he was awake. I'm doing fine. I really enjoyed my sleep, Void replied. A sense of ecstasy could be detected from his tone. Sleep? What sleep? Your consciousness was injured. That was what everyone told me, Gray asked, confused, before telling him what happened. As if I was only sleeping, although I was a little bit injured from holding on too long. But after taking the drop of liquid you gave him, I was okay. I just need some rest, and I'm good as new. Even better, Void said, laughing. What? Gray exclaimed in shock. He couldn't believe Void was only sleeping all this time, and he had been worried sick because of him, even going as far as coming to the dangerous magical beast's forest to try and find that liquid. He was even almost killed. I'm fine. I was only sleeping. Stop acting like you don't sleep as well, Void said. His voice was almost like that of a 5-year-old child, strange, yet soothing to the ears. Other than his arrogant and sarcastic tone, he could totally pass off as a child. Gray wanted to reprimand him, but he couldn't find the best word to use. He decided it was best to let that matter rest for now. What was important now was that they should escape from this place. Void, quick, take us out of here. This jaguar is in the Overlord Plane. He quickly recalled their situation. It's just a small cat. I can take care of it with my eyes closed. I don't even need to make a move to suppress it. Unfortunately for it, though, I just acquired a new skill I'm dying to use, Void scoffed, not putting the jaguar in his eyes. It was like the jaguar wasn't even in front of him. Gray wanted to speak, but on realizing who Void was, he knew he wouldn't speak like this if he wasn't confident in himself. He quickly let go of everything and focused on healing himself. It would be a shame if Void continued mocking him because of this. Adjustments, now, you little cat. Pay your homage to Daddy or suffer, Void said arrogantly, while pointing his small paws at the jaguar. The jaguar, which was still wondering how it was attacked with its own attack, looked at the small black cat that was speaking in the human tongue in front of it. In confusion, a look of disgust appeared in its eyes. It was as if it didn't take Void to be anything important. Void was enraged when he saw how the jaguar was staring at him. Given the contrast in size between the duo, one could confuse him to be the child of the jaguar since it's still black in color. I guess you have chosen to suffer. Don't say I didn't warn you after you're dead, Void said, coldly. He stood on his hind legs, spreading out both hands. A terrifying aura started radiating from his small body, and for the first time, fear appeared on the face of the jaguar. The aura Void was radiating was both aggressive and oppressive. Means he was giving off a special aura that was forcing the jaguar to stay put. It wanted to run away, but it couldn't. You low-leveled creature, daring to act wildly in front of your daddy. I'll teach you some manners, Void said arrogantly. Gray, who was by the side, was left amused and surprised by how Void was acting, and the aura he could sense from him. If he didn't know that it was Void, he would have thought that there was another beast in the area that was giving off this aura. And suddenly a deadly aura started to spread across the forest. On sensing it, Gray couldn't help but tense up. He had sensed this aura before, space turbulence. But he couldn't see it properly, so he didn't know the extent of the strength. This was the new attack Void acquired after waking up spatial distortion. It was just like what happened when Gray was trying to comprehend the space element back at Frost City. The spatial distortions that appeared and wanted to cause havoc in the room. Hence, after seeing them, Void was able to get a slight knowledge of how it worked. When he went to sleep, he woke up knowing the skill. It was like it was an innate skill. This was the first space element attack Void was using, and the strength of the attack wasn't to be joked with. The jaguar started shaking from fear when it saw the spatial distortions coming its way. It tried to move, but it couldn't move due to the suppressive aura Void was releasing. Void smirked when he saw this. No need to try, only a dragon can escape from me, and that's if I want it to go, he said proudly, puffing out his little chest arrogantly. The jaguar watched in horror as the spatial distortions came closer, engulfing it. A few seconds later, nothing was left of the jaguar. Void stood on all fours before nodding in contentment. It's just as I expected, he said while walking towards Gray. And when he got to where Gray was sitting, he disappeared, appearing a few seconds later with a small vial in his hand. Open up, he said, while floating to where Gray was. Gray opened his mouth and a drop of liquid was placed in his mouth. It was none other than the healing tonic they got from the blooming viper. After swallowing, he focused fully on trying to use it to heal himself. Void flew to the tree by the side, not bothering to disturb him. Since he just woke up from a long sleep. He had to see what had changed in his body. 1 hour later. Gray opened his eyes, looking around. Even after so long, he could still sense the undulations of the spatial distortions. He didn't know what it was, but he was sure it had to do with Void. He quickly located Void, walking towards him. Hey, what was that attack you used? He couldn't help but ask. Since Void opened his eyes to look at him. After a few seconds, he replied, Spatial distortions? I woke up already familiar with it. Huh? Spatial distortions? It's like those turbulences in a spatial tunnel, right? Gray asked. Yeah, I gained a little understanding of it when you were comprehending the space element, Void said. Hey, what was that thing you gave to me when I was sleeping? Void suddenly asked. That liquid? Mince. If I recall correctly, Old Man Gerald called it a resurgence liquid, Gray replied after a while. Good, I want that, Void said. Gray tripped when he heard this, not expecting Void to demand for the liquid he had been searching for all this while. I don't have any. Besides, I gave you some not too long ago, Gray replied. It's not enough. Don't you want me to recover completely? Void asked while staring at Gray with his big black eyes. Mince, I'm not falling for that, Gray said emotionlessly, looking at Void straight in the eyes. You're heartless. Who can say no to me? I'm such a cute little guy. Void snorted coldly. I almost died, venturing into the magical beast's forest to search for that liquid, and I still couldn't find it. I was only fortunate to see it when I was leaving the forest, Gray said, with both hands folded in front of him. The magical beast's forest? You went there without me? Void asked, since you were sleeping. And besides, technically, I did take you along since you were in my ring all this while, Gray replied. Void's expression suddenly changed when Gray spoke of his storage ring, but he quickly hid it. Unfortunately, Gray sensed that something was wrong when he noticed the slight change in his expression. Void, what did you do? Gray asked slowly. Nothing, so where are we? Void quickly changed the topic. Gray's expression fell when he saw this, without even waiting for anything. He quickly sent his spiritual senses into his storage ring. His eyes widened when he saw the state of the ring. You thieving cat? Where are they? Gray asked while pointing at Void. I have no idea what you're speaking about, Void said while looking around, clearly avoiding Gray's eyes. All the herbs and essence stones are gone. You're the only one who can enter this place. Spit them out, Gray said. All the herbs he gathered while he was in the magical beast's forest was nowhere to be seen. Even what was left of the essence stones in his storage ring was gone. Void was obviously the only culprit. I just woke up. I needed a lot of energy. If I didn't absorb them, then you would have been dead, Void hurriedly explained. Gray stared at Void's small protruding stomach. He suddenly remembered the first time he saw Void. Almost all the fruits he acquired were eaten by the small guy. And now, once again, Void had done it again, this time eating even more than the first time. You Sigh, forget it. Come, let's go back. Gray shook his head. He couldn't scold Void since he knew he needed the energy, but he only felt upset at how Void didn't even ask for his permission. Go back to where? I can sense a treasure here, Void said with glittering eyes before looking around in confusion. Wait, where are we? The magical beast's forest, Gray replied. This is the magical beast's forest? No wonder I can sense treasures around, Void exclaimed. Wait, how powerful are you now? Gray asked. He recalled the jaguar Void killed was at the peak of the early stages of the Overlord Plane. Since Void could kill it easily, it meant he was at least in the early stages of the Overlord Plane. I'm a rank 5 magical beast now. Wait, how come you're still so weak? Void declared proudly, before staring at Gray in confusion. Gray threw a glance at Void, not even bothering to answer him. He had been so focused on getting a cure for Void that he completely left cultivation by the side. If not for the red lightning orb he absorbed, then he would have still been in the 7th stage of the origin plane. The early stages or the mid stages, he asked. I just broke through, so I'm still in the early stages, Void answered. How come that jaguar couldn't fight back? Gray asked. Although he didn't see the fight. He knew Void was the only one who attacked, and he clearly heard Void bragging while he was attacking. It's a low-level beast, of course. It would freeze in awe when in the presence of his daddy, Void said proudly, puffing out his chest. Gray rolled his eyes when he saw how Void was acting. Even after being asleep for so long, he was still the same. Wait, you still haven't answered why you're able to talk, he said. High-leveled magical beasts gain the ability to speak once they get to rank 5. This is common knowledge. How come you don't know about it? Void replied, not forgetting to mock Gray at the end of his statement. Gray almost wanted to punch Void, but he knew he wouldn't be able to catch him. He had problems catching Void while he was still more powerful than he was, much less now that he was weaker. It's already a good thing that Void didn't decide to find problems with him. Come on, let's go for the treasure, Void said excitedly. No, there's no telling what we will encounter in the deeper parts of the forest. There was a disturbance in the forest a few weeks back. It's still starting to go back to normal, but we can't be too sure what the current situation is like. Gray rejected the idea immediately. Since Void was fine now, he wanted to head back to Lapis City. The reason he's going back is not because he didn't want to go to the other continent, but because he couldn't without the essence stones. The only way he can acquire a large amount of essence stones is either he stole it, sold some things, or borrowed from Old Man Gerald. Old Man Gerald was still in the city, he was sure of that. Come on, stop being a scaredy cat, let's go get that treasure. I can sense it, it's shiny, Void tried convincing Gray fervently. On hearing that it was shiny. Gray was more certain that they weren't going to go search for whatever the treasure was. Something must definitely be guarding it, something powerful. The only thing that likes shiny things as much as Void are dragons. Although the chances of seeing dragons this far out in the magical beast's forest wasn't high, it wasn't zero. Gray couldn't even start to imagine what the situation would be like if they were surrounded by a pair of dragons. Stop being a wussy, Void said. Gray immediately turned around, not bothering to answer him. Now that Void could speak out, there was no end to the troubles he would cause. Hey, stop there, Void called out. Gray continued walking away. Void turned to look in the direction of where he could sense the treasure, and the direction that Gray was headed. Just as he was about to complain, he sensed something from another direction. Two things in particular. Adjustments: one was a powerful aura he didn't want to see. The other was a strong spatial undulations. Hey, there's a spatial undulation coming from that side. Void suddenly appeared on Gray's shoulder, using his small paws to show Gray the direction the spatial undulation was coming from. Yeah, I'm aware of that. Actually, that was where I was headed, but you've unfortunately used up the essence stones, Gray explained. Oh, where does it lead? Void asked curiously. You wouldn't believe it, Gray said, refusing to tell Void where it led. I would. Come on, tell me, Void started pestering. If you behave properly, I might just tell you before we get back to the city, Gray said with a smile. But I'm always well behaved. When have I ever behaved improperly? Void asked. That time you stole that shiny thing from that dragon? When you Gray started to count the problems Void had caused since they knew each other? Those can't even be counted as me causing any problems. Did you die? Void asked. No, but I nearly died, Gray replied. So did I, so we're even, Void said. You can't use just one event to write off all the things you've done before, Gray said. Of course I can, I just did. Since I'm the latest victim, I have the upper hand, Void said. You're crazy. We'll be going to a city filled with treasures people suffered to get from the magical beasts of forest. Please, try to leave them in peace, Gray warned beforehand. If Void were to head to the city, the chances of him stealing from the entire city is very high. Given his current strength, no one would be able to even sense when he stole their treasure, much less being able to apprehend him. Come on, I wouldn't take a thing, Void said. 8 hours later. The duo appeared in Lapis City after casually strolling through the magical beast's forest. With Void's current strength, Gray didn't need to fear anything as they walked back. Chapter 465. Turn the City Upside Down. Chapter 465. Turn the City Upside Down. Treasures, I can sense treasures, Void said slowly. Void, no stealing, Gray chided. You're no fun at all, you're still so boring, Void complained. I'm not done speaking yet, Gray said with a mysterious smile. On seeing Gray's smile, Void immediately became excited. He could tell that Gray had a plan, and it involved stealing. I have some targets you can steal from, Gray said while staring at a figure afar. Even though he wasn't close to the figure, he could still recall it since he saw this person earlier today. It was the person he saw earlier this morning when he was leaving the city, the guy who was staring at him maliciously. The sun had already set by the time they got back to the city. Gray has contacted Old Man Gerald before they got back to the city. It was just as he expected. He was still in the city. Not only him, but even the second prince was also still in the city. Gray walked in the direction of the man who was staring at him maliciously. The man was unaware of the duo who were following him. After he got into the city, he started walking around the city, heading towards the southern part of the city. Void had confirmed that the man had some things with him. Even without his confirmation, Gray had already gotten the feeling after seeing how full the bag the man was carrying was. They followed the man for almost 10 minutes before he walked close to an empty alley. Gray didn't even wait for him to get to the alley, quickly using the switch skill on him. The man who was walking in the street was stunned when he suddenly appeared in a lonely alley. Fortunately, he wasn't walking quickly, so he didn't slam into the walls by the side of the alley. Although it was already evening, it was still quite bright due to the almost full moon. Who's there? The man asked, looking around. Gray walked into the alley, his robe properly covering his face. As soon as the man saw him, he recognized the figure since he was chasing after him this morning. It's you! I've been waiting for you! The man yelled, pointing at him. He dropped his bag by the side, quickly sending out an attack. He was surprisingly a water elementalist. Hee, no need to fight. I'm leaving now, Gray chuckled before disappearing into the darkness. Boom, the water arrows the man shot towards him hit the empty ground fiercely. Huh? The man said, surprised, looking around, trying to find Gray, who was currently nowhere to be seen. After almost a minute of searching, he affirmed that Gray was no longer in the alley. Cowered. He snorted coldly before walking in the direction of the corner he kept his bag. When he got there, his eyes widened. It should be here, he muttered before checking the other side of the corner. He searched for almost 3 minutes, yet he still couldn't find it. It's him. No wonder he ran away so quickly. He's the thief, the man said angrily. He rushed towards the street he came from, hoping to catch a glimpse of Gray. Unfortunately, he couldn't find him. Damn it. I'll kill him, he complained while walking in another direction. On another alley, Gray and Void could be seen going through the bag of the man. He doesn't even have anything shiny, Void said coldly before pushing the bag in Gray's direction. Gray shook his head before taking a look at the bag. It didn't have many things that are of value, but luckily there were around 5 mid-grade essence stones and also around 15 low-grade essence stones. There were also a few things that he felt should be of value, but they wouldn't cost much. With a wave of his hand, he kept all the things he thought were of value before burning the bag to ash. He had no use for the other things, nor did he care about the bag. Hey, the night is still very young. How about we find some targets? Gray asked. Now you're talking. The next target should have something shiny, Void said happily. We can't be certain if there's anything shiny that will be of value, but we'll see what we can find. All I need are essence stones. Without it, there's no way we can head to the next continent, Gray said. Fine. Void nodded. Gray smiled before turning around, leaving the alley. The only reason he was doing this was just for the fun of it. He had been too serious since he thought he hurt Void, so now he needed to vent. Although he wanted to steal. He didn't plan to only steal from people. He would pick his targets properly the next day. Lapis City is currently in a state of chaos. The reason for this was that there was a guy in robes who was stealing from people in a single night. A total of 22 cases were reported to the guards of the city. The last case was reported only a few minutes before sunrise, outside Lapis City Mayor's Manor. Please calm down. The guards have already started investigating the issue. We'll get the culprit before the end of the day. You all shouldn't worry too much. A chubby man stood in front of the gate, trying to calm the people who were outside the manor. Mayor, there has never been a case like this in the city before. Even when people are robbed, it's usually one or two people, and it's never by the same person. Given the description of the person as well as the time of each attack, it can be assumed that this was an act carried out by the same person. A man stepped forward from the crowd to say, I think this is the work of a group. Another man stepped forward. Yeah, a female group, a young man said. Why would you suspect ladies? A young lady amongst the group asked. Look around, isn't it obvious only men were robbed? It must be a very vengeful woman, the young man said. Mince? You're dumb. What if it's a guy who likes ladies too much he couldn't bear to attack them? Another lady said. You know, you do have a point. While some people in the crowd were still quarreling, a lady dressed luxuriously rushed out of the mayor's manor. It's gone, we were robbed, the lady screamed hysterically. Ha! That shows the person also robs ladies, the young man pointed out. Other than the young man, everyone else was quiet, staring at him as if he was a fool. What? Why are you people staring at me? The young man asked, a little confused by how he was being stared at. Arrest him? I think he has a hand in this, one of the men said. Arrest? What? What are you saying? The young man immediately turned to the man, shouting at him. How can someone this weak rob these people? An old man asked. I'm a strong man, Grandpa, the young man retorted. Shut up. I've told you to always think before you speak, but you never do, the old man said. The chubby man turned his attention back to the lady. Calm down. What was taken? He asked. Every single item that glitters in the treasury is gone, as well as 1/3 of the essence stones, the lady replied. The chubby man staggered, almost tripping over. 1/3 of the essence stones? He asked, just to be sure he heard correctly. Yes, the lady nodded. Guards? The chubby man yelled. Yes, my lord. Different men dressed in light armors ran up to the chubby man. Find the thief, turn the city upside down if you have to. I want that animal brought to me. The chubby man ordered. His change in attitude surprised the crowd. A few minutes ago, he was trying to calm them down. Now, he was the one that was beyond furious. Mayor, you should calm down. Yelling wouldn't change anything, a well-dressed man said. He's right, Mayor. You shouldn't stress yourself too much. I believe the guards will be able to find the culprit. A middle-aged lady said, repeating the words the mayor spoke a few minutes ago. On hearing their words, the mayor was further incensed. He couldn't believe that his treasury, which was supposed to be the most guarded place in the entire city, was robbed. Not just that, but given the number of essence stones he had, it would take a long time for anyone to move them out. In the crowd, Gray could be seen casually standing. He had changed his robe, changing to a simple shirt and trouser. He also left part of his face open, using a small mask to hide some parts of his face. Chapter 466, down here. Chapter 466, down here. Heh. And he said he would only take a few shiny things. He still can't be allowed to move on his own. Gray chuckled softly when he heard the lady saying that every item that glitters in the treasury was gone. He still hasn't been able to figure out why Void loved shiny things so much, but there was no use even bothering to ask now. All he could hope for was to be able to keep him under control when they head to the new continent. From his interactions with Ellis, it was easy to deduce that they have knowledge of the space element. Compared to this place where they could run amok without being caught, they will have to walk on a thin line there. While Gray was thinking of ways to keep Void in control, he suddenly heard a scream. It's gone! My necklace! It's the only thing I took from my family. Now it's gone! The lady ran out of the mayor's manor to tell the mayor of what was stolen, screamed with her hand touching her neck, seemingly trying to feel something. What do you mean, G? Impossible. How can it just vanish into thin air? The mayor, who was about to refute the lady, took a step back in shock. Since he recalled seeing the necklace on the lady earlier today. Even when she came out to report the missing items in the treasury, he still saw it. It was just too shiny not to take note of it, especially during the day. The thief is here, surround them, the mayor ordered, pointing at the crowd. The confused crowd stood still as the guards surrounded them. They were still trying to process what happened. But we're the ones who came here to complain about a thief. Why are you treating us like the thief instead? One man asked in indignation. My treasury was almost wiped clean when you people came here to complain. How am I not sure this was all a ploy by you people to steal from me? The mayor said, pointing at the man who just spoke up. What? The crowd started bickering with the mayor, especially those who were robbed by Gray and Void, since they came here to report. But now they were the ones who were being accused of conniving with the thief. Such accusations. There's no way they would take it lying. While all this was happening, Gray had slipped away from the crowd the moment he realized Void had stolen the lady's necklace. Although he could easily escape, he wasn't ready to be put in a difficult situation if any of the people were to accidentally recognize him. I thought you said you were only going to take some of it? Gray transmitted his voice over to Void, who was nowhere to be seen. I didn't take all of them. I only took the most important ones. Before I left, I overheard the guards saying they would report that everything was stolen and keep the rest for themselves. Void's voice echoed in Gray's head. Oh, so that's what happened, Gray said in realization. Well, after I heard them say that, I decided to take everything since they were going to put the blame on me. I wouldn't feel happy if I were to hear that I stole everything when I clearly didn't even take up to half of the items, Void explained. You do have a point there. But why the hell did you steal the lady's necklace? Gray couldn't help but ask. Void's reply was within Gray's expectations. It's shiny. Fair point. Let's go, Gray said while heading towards the city gates. Aren't we going to see that old man again? Void asked hurriedly. There's no need. I already have more than what I need. Also, I can't take you there given your personality, Gray replied. What personality? I'm such a nice cat. Void snorted coldly. So you think? Ask that lady over there if she'll agree with you, Gray said sarcastically. Of course she will, Void said confidently. Yeah, don't forget to tell her you're the one who stole her necklace, Gray added. As if she'll believe me, Void rolled his eyes. You don't need to say too much, as long as they find out you can talk. You'll definitely be captured and experimented on. Gray said mockingly. Bullshit. They'll love me? Void argued. Gray shrugged before pointing at a group of guards by the side of the road. Why don't you try them first and see what happens? Fine, watch me. Void jumped down from Gray's shoulder, walking majestically towards a group of 8 that was talking by the side of the road. I think the person is very powerful. I mean, it's impossible to rob so many people in a single night. A young lady said with a shrug. We all know the person is powerful. Didn't you hear that even the mayor's treasury was robbed not too long ago? A young man said, What? The rest of the group exclaimed in shock. On seeing the expression on the faces of the others, the young man smiled since he knew he was the only one with the news. That's impossible. Isn't the mayor's treasury said to be the most guarded place in the city? Another young man asked. It is, but this person stole so easily from them, without any of them finding out. Also, I know you guys are doubting me, but this news is 100% true. I can even vouch with my life, the young man said steadfastly. Hello. What he's saying is true. I heard about it as well. Just as one of the young ladies in the group was about to say something, she was interrupted by a small voice. The group of 8 turned around to look at where the voice was coming from. Unfortunately, other than a young man in a mask who was standing some meters away, there was no one else around. But given the distance, they weren't sure if he was the one who said that. None of them even thought of looking down since. Who said that? The young man who was telling the others about the recent news asked. The others raised their shoulders, signifying they didn't have a clue either. Hey, I'm down here, the small voice said once again. Chapter 467, Robbed by a Small Black Talking Cat. Chapter 467, Robbed by a Small Black Talking Cat. The group looked at the ground simultaneously, curious to see who was speaking. On seeing a black cat, a surprised look appeared on their faces. Okay, very funny. Who's talking? You better come out or just get lost. The young man who was telling the others of the news said in an annoyed tone. He was in the middle of showing off his information-gathering skills, and someone pushed a small black here trying to steal his show. There was no way he was going to believe that a cat could speak. Neither he nor the others believed Void could actually speak. They all felt it was a prank by someone or something. What do you mean? I'm the one speaking, Void said angrily. The group of 8 was stunned when they saw Void's mouth moving as words came out. Oh, it's a talking cat. Now get out. The young man was the first to speak, turning his attention away from Void, as if a talking cat was normal. The others turned around as well. Just as they were about to speak, they all paused, staring at each other as if struck by lightning. A talking cat, the young man stammered, before turning around sharply, staring at Void in shock and horror. Hee, yes, now bow before my glory, Void laughed lightly before puffing out his chest, staring at the group like they were inferior beings. Ah, one of the young ladies yelled before sending a kick towards Void, and she was quickly stopped by one of the young men. What are you doing? The young man asked. Killing this thing, of course, the young lady replied. Do you know how much it'll fetch us if we can sell it? The young man said, looking at Void with eyes lighting up. Uh-oh, Void said unconsciously. The young man wasn't the only one who thought of this. After he explained to the others, they all agreed with him. With a swift movement, they all surrounded Void. Miss Gray, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but burst out laughing. He was a little surprised by the reactions of the group. He originally expected them to freak out. But who knew that immediately after they freaked out, they would start thinking of ways to benefit from a talking cat. Haha, you see, captured and sold, then experimented on later in the future. He transmitted his voice over to Void, still laughing. Damn, these people with small brains, even an ant's brain is bigger than theirs. Void cursed at the group. Which of the ants? You do know there are some ants that are way bigger than you are, right? Gray asked mockingly. Damn you, Void replied angrily, throwing Gray into a fit of laughter once again. On seeing the group trying to capture him, Void improvised instantly. Meow, huh? The group was taken aback when they heard this. They unconsciously started to doubt if the cat was truly speaking previously. Just capture it first. We'll find a way to get it to speak later. The young man who brought the idea of capturing Void said to the others. The others nodded before using their elemental powers to try to trap Void in the encirclement. Damn you all, a bunch of morons, Void cursed out before vanishing. Where is it? The young man who was telling the others of the news was the first to notice that Void was nowhere to be seen. How could it escape so easily? One of the young ladies said. Search for it. It couldn't have gone far. The young man who brought the idea suggested. The others nodded before rushing off in different directions. Gray, who was watching from the side, shook his head in pity. He could already see Void's ploy the moment he didn't come to him. Since the group wanted to capture Void, Void planned on robbing all of them while they were separated. The most ingenious thing about his plan is that this group would claim to be robbed by a small black talking cat, and they would also say he was the one who robbed the others. Gray couldn't help but laugh just picturing the way people would look at the group as if they had gone mad. It was one thing believing a cat could talk, and it was another thing saying that a small black talking cat was the culprit of all the robberies that occurred over the night. The group would probably be locked up for saying stupid things after being robbed by Void. This was them suffering a double punishment just because they wanted to capture Void. Gray didn't leave his spot, waiting to see the outcome of the group who chased after Void. 5 minutes later, one of the young men from the group was the first to appear. He was looking haggard and horrified. What Gray found funny was that he was only in his underwear and his hair stood straight, probably from suffering from lightning shock. A few minutes later, the others from the group started appearing one by one, all almost in the same state, shocked and in their underwear. Their looks soon attracted people towards them. All 8 of them had lost looks in their eyes as if finding it impossible to believe what happened. The young ladies had it worse since they were half naked. Luckily, Void left them with their underwear. There was one in particular who seemed to be wearing what seemed to be an impromptu underwear. It was a piece of clothing that was used to wrap her chest. From her looks, it was easy to see that she was going through a lot. Gray shook his head while walking away. There was nothing else to see. Void had already exacted revenge on the group, even though he was pretty much the cause of it all. Although he couldn't say they didn't deserve it since they were planning to sell him to people who might do horrible things to him. Chapter 468, Refining an Overlord Plane Beast Core, Lapis City Gate. Gray walked out of the city gate but stopped when he saw a carriage waiting by the side. Even though he wasn't familiar with the royal family, he still knew their family insignia. Old man Gerald should be there as well, he thought to himself. He originally wanted to see him so he could ask for some essence stones, but since he had already obtained some, he didn't really see the need in meeting up with him anymore. He turned around, walking in another direction so he wouldn't be seen by old man Gerald. Void soon appeared on his shoulder, a smug look on his face. Satisfied? Gray asked as soon as Void appeared. Yeah, pretty much, Void nodded. Where to now? He asked while looking around. Back to the magical beast's forest. We'll be leaving this place now, Gray replied. Finally, a new challenge, Void said happily. Yeah, just to be clear, they know of the space element, so you can't do things willy-nilly, Gray warned. That place must be awesome, Void said excitedly. Why did you say so? Gray asked curiously. Well, since they know about the space element already shows they're better than this stupid place, Void replied. Gray couldn't refute him. Only the strength Ellis displayed had shown him the huge gap between this continent and that one. Not just the strength, but the knowledge as well as something others his age in this continent didn't have. All right, let's go. We'll speak with the others on the way, Gray said before charging into the magical beast's forest. He wanted to tell the others that he would be out of reach for the meantime since he wasn't sure the communication device could connect given the distance. He also wanted to make sure the others wouldn't be too worried about him. 6 hours later, it took the duo only 6 hours to get to the location where the building was located. When Gray was passing by the spot where he was almost killed by the jaguar the previous day, he couldn't help but shudder. Luckily, Void woke up in time. When thinking of the jaguar, he recalled its core was inside his storage ring. Void was able to somehow remove the core even though he killed the jaguar with his attack. Being the good cat he was, Void sold the core to him at the expense of 8 shiny things. Gray couldn't help but shake his head when he thought of how Void initially wanted 10,000 shiny things before he would give him the core. The duo stood outside the area where the building was located. Gray was a little tense, since he didn't know if Void would be able to get through the array that was deterring magical beasts away. But to his surprise, Void didn't even stop, just walking straight in. Oh, there's that. I really need to stop looking at him as if he's a normal magical beast, he said to himself. Void had proven countless times why Gray shouldn't put him in the same category as the other magical beasts, yet he still repeats it every time. Why are you still standing there? Come on, let's go. Void turned around and looked at Gray curiously when he noticed he wasn't moving. Did you feel anything stop you from going in? Gray couldn't help but ask. No, why did you ask? Void shook his head. Oh, there's an array here that deters magical beasts from going in, Gray explained. That's for low-level beasts. If a dragon or even a griffin come here, they can easily pass these things, Void said, his voice oozing with disdain for the array. Gray nodded before walking into the building. He planned to refine the core before heading to the new continent. He was still in the 8th stage of the origin plane, although this can be attributed to the fact that he hadn't really cultivated since leaving the trail land. He had only advanced in his stages because of comprehending a new element and also refining a treasure. I've used too many treasures for my advancements, although it's not good since it would make my foundation weak. Comprehending new elements has been able to remove that disadvantage, he thought to himself while walking into the building. He soon came to a decision that once he gets to the Overlord Plane, he would focus fully on cultivating without using any treasures, although he couldn't really be too sure. After getting into the building, he instantly sat down in a crossed-leg position, taking out the black core. He swallowed it whole. This was the first time he was refining anything that had to do with the Overlord Plane. Hence, he didn't carelessly try to refine the core in a single instance as he did with the cores of beasts in the origin plane. As soon as the beast core entered his body, a rich and large amount of elemental essence erupted from it, spreading across his entire body. The intensity of the essence was so much that for a few seconds, Gray was scared thinking he bit more than he could chew. Luckily, his elemental beads started spinning quickly, before giving off a strange aura that was able to easily quell the spread of the essence. The wild elemental essence was quickly tamed. It soon started following the right path, not daring to cause any problems in Gray's body. Since the jaguar was a lightning and darkness dual elementalist, it was filled with both elemental essence. The essence separated into 2 parts, one flowing into his darkness elemental bead while the other headed straight for his lightning elemental bead. It's just like what happened when Alice's dad tried to suppress me with his Overlord Plane aura. Gray thought when he sensed the aura his elemental beads spread out. Adjustments, he knew this had to do with the orb he absorbed, but he still didn't know anything about it. Since he couldn't come up with why this was happening, he decided to focus on advancing his stage. Chapter 469. Peak of the Origin Plane. Boom. An energy wave exploded out with Gray at the center. His body was covered with 8 different elements, giving off a beautiful but dangerous feeling. Void, who was watching from the side, gasped when he saw this, taking a few steps back unconsciously. He didn't dare to go anywhere near Gray. After Gray's body started to give off the energy, his strength started to increase slowly. Compared to before, Gray noticed the speed of his growth had somewhat decreased. He couldn't help but think if what the mysterious man who appeared to him when he started cultivating told him was a lie. According to what the man said, his cultivation speed would increase every time he comprehended a new element. Although his speed was faster than that of others, it was a bit below his expectations since he currently had 8 elements. The thing he forgot was that with the increase of his elements, the essence he needs would increase as well, so even though his cultivation speed increased, the essence needed for a breakthrough was a huge amount. 10 minutes soon went by, and his stage had finally advanced by a single stage, entering the 9th stage of the Origin Plane. But it didn't end there. From Gray's deduction, there was still about 30% left of essence from the Beast Core. This should be able to push him to the peak of the Origin Plane if he was lucky. Time continued moving, with his strength increasing with time. 30 more minutes went by before the energy wave he was giving off slowly started receding. The elements that covered him also started to fade away. Void looked at Gray and muttered the word monster in a low voice. The aura Gray was currently giving off was something that could rival someone who is in the early stages of the Overlord Plane. One has to recall that the difference between an Overlord Plane elementalist and an Origin Plane elementalist was almost as big as the difference between a pond and a lake. This was something that was usually insurmountable for most people. But just from the aura Gray was giving off, Void was 1000% sure he could go toe-to-toe with an Overlord Plane expert without even using his fusion state. Phew, Gray breathed out a black gas. The peak of the Origin Plane. Not bad, he muttered. Do you always cause this type of commotion whenever you're breaking through? Void asked from the side. Commotion? Gray raised a brow, looking at Void weirdly. Yeah, you were doing a light show while also giving off energy waves. It was as if you wanted the world to know you're advancing, Void said sarcastically. Strange, I don't think this happened to Loss. Oh, just as Gray was about to speak, he recalled Reynolds asked him this question as well when he was breaking through to the 8th stage as well. I can't help it. It happens unconsciously. This is why I've stopped breaking through in places where there are people, Gray explained. Okay, but given your array of elements, this would cause a problem if people find out, especially your enemies, Void warned. Unlike you and Klaus, I don't go around making enemies. Anyone who I think will take me as an enemy will be removed from the picture as quickly as they start hating me, Gray said casually. You're such a cold-hearted person, Void said. It's called taking precautions. I'd rather wipe out an entire family than to leave someone who would endanger my family and friends, Gray replied. He soon took out the communication device. He still hasn't spoken with the others. Once he goes through this array, he isn't sure of when he can return, but he will try his best to come back within 6 months at most. He planned to take his friends there as well since it would make them grow faster. Increasing his strength wasn't his only goal. He wanted every single individual close to him to be powerful as well. Klaus was the first person he contacted. The reason for this was that he had left a ton of messages waiting for him, and they barraged him as soon as he sent his spiritual senses into the device. After sending the message, Klaus replied instantly, just as he expected. It was almost as if he had been waiting for him. Where have you been? I've been leaving messages since last week, Klaus said, a little exaggeratedly. Klaus, we spoke 2 days back. Since when has a single day turned into a week? Gray almost face-palmed. I thought you were dead. I was about to start heading in your direction, Klaus replied. You're still alive. Why would I die when you, the one who offends everyone he sees, is still alive? Gray rolled his eyes. Forget about that. So, I wanted to ask, how do you escape from an encirclement that consists of 2 Overlord Plane elementalists and 20 Origin Plane elementalists? Klaus suddenly asked. Gray's expression changed when he heard this. Where's the principal and Instructor Blake? They're part of the encirclement, Klaus said in a low, embarrassed voice. Gray froze when he heard this. Part of the encirclement? Yeah, I kind of accidentally destroyed his old friend's mansion when I was training. Klaus coughed a few times while explaining. You purposely did it, didn't you? Gray shook his head, a little worried if this friend of his would live a long life. He was talking shit to my dad? What did you expect me to do? Klaus said angrily. Fair enough. But why is the principal part of the encirclement then? Gray asked, confused. He was bathing when I destroyed the building. Klaus replied with a chuckle. Gray's eyes twitched a few times when he heard this. All right, you should stay still so that the principal can teach you a lesson. Nonsense. I feel I still have a chance to get out of this. Klaus rejected his idea immediately. Who was Gray kidding? His father would beat the hell out of him if he was caught. Chapter 470, Start of a New Journey. How good are you at lying? Void suddenly spoke up. Gray was a little taken aback when he saw Void butting into the conversation. Yeah, you have a plan? Klaus' reply came shortly after the question. Of course, since the principal was bathing, there's no way he would have seen you destroying the building. Why don't you say you were having a battle with someone? Void suggested. Oh, that might actually work, Klaus replied. I don't know who you are, but I suddenly like you. Wait, who are you again? Klaus could tell Gray wasn't the one speaking, so he wanted to confirm who it was. It's Void, Void replied. Come on, stop joking. Void is a magical beast, and besides, he's still in an unconscious state, Klaus immediately refuted. He hadn't seen any magical beast speaking before, so there was no way he would believe Void was the one speaking. It really is Void, Klaus. He woke up yesterday and started talking, Gray said. Even he knew it wouldn't be easy to convince Klaus since he wasn't here with them. Wow, amazing. Void, quick, say something else? Klaus yelled excitedly. Gray was stunned at how quickly Klaus was able to accept the fact that Void could talk. He was even thinking of ways to convince him, who knew he would immediately accept it. Hello? Void said, a little confused. Good, now, can you come over? I have a mega job and I can't do it without you, Klaus said, completely forgetting about the fact that he was surrounded and would be beaten soon. Aren't you forgetting your current situation? Gray asked hopelessly. Don't worry, I'm currently hiding deep in an underground tunnel I accidentally found. It would take a few more minutes before they can find me. Void? What do you say? Me, you, a large hall just waiting for us to take it. Klaus continued speaking to Void. I think this is where we stop the communication. I also need to speak with the others. I'll be going on a journey to a place where I can't communicate with you guys. I only wanted to let you know before leaving so you won't be worried, Gray said, halting any of Klaus's plans of getting Void to steal something. But wait, you're leaving? And there's no way to communicate with you? Klaus wanted to argue with Gray before he processed what Gray said. Correct. Gray nodded. Where are you going? Klaus asked hastily. Well, I don't really know how to describe it yet, but I think my parents are there. Don't worry, I won't stay for long. Once I've seen the place, I'll come over to take you guys along, Gray explained. Damn you, take me with you if you're going to someplace new, Klaus yelled. No, first of all, I have no knowledge of this place. Secondly, given your track record, you're bound to get us in trouble. I'm still thinking of how to keep Void in order. If you're added to the mix, then we'll die within a few hours. Gray refused, making sure to tell him the reason for his refusal. Bullshit, Klaus and Void said simultaneously. See, Gray said, using this as a confirmation of their behavior. Fine, but make sure you don't die, Klaus said after finally deciding to agree with him. Do I look like someone who walks around causing trouble? Gray asked. Of course, have you seen your face? A damsel is bound to fall in love with you, and her suitors are bound to hate you, Klaus said while laughing. He does have a point, Void replied while scrutinizing Gray's face. That's why I always wear a mask. All right, that's all. Goodbye. Gray quickly ended the communication. If he didn't do this, Klaus would continue talking for the rest of the day, and he wouldn't be able to speak to the others in time. He wanted to make sure he got to the new place before nightfall. After ending the communication with Klaus, he spoke with Alice and then Reynolds, telling them of his journey. He didn't forget to tell them Void was fine once again, which brought a little bit of joy to the duo who were sad after finding out that he was leaving. All right, that's that. We should get going, Gray said, while keeping the communication device. Void nodded before jumping onto his shoulder. Gray walked towards the middle of the mansion. Carefully distributing the essence stones in the areas Ellis placed them. He was both excited and nervous at the same time, but he felt more excited than nervous. His blood was boiling when he thought of the new challenge he would face there. After seeing Ellis, he was sure that people his age were already in the Overlord Plane. There's even a chance of some being above the Overlord Plane. Just the thought of this was sending fire all over his body. He wanted to go there fast. He wanted to start training again. There's nothing worth staying here for anymore. If I can't find my parents there, then I will make sure I train to become the most powerful elementalist there. I'll come back and search the entire Azure continent for them. If I still don't see them, then I'll turn the world upside down, Gray said resolutely. Brailsford and his coaches began by making small adjustments. He didn't even flinch when saying this. He was oozing with utmost confidence. That's the spirit. Come on, let's go dominate. Void said excitedly he didn't want peace, he never had. As long as there was something going on, he was satisfied. Gray smirked before placing the last piece of stone in the array and slowly walking back to the middle of the array. The array soon lit up, enveloping both Gray and Void. After a few minutes, the duo was nowhere to be seen. Mensa figure soon appeared from the void, staring at the array. Sigh, the young lord's journey is about to start. I don't think I will be of much help there. I need to go back and inform Milady about this before she finds out herself, the figure said. It was none other than the old man who was protecting Gray, although he couldn't really say he did much since he allowed him to go through multiple perilous encounters. But without those encounters, there was no way Gray would be who he was today. Chapter 471. Barbarians at the top of a lush mountain. A rift suddenly opened in the sky, spitting out a human figure. Bomb! The figure crashed heavily into the ground, causing dust to rise up. Damn it! Why didn't it just open like a space tunnel usually does? An enraged small voice said. Stop complaining. It's not like you're the one who slammed into the ground, another voice said from the dust. The dust soon settled, and Gray and Void could be seen. Gray used the wind element to push the dust from his body before he looked around. A mountain, he muttered. Wow, the essence here is amazing, Void exclaimed, attracting Gray's attention. Gray sent out his spiritual senses, and on sensing the intensity of the elemental essence here, he couldn't help but gasp. It was even higher than that of the trail land. Although they didn't go deep into the trail land, so they can't be sure of the highest intensity of the essence there. But from what they experienced there, the essence here was higher. We'll have to find a way to ask around to know where we are. According to what Ellis said, this place is divided into 5 continents. Since I'm searching for him, then I should be heading to where he's located. From what he said, he lives in the southern continent. Once I find out which continent I appear in, then I can start searching for him, Gray said to Void as he started descending down the mountain. Since he didn't know anything about this place, he wanted to make sure he didn't put himself in any trouble. 15 minutes later. Gray and Void were already at the base of the mountain, staring at the road ahead of them. They still haven't seen anybody yet, so they have to continue walking. Void was staring around with curiosity, while Gray, on the other hand, was staring around vigilantly. Unlike Void, he wasn't so carefree in a foreign place. It was almost sunset by the time they came out of the space tunnel. By the time they got to the base of the mountain, the sun had already set. We should hurry up. It wouldn't be nice if it gets dark when we don't even know where we are. Gray increased his speed. He couldn't afford to take any chances in this new place. The only thing he found strange was that, other than some small beasts, he hadn't encountered any magical beasts. This wasn't a bad thing, though, since it meant they weren't in any danger, but there's also the possibility of this place being the territory of a terrifying beast. Given the intensity of the essence here, there's no way the magical beast wouldn't be in the Overlord Plane. It's most likely going to be higher. Void wasn't the least bit bothered by this. He was carefreely looking around, hoping to see something that might be able to catch his eyes. After walking for a few minutes, they started hearing voices of people. This brightened the mood of Gray since it meant he would finally be able to find out where he is. Be careful. I can sense a strange energy coming from that direction. Void spoke up as they got closer to the place. Gray increased his vigilance on hearing this. Void wouldn't carelessly warn him if his senses weren't correct. His mood once again took a turn, and he almost wanted to wish he didn't encounter this particular set of people. He concealed his aura with the help of Void before they walked closer to the direction of where the sound was coming from. Haha. This barbarians are so stupid, they will believe whatever they are told. A hearty laughter rang out from a camp which a fire lit in the middle. Of course, what else do you expect from them? We'll be able to make some money once we sell them to the arena, another man said. In the camp, there were 7 people sitting around the fire, drinking wine while wolfing down the meat of a boar. Beside them, there were 3 cages that were around 4 meters high and 8 meters long. There were people in all of them. These people were covered with beast skin clothes, unlike what the people who were sitting by the camp were wearing. They all had fiery eyes ready to attack at any time. A collar was around their neck, seemingly impossible for them to remove. "I'll kill you all," a large man inside the cave said angrily. "Haha, how?" Although you people are strong, but with that collar on your necks, there's no way you can manipulate your elements. One of the men sitting by the side said with a laugh. The large man tried to remove the collar from his neck, but as soon as his hand got to it, it released a sparkling lightning attack that not only shocked his hands, but also his entire body. Ah, the pain screams of the man rang out, followed by the smell of charred skin. Haha, morons. The group of 7 were thrown into a fit of laughter when they saw this. One could see the joy on their faces as they watched the man being electrocuted by the collar. "Whoever created this collar must be a devious person," one of the men said while picking out a collar from his bag. These collars were created to block the flow of elemental energy in the body of an elementalist, stopping them from being able to use their elemental powers. Without their elemental powers, an elementalist is no different from an ordinary person. There is also a defensive array placed on the collar that would let out a series of lightning that would shock the person wearing the collar. This way, it was almost impossible to take it off once it had been placed on someone. Gray and Void watched on from the side as the man was shocked by the collar. "What's that?" he muttered curiously. Mensch chapter 472, Thicker Air. After staring at the collar curiously for a little longer, he shook his head before turning away. If not for overhearing the men speaking of the properties of the collar, he wouldn't know the uses of it. Even though he would very much like to study the collar, he couldn't afford to stay here. From what he could tell, these people were all in the Overlord Plane. Luckily, they were only in the early stages. Although he felt he could take them on one-on-one, he wasn't confident when it comes to fighting against this group. "We're leaving?" Void asked. Gray nodded to his question. This had nothing to do with him, so of course he wasn't going to get involved in it. "Oh, okay," Void replied before turning away as well. The duo walked away from where the group was camping, heading in another direction. Since this group could camp here, then it probably meant it was safe for him to also do the same. He walked at least 1 kilometer away from where the group was before finding a spot to rest. He set up an array around the place they set up camp before sitting down cross-legged. Since breaking through, he hadn't properly cultivated to make his stage stable. Even though it really wasn't necessary, he enjoyed doing this. Void sat down watching him. After staying for almost 1 hour, he stood up and disappeared into the bushes. Of course, he didn't forget to tell Gray he was going for a short exploration. Gray was sure to warn him severally before letting him go. He knew Void didn't like staying idle, so he didn't try to stop him. The next morning, Gray opened his eyes before the sun rose. "The essence here is something else," he said with a shake of his head. He couldn't help but wonder why those men were still in the Overlord Plane. If Alice, Klaus, and Reynolds were to grow up here, they would have already broken through to the Overlord Plane by now. "Void, where are you?" He transmitted his voice over when he noticed Void wasn't back yet. After a few seconds, Void's voice echoed in his head. "On my way." Gray prepared himself for the journey. He planned to follow the group that captured those barbarians out of this place. Since they spoke of an arena, it meant they were headed towards a city. Void soon returned, and the duo headed straight for where the group camped. By the time they got there, the group was just about to begin their journey. Gray and Void didn't say a word, silently following behind them as they started their journey. 5 hours later. "Stop. There's a magical beast ahead." Void said to Gray. "Oh, how powerful?" Gray asked. "They are all rank 5 beasts, all in the early stages," Void replied. "Rank 5? Gray thought to himself before counting mentally to figure out the strength of the beasts. "That's the early stages of the Overlord Plane, right?" he asked just to be sure. Void nodded while staring at him oddly. Gray scratched his head in embarrassment. Although Void had told him of what the power system of magical beasts is called, he was still used to using the power system of humans. You said they? How many are they? He asked after a while. I'm not too sure, I can't sense them properly, but they should be around 9 to 15, Void replied. All in the Overlord Plane? Gray asked. Yeah, all rank 5 beasts, Void answered. This will be interesting. Guess I'll be able to gauge the strength of these people from this battle, Gray thought to himself. He wanted to see if the people here were more powerful than those of the same stage in the Azure continent. And to be honest, he was a little pessimistic about it since even the essence here is way better than the one in the Azure continent. The duo followed the group but kept a considerable distance. They didn't want to be noticed by the beasts. 10 minutes later. Oh no, where is there a horde of fire apes? One of the men in the group asked angrily. Damn it, they've already noticed us. Another man with a scar on his left wrist said. He turned to the others. Prepare for battle, no matter what. Don't let them get close to the barbarians. Yes, Captain, the others answered in unison. They set up a wall around the cages, protecting the barbarians from the apes. The collar could be destroyed by an external force, so they couldn't afford to let the apes get close to the barbarians. Roar. They're here, set up the array, the captain of the group ordered. The group arranged in 7 different locations with the barbarians in the middle, forming a hexagram shape when looked from above. They all did a hand seal before a light shot up from their hands, shooting upwards. The lights reached about 10 meters before linking together to form a light screen that protected them. Gray, who was watching from the side, found something odd. Why haven't they tried to fly? I don't know, but I think the intensity of the essence here makes the air heavier than that side, making it difficult for those in the Overlord Plane to take flight here. Void explained after a while. Since he was already a rank 5 magical beast, then he could fly. He tried flying, but it was a little difficult. It's a little difficult, but I can still fly. Others wouldn't be able to fly though, Void added after trying to fly once again. Okay.
Muxt.
Looks like there are a lot of changes here, Gray muttered before staring at the apes which had flames around their body. The apes attacked as soon as they encountered the group. The attacks of the apes slammed into the light screen that appeared around the group. Boom! The apes' attacks were unable to destroy the defense of the group. Attack! The captain of the group ordered. Boom! Bang! Roar! The group's counterattack dealt major damage to the 2 apes at the front, causing them to roar in agony. The array the group set up has the ability to defend and attack, making it almost impossible for the apes to get to them. Gray and Void couldn't help but commend the efforts of the group. Although there were arrays like this back at the Azure continent, none of them was this powerful. From Gray's estimation, the attack of the array was at the very least equal to an attack of a mid-stage Overlord Plane elementalists, and the defense seems to be around the late stages of the Overlord Plane. This is an interesting array. I wonder if there's a way I can modify it, Gray thought to himself while watching the battle. Just from looking at the array, he has been able to not only decipher it, but he has come up with different ways to immediately break it within the short time of 2 minutes. Given Gray's current knowledge of arrays, even Chris would be surprised by how far he has grown. And from Gray's personality, it was evident that he would not only improve further, but he would also create new arrays. 15 minutes later, the array made by the group was still standing, while the numbers of the apes had started to dwindle, with bodies lying on the ground. Of the 13 apes that came to attack the group, 5 of them were dead, and 2 were seriously wounded. Haha, this array is amazing. It's totally worth every stone we spent on it. One of the men in the group laughed out loud happily. Although the array was slowly draining their essence energy, it should be able to last at least 1 hour more. There was no way the apes would be able to survive until then. 3 minutes later, another one of the apes fell. On seeing how their numbers were slowly dwindling, the apes immediately retreated from the battle. Although their knowledge couldn't be compared to that of an adult human, they were still smart. The group stayed in the array for a few more minutes, waiting for the apes to completely leave the area before they destroyed the array. Pack up their bodies. They will fetch us a good sum as well, the captain ordered. The group immediately got to work, first removing the cores of the 6 apes before storing their bodies. One person could only keep a single ape in their storage ring. This showed how small the space inside was. When Void saw the apes retreating, he couldn't help but shake his head in disdain. Stupid things, I could easily destroy that array with a simple attack, yet they all couldn't. They only believed in brute strength, unlike you, who is smarter than them, Gray said. Even if they couldn't break the array, couldn't they at least escape sooner? Sigh. I feel ashamed classifying these dumb fools as magical beasts as well. Void shook his head in dejection. Gray chuckled when he saw this. Void was just too prideful, although he couldn't say he didn't have the right to be, since he was not only smarter but more powerful as well. Chapter 473. Eagle's City. The group once again started their journey after keeping the bodies of the apes. Gray and Void followed them just like the first time, making sure to keep a good distance from the group. This means, other than the time they fought against the apes, the rest of the journey was pretty peaceful. They left the forest after 6 hours, heading towards the towering city's figure that was far away. Gray and Void immediately stopped following them the moment they saw the city from afar. There was no use following the group anymore since they had already served their purpose. Gray decided it was best to wait by the side for a few minutes, waiting to make sure the group didn't notice them before they head towards the city on their own. While sitting down, he suddenly recalled that he gave one of his tracking devices to Ellis. He decided to pick it up so he could find the direction Ellis was located. It would be easier to search for him that way after obtaining a map of the area. Gray put the device, sending his spiritual energy into it. A small hologram appeared above it, with only 2 light dots showing. The dots were so tiny that it was almost impossible to see them. One of the dots was at one end of the hologram, while the other was at the other end. Wow, the distance is frightening. It will take me years if I try to travel this distance by foot, Gray exclaimed while staring at the plaque. When he was still in the Azure continent, he could still perfectly see the light dots of every single individual, while the distance between them in the hologram wasn't this huge. Just from this, Gray was certain that the distance was huge. How far is it? Void asked when he saw Gray's reaction. I don't think it's wise to think about that since it'll only dishearten us. I recall Ellis saying there are multiple teleportation arrays in almost every major city. That will be our means of transport here, Gray explained, telling Void all that he knew. 20 minutes later, the duo left the side of the road heading towards the large city. From their current distance, Gray guessed the city was around the same size as Frost City. It didn't take long for them to get to the city gate. At the top of the gate, the word Eagle was boldly written on it. Gray and Void stared at the drawing of an eagle at the top of the gate for a little longer before heading towards the city. He could see people passing through the gates without being stopped, so it was easy to guess there was no need for paying an entrance fee. Just as he was about to walk in, he was stopped by a young man who was wearing a guard uniform. "Show me your entry permit," the guard said, stretching out his hand. "Entry permit?" Gray asked with confusion written all over his face. The guard nodded with his hand still outstretched. "But why did you come to only me when there are others going in without showing anyone this so-called entry permit?" Gray asked plainly. Even though he wasn't the type who liked causing problems, it didn't mean he would allow others to step on him. He had been watching people go in all this while, and was certain that no one showed the guards any sort of permit. It's no permit. No entry. The guard snorted coldly, not even bothering to explain to Gray. Seeing the guard harassing Gray, some people who were by the side stopped to watch the show. From their expressions, one could tell that this was not the first time this was happening. Some people didn't even bother to watch, walking into the city and getting on with their usual lives. "This fool, he's obviously trying to extort money from you," Void transmitted his voice over to Gray. "Yeah, unfortunately, I can't really do much since I have no knowledge of how things are here," Gray replied calmly. "Does that mean you're going to pay?" Void asked, surprised. "Of course not. I don't have any knowledge of this place doesn't mean I'm a fool," Gray replied. "Heh, so what do you plan to do?" Void asked. They just got here, but they were already placed in a difficult situation. Although Gray didn't think much of the young man in front of him, he didn't have the thought of fighting with him since he was in the Overlord Plane. Compared to the group he encountered, he could sense that this young man was stronger than they were. One other thing that Gray found out was that most of the people here were either in the Origin Plane or the Overlord Plane. The ones in the Origin Plane were the minority, with most being in the Overlord Plane. Luckily, most of them in the Overlord Plane were all around their late 20s or middle-aged. "Show your entry permit or piss off," the guard said. Gray turned around and left without speaking a word. There was no use in talking to the guard. He could tell the guard only wanted to create trouble for him, and he was not foolish enough to allow it. He could easily agree to offer some essence stones, but that would only create an avenue for these people to continue extorting him. So, What now? Void asked. You're a space elementalist, aren't you? Gray asked, sarcastically. Oh, we're sneaking in? Void said in realization. Gray smiled before walking to the side of the city wall. The guard who thought he would be able to bully Gray was stunned when he left without a single word. Heh! I thought I would have some fun. Who knew he was only a scared weakling, he said to himself. He turned around when he noticed the crowd staring at him. Mince, what are you all staring at? Continue walking, he said smugly. Shut up, you reject, someone from the crowd said, making the expression of the guard contort in annoyance. Who said that? Come out and face me, the guard exclaimed, seeing his reaction threw the crowd into a fit of laughter. Chapter 474. Getting a Map by the City Wall. Void was the first person to try to teleport into the city. The reason Gray told him to go first was because he was not only better with the space element, but given his size, he would be able to evade any problems in case any arises. You can come. There's a bit of resistance when making a space tunnel, but you should be able to make it through. Void's voice echoed in Gray's head. All right. Gray nodded before trying to create a space tunnel. Surprisingly, he failed in the first attempt, which shocked him. Even though Void told him there was a little bit of resistance, he didn't think it was this strong. He tried opening it again, but the result was just like the first time. He was unable to open it. He didn't give up immediately, trying it 4 more times, but the results were the same. He was unable to make it. What was more annoying was that his space essence reserve was draining at an unimaginable rate. Void, I think you'll have to open the space tunnel for me. I can't seem to do it. Gray was left with no choice but to ask for Void's help. Now he knew the difference between them when it came to manipulating the space element. Void was able to easily create the space tunnel, yet even after multiple tries, he was still unable to. Void soon appeared before him from a small tear in the void. The tear soon increased in size, becoming big enough for Gray to walk through. After Gray entered. The tunnel tear in the void closed, the area returning back to normal. Inside the city, Gray appeared on the side of the wall, just behind a building. There's a detection array in the entire city. People will find us shortly. No wonder the guard was able to confidently ask for an entry permit. Gray commented as soon as he appeared. No need to worry about that. I can easily hide us from this array, Void replied confidently. Void. I missed you so much when you were sleeping, Gray said with a shake of his head. Most of the problems he faced while Void was sleeping, he wouldn't have faced them given how resourceful Void was. He couldn't even help but wonder where he knew all these things. Void, is there a chance that there's another type of cat like you in this continent? After all, it seems to be more advanced, Gray asked. There's only one way to find out, Explorer. We'll explore every single inch of this continent, Void said excitedly. Yeah, I plan to do just that, Gray replied. He would be exploring this place while searching for his parents, so naturally he would have to go on an adventure around the continent. But for now, getting a map and a general knowledge of this place would be great. Once he has acquired all these, he would start searching for Ellis. Heading to where Ellis is located without prior knowledge of this place is no different from endangering himself. His cautious nature will not allow him to do something like that. Come on, let's go before the guards get here, Void said. Yeah, I forgot they've already sensed us the first time we entered this place, Gray said before walking away. A few minutes after they left, 3 figures appeared in the sky, staring at the spot they were standing. Did you say the aura suddenly disappeared? One of the figures turned to another one and asked. Correct. It was like they sensed the array and hastily hid. The figure nodded. Fine. Tell the guards to be vigilant. We don't know who we're dealing with. It would be best to approach this cautiously, the first figure said. Noted, the figure said before disappearing. Do you think it's a venerable? The figure on the left asked. Very likely, only a venerable could easily enter the city and hide from us. The other person replied, What would a venerable want in a small city like ours? We should head back and be on guard. If this person wants anything, given their status, they can easily come to us and ask. After speaking, the duo disappeared. While these figures were worried about the arrival of an unknown venerable, Gray and Void were currently at the marketplace, searching for a map. This was the first thing Gray felt he should obtain, so he went to get it first. Boy, there's no way you can get a map which shows the entire continent. Do you even know how big it is? The seller looked at Gray in disbelief when Gray said he wanted to get a map that showed the entire continent. Oh, then can I get one that covers the region we're currently in? Gray asked, slightly embarrassed. The seller nodded before taking out a map that was almost a meter wide. That's 3,000 high-grade essence stones, the seller said emotionlessly. That expensive? Gray asked, stunned. You can leave it if you don't want it, the seller replied. Gray dropped the map before walking in another direction. They were in a marketplace. There was no way this was the only place that sells maps. He could easily tell that the man wanted to extort him when he noticed he was new here. After going to 3 more stalls, he found the map for as low as 100 high-grade essence stones. So this is the western continent. We'll be heading to the northern continent to search for Ellis, Gray muttered to himself. He didn't look at the map properly, keeping it and asking for where the library was located. He wanted to know more about this place, and the library was the best place to get the history of this place. Even though he doesn't know everything, he should at least know some things. He was soon directed to a large building. Chapter 475, Tales of Gods. This place is amazing. Gray exclaimed internally while going through a book in the library. He read some things here that he never knew of in the Azure continent. There was also information of the war that happened thousands of years ago. According to the book, that was the golden age of elementalists, and there were even stories of fallen gods. After reading the part about gods, Gray couldn't help but think of the mysterious man who appeared in his consciousness, telling him he was the Chaos God. He read more about it and found out that there was a bridge between this world and the world of gods. Once an elementalist reaches the peak of this world, they would ascend into a world where gods stay. There wasn't any knowledge about this realm of gods, only that it existed. But according to the book, even before the Great War, no one had ascended to the god realm in thousands of years. Hey, do you know about this realm of gods? He asked. Void, who was resting by the side. Void wasn't a fan of doing boring things like reading, so he naturally couldn't stay with him. The only reason he was still in the library was because Gray refused to let him leave the building. According to Gray, he would cause too much mayhem. Realm of gods? What's that? Void raised his head, staring at Gray curiously. It's written here in the book, according to it, elementalists grow to a stage and become gods, Gray explained. I have no knowledge of this. Do you think I'm a god? Void suddenly asked. Stop dreaming. You aren't even as strong as a Sage Plane elementalist yet? Gray sneered. That doesn't mean I can't be a god. Have you thought of the possibility of me being a god but losing my memory and strength? Void asked. You do have a point there. But I'm not sure you are, Gray replied after a moment of silence. He couldn't help but think about it. Void has so many skills and some knowledge of things even though he hatched from an egg. Void could even be said to be more knowledgeable than Gray when it comes to some aspects. You may never know, since there are gods. I'll start referring to myself as a god then. There's no way I'm on the same level as you mortals, Void said smugly. Gray rolled his eyes when he heard this. They haven't even been able to confirm if he was a god yet, but he had already started classifying others as mortals. There are also secret realms here, places filled with treasures and danger, he added. Wow, let's go there, Void urged. Gray turned to look at Void with a blank look. He couldn't help but wonder how his head works. It was almost like he didn't hear the danger he said. As much as I'd like to go, these places are always owned by a family even the entire Azure continent cannot fight against, he said plainly. It doesn't matter. We'll dominate them all, Void said confidently. Yeah, someday, I'm sure of it, Gray replied with the same confidence. If others heard a magical beast in the early stages of the Overlord Plane and an 18-year-old who was still at the peak of the Origin Plane were plotting how they would dominate the world, they would laugh their hearts off. Even the youths of Gray's age were already ahead of him in cultivation stage, yet he was speaking this boldly. Gray continued reading, while Void decided to go to sleep since there was nothing for him to do. After staying in the library for almost the entire day, he finally got up and left. The duo went to search for a tavern to sleep. Gray planned on coming back to the library the next day. He was intrigued by the new things he was learning, so he wanted to know more. During the night, Gray tried to recreate a small version of the array he saw that group using. Unlike the one the group used, he was using the power of 7 different elements to fuel the array. He naturally wasn't able to make it immediately, but he was confident in being able to make it before the next morning. He was planning to modify his inscription array so that he could use all his elements with a single inscription. This hexagram array was the perfect thing he wanted to use in modifying it. Once he gets the best way of creating the array, he would start working on his inscription. After watching Gray try to make the array multiple times, Void begged to leave the room, and to his surprise, Gray allowed him. With a wide grin, he vanished from the room. Gray shook his head before focusing on his array, making. The next day, Gray once again went to the library. His main focus right now was acquiring knowledge, and he wanted to focus on that. 3 days soon went by with Gray spending the entire day in the library while spending the night working on arrays. After 3 days of reading, he got some knowledge of this place. The continent is generally known as the Aurora continent, and it's divided into 5 parts: the northern, western, southern, eastern, and middle continent. There are multiple big families and factions in each of the continents. Unlike the Azure continent, which had academies, the Aurora continent had factions which would recruit talented youngsters each year. There are low, mid, and high-grade factions. Gray, you have to check out the arena. There are going to be different battles today. Void said, pumped. What's this about an arena? Gray asked curiously. Since leaving the first day, Void has always left him alone when he heads to the library to read. He only decided to walk around the city today, and Void was already recommending the arena to him. I assure you, you'll like the place, Void said, clearly hyped about the battle that was taking place today. All right, fine, let's see the arena. Gray agreed since he didn't really have a choice anyway. Chapter 476. The Arena. Yes. Come on, let's go before all the front seats are taken, Void said happily before taking the lead. Gray followed behind. Since coming here, he had been wearing a mask all the time, hiding his face from people. Although he doesn't usually admit it, he knew that his face might cause trouble for him. They soon got to a large coliseum-like building. People were flocking into the place, all speaking exaggeratedly. Gray headed towards the entrance, and before he could get there, "There's the cat, get it!" someone exclaimed from the side, pointing at Void. "Oh crap, you're on your own now," Void said before taking off. 2 ladies accompanied by a young man ran towards them with annoyed looks on their faces. By the time they got there, Void was obviously long gone. One of the young ladies stamped her feet on the ground angrily before turning to Gray. It was on your shoulder, so you obviously have a connection with it. Huh? Gray had a look of confusion on his face. He couldn't help but look at his back, wondering if the young lady was speaking to someone else. Stop pretending. Where's the cat? The young lady asked, rudely. Did he provoke you in any way? Gray asked helplessly. That insolent cat laughed at me, the young lady said while gritting her teeth. Wait, what? Gray was slightly taken aback. He couldn't believe the young lady was causing all these issues because Void laughed at her. It tripped me and started laughing when I fell down, the young lady explained. Oh, sorry about that. He's a handful. I'm lucky to still be alive having a partner like that, Gray apologized. Even though the young lady spoke rudely at first, he could tell she didn't really mean any harm. Fine, since you've apologized, I'll let it go, the young lady said before leaving with her friends. Gray just watched on as they left. He couldn't help but shake his head, wondering just how many people Void offended while he was in the library. To be safe, I should stop walking with him. Who knows if he has offended someone that can kill me with a single slap, he thought to himself. Void and Klaus are known for always being troublemakers. This is one of the reasons he had refused to let Void leave on his own. But since he was busy, it didn't seem right to keep him cooked up with him. After looking around to see if he could spot Void, he walked towards the entrance. He paid the entrance fee, which was 200 mid-grade essence stones, before stepping into the place. Following the crowd, he was lucky and actually managed to get a seat in the 3rd row. This was one of the places closer to the arena. The people around all looked at him weirdly when they saw him taking a seat. Every single individual in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd rows were either in the late stages of the Overlord Plane or the mid stages, except for Gray, who was still at the peak of the Origin Plane. Hey, where are you sitting? Void's voice suddenly resounded in Gray's head. In the 5th row. Why do you ask? Gray replied. Do you want to get killed? Come to the back seats. Didn't you notice people in the early stages of the Overlord Plane refused to seat that close? Void asked worriedly. Oh, I was a little surprised about it. I just thought most of them didn't like sitting close to the arena, which is a strange thing, Gray explained. There are no protection arrays around the arena, so the aftershocks of their attacks affect the spectators. According to what I heard, they made it like this so that it would be more entertaining and dangerous, of course, Void said. Oh, all the more reason I should stay here, Gray replied. He hadn't trained his physical body for a while now. If it can go through a series of aftershocks, then it would slowly start improving. If Void were to know the reason Gray didn't want to leave his seat, he would be flabbergasted. People were running away because it was dangerous, yet Gray wanted to use it to train his physical body. Also, why did you trip that girl? Gray asked. I didn't. She was running and almost kicked me. I only created a small lightning wall that blocked the kick. Of course, she was electrocuted by it and fell as well. Void said. Gray was short of words when he heard this. The young lady didn't speak of the lightning attack, only saying he tripped her and started laughing as well. While Gray and Void were still discussing, a well-dressed man walked into the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome today. We'll be having a special event by the end of today's battles. But for now, let the battles begin. The man said gently, but his voice was heard by every individual in the Colosseum. The first battle will be between Gareth and a barbarian. The man announced before leaving the arena. When the spectators heard of the barbarians, they exploded in multiple conversations. Wow, a barbarian, I haven't seen one battle in a long time. Yeah, but I think Gareth will win easily. Don't forget that he's been on a 50-match win streak, killing every single opponent. Yeah, it's one thing winning here, but it's another killing all your opponents. If he wins the next 50 battles, he will be able to regain his freedom. Gray looked around curiously, waiting for the fighters to come. He overheard the conversations of the people around and couldn't help but be surprised by the record. The man called Gareth had. Being able to win 50 battles wasn't an easy feat. Soon a figure walked towards the arena from the side of the arena wearing a battle suit. The crowd cheered as soon as they saw the man. Gareth calmly walked into the arena, unagitated by the cheers of the crowd. Even though he was sort of famous, he was still a prisoner. That was something that won't change until he wins his freedom. Once again, Gray stared at Gareth, surprised by his somewhat youthful appearance. Gareth seemed to be someone who was around his mid-20s. Hey, do you have some stones? Void's voice echoed in his head. Yes, why? Gray asked. Good, now place a bet on that guy. Bet as many stones as you have, Void urged. Betting you haven't even seen his opponent. Are you that confident in him? Gray couldn't help but ask. Of course, don't forget that Hez won 50 battles straight, and I've watched him fight these past days. Hez really powerful, replied Void. Well, wait until his opponent appears ill, only be sure once I've seen them. Gray said, not convinced by Void's words. He wasn't underestimating Gareth or anything, but he recalled the sight of the barbarians he saw when he first came to the Aurora continent, and compared to other elementalists, he could sense they were more powerful. Fine, but no matter what, place your bet on him, Void said. Why are you so persistent on him? Gray stared at Gareth once again. The thing is this. I overheard the people hosting this event saying that the battle would be rigged. Although the barbarian would be stronger than Gareth in terms of cultivation, he would be extremely weak. Most people would naturally bet on the barbarian once he finds out he's stronger than Gareth in terms of cultivation stage. It would be difficult for Gareth to defeat a barbarian on the same stage, much less one that would be ahead of him. A brilliant plan. Most people here would definitely fall for it. Gray applauded the smartness of the people organizing the event. Luckily for him, Void overheard them. Where's the betting stand? Then Gray asked. Although he hadn't been here for long, he could already tell that essence stone was the major currency here. So when an opportunity to make free stones came up, of course he was going to take it. That's the spirit. Head to the 5th row by your left, Void directed. Gray stood up. After following Void's direction, he easily found the place where the bets were being made. At the same time he got there, a cage was rolled towards the arena. Inside the cage was the barbarian who was going to fight against Gareth. When the crowd saw the barbarian, they all gasped in shock, not expecting the barbarian to be this powerful. Oh no, looks like this is the end for Gareth. I feel sorry for him after coming this far. Some people felt a wave of pity for Gareth, while others didn't care as long as they were entertained. They were good. Gareth was in the 3rd stage of the Overlord Plane, while the barbarian was in the 5th stage of the Overlord Plane. Most people didn't even think it was a contest. The barbarian would be able to easily kill Gareth. Those who wanted to place a bet all moved towards the location where they were making bets, all trying to at least win something from it. The odds of the bet was obviously in the barbarian's favor, having an odd of 1 to 2, while Gareth had an odd of 1 to 10. Gray placed a bet of 1,000 high-grade essence stones on Gareth, which stunned most of the people there. Some even mocked him while laughing at him. Of the entire people who went to bet, over 90% of them bet on the barbarian, while only a small percent of them bet on Gareth. There were even some who placed bets on both fighters. After the cage was rolled to the arena, it was opened and the collar on the neck of the barbarian was removed. To Gray's surprise, there was also one on Gareth's neck. Oh, they said he was a prisoner. He thought in realization. The barbarian attacked the people around him the moment his collar was removed, but it was easily subdued since the people were stronger than he was. After they subdued him, the people left the arena, leaving only him and Gareth Don. Struggle, the only way to leave this place is through battles, Gareth said coldly. The barbarian turned to look at him. I'm not interested in fighting against you. I only want to return to my homeland. We all do, but unfortunately we can't. I'm sorry, but I'm attacking now. Gareth bowed before attacking. He was a fire elementalist, his attack erupting with Nice. If only I will be able to bet on you, Void said sadly. Haha, no need. I might lose, you may never know. Gray chuckled softly. Although he said this, Void could still sense the total confidence oozing from his voice. The thought of losing doesn't even seem to be in Gray's head. Chapter 479, Watching the Battles. Chapter 479, Watching the Battles. The first person to step into the arena was a young man in the mid-stages of the origin plane. He looked to be in his early 20s. After the man announced his cultivation stage, a youth stood up from the special area in the Colosseum, wearing what looked like a uniform. Gray stared in the direction the young came from and confirmed that the others there were also wearing the same black dress. The youth was around 14 to 15 years, which came as a surprise to Gray, who was watching back in the Azure continent. A 15-year-old should just be breaking through to the arcane plane. If they were talented enough. They should be around the mid or late stages. Then in his case, he hadn't even started cultivating at that age. When the youth stepped into the arena, one could slightly sense his arrogance and air of superiority. Those who are members of factions take non-members to be inferior people. With both participants in the arena, the man who was hosting the event called for the battle to begin. Swoosh, bam! All it took was a single attack from the youth dressed in black, and his opponent could be seen lying unconscious on the ground. The youth was a lightning elementalist, and from what Gray saw, he noticed that he went all out as soon as the battle started, easily defeating his opponent. The youth turned to look at the crowd before walking away with an emotionless expression. Well, that was fast. The man hosting the event said with a light smile. He motioned for people to come to carry the young man away, and possibly get him some treatment as well. After the young man was taken away, the man hosting the event turned to the crowd once again. The battle is still on. Whoever believes he or she can defeat those in the same stage, step forward and challenge a member of the Abyss faction. If you win, you will get the chance to join them. And even if you do not win, there's a chance that you might catch the eye of the representatives here. The man said before walking to the side of the arena, waiting for the next fighter. Wow, so powerful, and he's only in the mid stages. How powerful do you think those in the late stages or at the peak will be? Don't forget about the advantages of having a higher elemental grade. Yeah, according to what I heard, the minimum prerequisite of joining the Abyss faction was to have at least a blue elemental grade. Discussions broke out amongst the crowd, and Gray perked his ears to listen to all the rumors. Times like these were the best to get to find out more about this place. Although the books were good, they were still lacking some information. The blue grade? I still haven't been able to read about how high the cyan grade is from the books, he thought to himself. Although he had been reading, he hadn't seen any book that spoke about elemental grades. Maybe he hadn't searched enough, though. On hearing that the blue grade was the bare minimum if one wanted to enter the Abyss faction, he couldn't help but think about the possibility of an elemental grade higher than the cyan grade. Also, now he could understand why these people not only grew quicker than those in the Azure continent, but were also stronger. Even in the Azure continent, elemental grades were all that was important. Gray continued contemplating elemental grades before the next person finally summoned enough courage to try his luck. This person was in the early stages of the Overlord Plane and was already in his late 20s. Even though compared to the geniuses of the Abyss faction, he was a little too old, he still wanted to see the difference in strength. After the man announced his cultivation stage, another youth stood up from the special area and walked towards the arena. The youth was a little older than the first one, but she was around 18 to 20 years old. She gracefully walked into the arena, staring at the man with a small smile. The man hosting the event quickly called for the battle to begin. Boom. The man was the first to explode out with the water element. Learning from the experience of the first guy, he didn't dare to wait for his opponent to attack him first. He created what looked like tentacles around him, using them to attack the young lady. The young lady was soon enveloped by the wind element, easily dodging all the attacks of the tentacles. A thin sword appeared in her hands, and she slashed it in the direction of the man. Wind blades shot out of the sword, slashing towards the man. The man hastily set up an ice wall in front of him, hoping to use it to block the wind blades. Bang, boom, crack. After the first 3 wind blades hit the wall, cracks started appearing around it. 2 more wind blades were able to easily destroy it before heading towards the man. The man used his tentacles to try to stop the attacks, but he was unable to. With no other option, the man hastily dodged to the side, but his expression changed drastically when he felt a cold sensation on his neck. He froze, not daring to take another step. I win, the young lady said gracefully before walking back to her seat. The man left the arena a little dejectedly. Although he tried to put up a fight, he wasn't a challenge for the young lady given how she only finished him with a single attack. Going back to his seat. He was encouraged by his friends who sat close to him. They could tell he tried his best. Gray watched the battle properly and couldn't help but commend the battle awareness of the young lady. She only attacked once, but she already had everything planned out. Chapter 40. The strongest in the origin plane. Chapter 40. The strongest in the origin plane. The battles went on, and more people started to try out their luck. After almost 2 hours, only one person has managed to defeat the opponent from the Abyss faction, and it was a young lady who was in her early 20s and at the peak of the origin plane. 2 more people impressed, although they didn't win their fights. It was a hard-fought victory for the youngsters from the Abyss faction. Gray was a little skeptical after watching the battles between those at the peak of the origin plane. The thing was, he was confident that he could defeat the 2 of them if he went all out. So he didn't know if there was any need to try out his strength against them. Looks like this faction is a small faction in this continent. I want to fight against real geniuses, not some weaklings, he thought to himself. He decided to wait a little longer. Maybe he could make a request of wanting to fight against someone in the Overlord Plane. 1 hour soon went by with 7 more battles taking place. One of the fighters from the crowd was able to achieve victory, although it was only by a hair's breadth. A win's a win nonetheless. Hey, aren't you going? Void's voice resounded in Gray's head. Gray stood up, walking towards the arena. As soon as he stood up, he naturally attracted the attention of others since they were waiting for who would go next. Look, it's that guy who sat close to the arena. Guess he's going to try out his hand. Do you think he can win? Against those from the Abyss faction? I'm not too sure if he's lucky to face someone with a low elemental grade. Then yes, but someone with an elemental grade higher than Violet, then he would be in for a lot of trouble. Some of the people who had taken note of Gray from the time they were watching the fight between Gareth and the Barbarian started speaking about his chances of winning. The only reason he gained this much attention was all because of where he sat down previously. When the man in charge of the event noticed the small commotion that Gray's appearance in the arena caused, he couldn't help but glance at him, studying him properly. Peak of the origin plane, Gray said coolly. He was still wearing his mask, but it couldn't hide his handsome face. After he announced his cultivation stage, a youth from the special area walked forward. When the others in the special area saw the young man who stood up, they shook their heads, looking at Gray with a pitiful gaze. Some of the people in the crowd recognized the young man, and it sparked a discussion. Isn't that Yurik? Yes, according to what I heard of all the people in the origin plane in the Abyss faction, this young man is the strongest. He is powerful enough to go against someone who just broke through to the Overlord Plane. Gray was a little taken aback when he heard some of the discussions going on, and a smile appeared on his face. How lucky someone worthy, I hope, he thought. He studied the young man who was walking towards the arena. The young man looked to be at least a year younger than him. And from what he could tell, he wasn't far from breaking through to the Overlord Plane. He couldn't help but sigh at the speed the people here grew. Back in the Azure continent, there are only a few people close to the Overlord Plane who are still below 20, and they were all helped by the treasures they found in the Trial Land. Yurik soon stood before Gray, also studying him. The man hosting the event didn't delay and quickly called for the battle to begin. With a simple step, Yurik vanished, appearing in Gray's right, attacking with an earth pillar. Gray took his time, not rushing to defend. With a simple wave, he blocked the pillar with an earth wall of his own. Boom! The pillar slammed into the wall, but after causing some cracks to appear in it, it wasn't able to break it. Yurik didn't brood over being unable to instantly bring Gray down. He attacked again this time, with a different element. The lightning element. Gray looked around, a smile on his face as red lightning danced across his body. He soon disappeared from his spot, with a red flash streaking across the arena quickly. Boom! A blue flame erupted from where the red streak passed through, shooting towards Yurik. Yurik was left stunned when he saw this. He had used 3 elements in this battle, and just like him, Gray had also used the same number of elements. And from the speed Gray was showing, it was easy to see he was faster than him. In the stands, every person watching the battle stood up when they saw the blue flames. It was something to have 1 special element, but having 2 is rare. Gray's lightning was red and his flame was blue. This significantly increased the speed and attack power of each element. Those in the special area were stunned when they saw the strongest elementalist in the origin plane from the Abyss faction being on the back foot against someone unknown. The representatives were all watching the fight with serious expressions. Losing to someone like Gray wouldn't be a disgrace, since it's normal for those with special elements to be more powerful than those in the same stage. Wow, he's also a multi-elementalist. I knew he was special, someone from the crowd said. Shut up, you liar. Weren't you the one saying he will lose within a second? Another person refuted. I was only trying to see what you all will say, and none of you had any hope in him, the first person said, refusing to agree to what they were saying. I can't be bothered with arguing with you now, someone else said. Back in the arena, Yurik was pushed back after trying to block the fireball that Gray sent towards him. The expression on his face was one of anger and humiliation. Chapter 481, Meteor Descent. Chapter 481, Meteor Descent. Swoosh, bang. Yurik tried to counterattack, but he was once again sent flying by Gray's fire attack. Everyone could see how easy it was for Gray to push him back. It was almost like he wasn't even trying to fight with him. We should end this, don't you think so? Gray asked calmly. He was expecting a real challenge, but unfortunately Yurik wasn't up to standards, or maybe he was just too monstrous for him. Yurik gritted his teeth angrily. He wanted to refute, but even he knew the fight was pointless. Gray could easily block his attacks and also push him back. If he was a little more serious, then he would be unconscious by now. But he didn't want to give up so easily. I know you're stronger than I am, but I want to see your true strength, Yurik said, the air of superiority long gone. Oh, if you say so, Gray replied. Since Yurik wanted to see him at full power, then he would honor him. He could slightly understand what Yurik was currently feeling after always being the one hailed as the strongest in the origin plane. His pride took a hit after being suppressed by someone else. Gray inhaled deeply. With a single step, he vanished, appearing a few meters high in the sky, his hands spread apart like a god waiting to give judgment to a mortal. Large fireballs appeared in the sky. Each fireball had rocks in them. They started descending toward Yurik, who was already dumbfounded by what he was witnessing. The fireballs looked like a meteor as they streaked quickly, crashing straight into the arena. Yurik managed to regain himself quickly before running as fast as he could. Presently, he wanted nothing to do with the arena. He was 100% certain that if he dared to block that attack, he would definitely die. Meteor descent, Gray mumbled gently. Crash. Boom. A huge explosion occurred in the arena, with Gray watching over the arena from the sky. His face didn't show any expression. The crowd all stared at the young man who was floating midair, stunned by his abilities. Never in their wildest dreams did they think they would experience a day when an origin plane elementalist would awe them with his strength. Even those in the Sage plane were staring at Gray. The explosion soon died down, and the empty arena appeared in front of the crowd. Huh? Where's Yurik? Don't tell me he's dead. Look. Someone pointed towards where the man hosting the event was standing. Beside him was Yurik, who was perfectly fine, other than the look of disbelief in his eyes. He was okay. The man hosting the event stared at Gray as he gently landed on the ground. He couldn't hide the shock in his eyes. Could he be one of those geniuses from high-grade factions who came out to train? He asked himself. He wasn't the only one who thought of this. The representatives from the Abyss faction, as well as some of the people in the crowd, also thought of this. Given the strength Gray displayed, he was too powerful to be in a faction as low as the Abyss faction, and the Abyss faction was one of the few low-grade factions that wasn't far from upgrading to a mid-grade faction. Back in the arena, Gray stood in the arena calmly, looking in Yurik's direction. Guess I win, he said softly. Yurik nodded, before walking back to his seat. He didn't look angered or dejected, only a look of resolution appeared on his face. The representatives from the Abyss faction nodded in approval when he saw Yurik's reaction to his defeat. This was what it meant. If one wanted to be a powerhouse in the future, it's not about losing, but your reaction towards your loss. Some people would be devastated because of a defeat since they've been dominating those in the same stage for so long. But Yurik wasn't like those people. You should focus on improving yourself. Those geniuses at the top are even stronger than he is. An old man in the special area where the Abyss faction was sitting said to Yurik. Senior, is there a chance he's from a high-grade faction? Yurik asked as he took his seat. No, if you fought against one of those geniuses from high-grade factions, you'd be dead within 2 moves, the old man replied. Yurik turned to look at Gray, shocked that even with the power Gray just displayed, he still wouldn't be on par with those geniuses from high-grade factions. They must be monstrous, he muttered to himself. You can head back to your seat. If the representatives want to speak with you, they'll send for you, the man hosting the event said to Gray when he realized he wasn't moving. Sorry, but can I challenge someone in the Overlord Plane? Gray asked. He still hasn't gotten the battle he wished for. This was a very valuable opportunity to test his strength, and it isn't a deathmatch, so he wanted to use it properly. The man was slightly taken aback when he heard Gray's request. He didn't know what to say. With no choice, he turned to look in the direction of the representatives from the Abyss faction. They were the ones in charge of this event. A young lady stood up, walking in the direction of the arena. When the crowd saw her, they gasped in shock. This was the same lady who fought against the man in the Overlord Plane previously and won within a short time. Why is she walking towards the arena? Could it be that she wants to challenge him? Are you dumb? Didn't you hear him requesting to challenge someone in the Overlord Plane? Gray watched the girl coming, and his expression turned to one of seriousness. He knew he couldn't take this girl for granted. From her previous battle, he knew she was someone who liked ending her battles quickly. Minch Chapter 482, Improved Inscribing Chapter 482, Improved Inscribing, You're quite powerful, the young lady said gently as she stepped before Gray. I can say the same about you, Gray replied. I'm an Overlord Plane elementalist. You're still in the Origin Plane. There's a difference, the young lady said. Gray shrugged. He didn't have a reply for the young lady's praises. Since he couldn't refute it, why reject it? Ready? The man at the side of the arena asked the duo. Yes, the young lady replied. Gray nodded while taking a step behind him, preparing for the battle. Begin, swoosh, bam, bang. The young lady attacked instantly, using the wind element to the fullest. She also brought out her sword, using it to attack. Gray, who was already prepared for the attacks, set up an earth wall before him, using it to block the attacks. Bam! Crack! Oh shit, so powerful, Gray exclaimed, when he saw the cracks that were running across the entire wall. He knew it would break down in a few seconds. Bang! The earth wall broke apart, sending debris around. Gray retreated from the range of the wind blades, coating himself with the lightning element. He shot towards where the young lady was originally positioned. The young lady had already moved from that direction, hoping to attack Gray as he retreated. She was left a little surprised when he didn't retreat completely. Instead of trying to attack her, boom. She charged towards him using her blades to attack. Gray sidestepped before exploding out with flames, making sure to keep the young lady away from him. Boom! Bang! The duo soon started exchanging moves. It was almost like a battle of speed. The young lady replied heavily on her speed, just like Gray. Those in the Origin Plane found it almost impossible to keep up with the movement of the duo, only seeing explosions on different parts of the arena. 3 minutes later. Boom! Bang! Gray and the young lady were pushed back, but Gray was on the losing end of the hit. Where are you from? The young lady was forced to ask. Gray's strength has surpassed her expectations. Although she knew it wouldn't be easy for her to defeat him, she was fairly confident in being able to do it. But presently, other than being slightly faster and stronger, she didn't have any other advantages. There have been different occasions where she felt she had obtained the victory, but Gray would make a decision that was outside her expectation, making it impossible for her to finish him off. Gray smiled but didn't reply. He brought his right hand in front of him. With 2 fingers, he drew a seal in different directions. Buzz, crackle. The sound of lightning resonated in the arena, and the pupils of the young lady dilated. She could feel a sense of danger, but what was shocking was that the attack hadn't been unleashed yet. Buzz! Bang! Lightning suddenly appeared from nowhere, streaking around the young lady. The movement of the lightning was in a zigzag form, making it difficult to predict where the attack was coming from. The young lady concentrated fully on the lightning, making sure it wouldn't be able to hit her. Bang! Bang! The lightning tried hitting her twice, but she managed to dodge it with her fast movement. Gray watched on from the outside with a smile. He continued using his fingers to draw seals in the air. With the young lady occupied with the lightning attack, he had time to make his special improvised inscription he learned from the group who caught the barbarians. He planned on only using the 3 elements he showed here. Although it wouldn't be as powerful as the one with 7 elements, it was still better than using a single element. Bang! The young lady dashed out from the encirclement of the lightning, attacking Gray with a gust of wind. Gray didn't try to take the attack head-on. He knew full well that the attack of the young lady was slightly more powerful than his fire attack. He sent a fire orb towards it, which exploded, before retreating quickly. The wind increased the intensity of the flame, sending it back to Gray. Oh shit, I didn't think that through. Gray's eyes bulged when he saw his reinforced attack coming towards him. He set up an earth wall, but the attack easily destroyed it. Damn it, he cursed. The attack increased by almost 20%. It was almost as if his fire element was in cohort with the young lady to kill him. He hastily pushed himself, trying to see if he could use the space element to at least move a small distance away from the range of the attack. Just as the attack was about to hit him, he vanished, appearing midair, red lightning dancing around his body. Large fireballs appeared in the sky, multiple rocks could be seen inside it. This time, the rocks were larger than the ones he used against Yurik. Meteor descent, he muttered as he pointed downwards. The young lady looked in the sky. This was the attack she had been trying to stop Gray from unleashing. She kept her sword, and two large fans appeared in her hands. These were powerful elemental weapons that would boost the strength of her attacks. With a wave, a large tornado started forming with her in the middle. She planned to use the momentum of the tornado to protect herself since she would be in the middle. Gray's attacks came raining down on the young lady. The tornado spun faster, adding the rocks and fireballs to itself. It soon started to shoot the rocks in random directions, which put the audience who were below the Overlord Plane in a state of panic. The tornado was able to block almost all the attacks, but unfortunately for the young lady, something completely unexpected happened. A red, brown, and blue light suddenly sprang up from the ground, each sending out attacks. One was a red lightning bolt, one was an earth spear, while the last was a blue flame that was in the shape of a 2 meters raven. With all her strength focused on the tornado, she was left defenseless against this sudden attack. Chapter 483, Abyss Token. He won. The old man seated in the same area as the Abyss faction said, The representatives all nodded in approval. From the positioning of Gray's next attacks, the young lady couldn't block them. It's over, the man hosting the event said calmly before waving his hand to stop the attacks from reaching the young lady. Gray, who was still midair, slowly floated down. He stared at the young lady for a while before bowing to show his appreciation. Thank you for sparring with me, he said, with gratitude evident in his voice. Why are you thanking me? The young lady asked with a pout, a little annoyed that she lost to someone who was still in the origin plane. I had some sort of a breakthrough during the fight, Gray replied with a smile. Oh, the young lady didn't speak any further, keeping her fans and heading back to the special area. Gray didn't stay in the arena any longer. He immediately headed towards the exit of the Colosseum. He gained some insights on the space element while he was trying to dodge that attack. Although he tried to make it seem like it was the lightning element he used, he could tell that those in the Sage Plane knew he used the space element given the look the man hosting the event gave him. Where are you going? Void's voice echoed in Gray's head. I had a little breakthrough in the space element. I'm going back to ensure that I fully capitalize on it, Gray replied. Okay, Void said. But he didn't leave the Colosseum. He stayed behind to watch the battles that would take place later on. In the streets of Eagle City, Gray could be seen walking hurriedly towards the tavern he was staying in. He suddenly paused to look behind him, and he saw someone wearing the uniform of the Abyss faction walking towards him. The person was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s, and he wore a friendly smile on his face. Gray didn't sense any form of malice from him, so he guessed that he wasn't here to harm him. But this didn't stop him from raising his guard. His cautious nature just wouldn't allow him to be free around people he didn't know. Hello, can I have a moment? The young man asked with a smile. Sure, Gray nodded. There was no need to be cold towards him since he was asking so politely. Besides, he couldn't afford to make enemies here. Thank you, we should head to an inn, the young man suggested. Gray thought about it for a while before deciding to follow the young man. He could cultivate later. They soon found an inn not too far from where they met. I believe you know why I'm here, the young man went straight to the point. He was sent here to try to recruit Gray. Even though they knew there was a high chance that he might be in a better faction, they couldn't take the risk of letting such a talent go. I'm not really interested, to be honest. I'll be leaving this place soon. Gray replied calmly. The only reason he tried the battle was so that he could test his strength. After the battle with the young lady, he knew there were places he needed to improve, and he was lucky enough to improve in his space element, so he was quite satisfied with the result of his battle. I thought as much. Since that's the case, we won't disturb you. Here, the young man handed a small token to him. With this, you can come or request help from the Abyss faction as long as you're in this region. Even though you can't be one of us, we would like to extend a hand of friendship to you, the young man explained after passing the token to Gray. Gray accepted it, studied it properly. After making sure there wasn't any type of tracking array or something like that inside, he kept it. Adjustments. It's an honor to be friends with the Abyss faction, he said politely. If you have the chance someday, Feel free to come to Abyss Mountain, you can find us there. And with this token, you'll be able to enter, the young man said. All right, I sure will if I have the chance, Gray replied. I'm Ray. You can say you're searching for me if you're stopped at the gate, the young man said. Ray, Gray muttered. Hearing the name, it sounded identical to how they called Reynolds. He couldn't help but think of his friends. Seeing Gray looking a little lost, Ray tapped him on his shoulder. Is everything all right? Yeah, I just recalled something. Anyway, I'm Gray Dawson. Gray stretched out his right hand. The young man shook his hand with a smile. While they were speaking, they ordered a cup of tea. The young man accompanied Gray a little longer before leaving him. Gray stayed in the inn for a little longer before leaving with the second door. Although the young man was nice, he didn't trust him. He felt he was too nice to him. After leaving the inn, he didn't head directly to his tavern. Instead, he wandered around the city for a little longer, trying to see if anyone was following him. Only after he was certain that no one was following him did he head back to the tavern. He wanted to try to comprehend the space element once again. Not just that, but he also wanted to check the current elemental grade of the space element. The space element had been in the purple grade since he comprehended it, and he hadn't tried to improve it yet because he had been too focused on trying to heal Void. The thought of trying to improve the elemental grade of the space element came to his mind when he noticed he couldn't create a spatial tunnel here, unlike in the Azure continent. Chapter 484, What the Hell? In the tavern, Gray could be seen sitting in a crossed leg position, his eyes closed. If one looks closely, one will notice the faint lines in the ground around him. He made an array that would protect him in case someone tries to attack him while he was in this state. He also made an array that would notify him if anyone was coming into the room, but he wanted to be extra sure he was safe. His consciousness was currently inside the chaos space. He wanted to see the current grade of the space element. When he tried to use the space element the first time, he knew the grade was too low, hence he was unable to create a space tunnel. But during the fight, he was able to use it after trying as with all his might. So he was a little hopeful, feeling his elemental grade saw an increase. I hope it increases, Gray muttered while placing his hand in the stone. After a few seconds of the usual routine, the stone lit up with 7 different colors. 2 of them were closely identical, which were the space and darkness elements. The difference was that in the color of the space element, there were little white dots like stars. Gray looked closely at the color of the space element, and an elated expression appeared on his face. His space element's grade has increased from purple to blue. Of his 7 elements, the fire element was in the cyan grade, the lightning element was in the violet grade, the wind, water, and space elements were in the blue grade, while the earth and darkness elements were in the purple grade. Yes. Gray exclaimed internally. He didn't think his space element would improve, all due to a small insight. He didn't stay at the temple for long. After checking his elemental grade, he moved towards the side where he comprehended the elements. Initially, he wanted to try to comprehend the space element, but he thought about it and decided it was best to improve the grades of this darkness and earth element. He went straight to the earth space and the chaos space. After getting inside, he felt as if an entire house was placed on top of him. The heavy feeling of the earth element enveloped him completely. He struggled to walk further into the earth space. After going a little further, he was unable to go any deeper. He sat down crossed-legged and started comprehending the earth element. The next day. Hey, so where are we going today? Void asked. When he came back the previous day, Gray was still in the chaos space. He didn't disturb him and went to rest in the bed. It was only till this morning did Gray leave the chaos space. I don't know. Do you have any suggestions? Gray asked. Yeah, I heard an auction will be taking place today. Let's go over to see what they have, Void said excitedly. Okay, lead the way, Gray replied. It would be good to see the items that would be up for sale in the auction. Hopefully he would see things he had never seen before. After coming to a decision, Gray stepped out of the tavern. Following Void's instructions, he came to the building where the auction would be taking place. Void, why didn't you say it would be happening later in the night? Gray asked when he realized they were early, too early. Oh, I forgot about that. It would be happening in the night, Void replied with an embarrassed look. Sigh, fine. Let's check out the marketplace. They should have some interesting things there, Gray suggested. Sure, Void nodded. Also, if you see any shiny things, please don't try to take it, Gray warned before they got there. Since they were going to the marketplace, there's a high chance that they would see shiny things. Given Void's nature, he would definitely try to steal it. He couldn't afford to offend people there. He was lucky the young lady at the arena wasn't really that angry at Void, or else she would have caused a major problem for him at that time. Even though he was stronger than her, he didn't know if she was from a big family here in Eagle City. The duo spent most of their time walking through the marketplace, observing the items that were up for sale. Since every single stall in the marketplace traded with essence stones, unlike the Azure continent where there are places that use coins. After spending the entire afternoon in the marketplace, Gray decided to try out the food here. Since coming here, he hasn't eaten anything, which he finds to be terrible. They quickly found a restaurant and Gray ordered their best meal. Mince. He was served after a few minutes of waiting, and the plate before him was quite alluring. Even the aroma of the food was amazing. I hope it's good, he said internally. Before Gray could even taste his food, Void was already done with his, staring at his plate with greedy eyes. Void, don't you dare, Gray said while staring at Void vigilantly. The meal was a plate of soup with meat scattered in it. Void continued staring at the plate of soup, not responding to Gray's words. Mince, Void, there will be no more shiny things for you if you try it, Gray threatened. Void finally turned away from the plate after hearing the word shiny. Gray nodded before taking a sip of the soup. A sweet sensation assaulted his taste buds before going down his throat. He couldn't help but savor the taste of the soup. Now he knew why Void wanted to drink it after finishing his own. He finished the soup with a single gulp before eating all the meat. Mince. Good, I could get used to eating something like this frequently, he muttered to himself. Gray ordered another soup for himself, not forgetting Void as well. After finishing the soup, he asked for his bill. He almost vomited the soup when he saw the bill. What the hell? He exclaimed unconsciously. Chapter 485, Leaving Eagle City. Sigh, I should never have ordered a second plate, Gray complained as they walked out of the restaurant. But the food is nice, Void said. It's expensive. It's nice and expensive. I'm never coming here again, Gray said. Now all I need to do is find a way to get the recipe for the soup, he added. He didn't want to come to the restaurant again, doesn't mean he didn't want to get a taste of the food again. The food was just too good, he wanted to learn how to prepare it so he could eat it whenever he wanted. He knew of some of the ingredients used in the food, but some were things he had never tasted before. Mince. They are obviously things found only in the Aurora continent. Come on, we still have a few hours before the auction starts. Why don't we sneak into the kitchen, Void suggested. No, there's a sophisticated array there and sneaking in wouldn't do us any good. We will still need to get the recipe from the cooks. We'll have to stay behind and follow one of the chefs home, Gray said. Mince. After the duo came to an agreement, they started plotting how they would kidnap the chef if he didn't agree to give them the recipe if they asked for it. Void was even coming up with all sorts of torture techniques that actually scared Gray as he listened to them. They asked around and found out that the restaurant usually closed late in the night and opened early. From what they found out, the chefs were all in the origin plane. Mince, Gray, and Void hung around the restaurant a little longer to get to know the possible routes of the chefs before heading over for the auction. Void was no longer interested in the auction since there was something they wanted to do in the night that was more exciting. Gray was still angry over the stones he was asked to pay for the food. On getting to the place of the auction, his anger increased because the price he paid just to go in was once again high. Mince. The price he paid to get into the auction was well over 10 times. The stones needed to be paid to get into an auction in the Azure continent. He had to pay 500 high-grade essence stones, and what was surprising was that it was just a regular seat. The auction was held for almost 3 hours, closing just before midnight. Gray and Void didn't see anything that caught their attention. Well, actually, they did, but the prices were terrifying. Mince. Even if Gray emptied the vault of the mayor of Lapis City, there was no way he would have been able to get a single good item. He might be able to get some small items, but those were things he could easily find in the Azure continent, and cheaper as well. After leaving the auction house, Gray felt a tinge of pain when he recalled the stones he paid just to get in. It was even higher than what he was paying in the tavern he's staying in. They headed straight towards the restaurant. Since things were already like this, at least he would feel a little bit of consolation if he manages to get the recipe for the soup easily. On getting there, they were forced to wait for a while before they saw someone leaving the restaurant from the back door. It wasn't time to close yet, but the duo was already tired of waiting. With some simple movements, they appeared behind the person, knocking him out, in a hidden alley not far from the restaurant. Splash. Mince. Water was splashed in the face of the person. What? Where am I? The man said while scrambling to his feet. Are you one of the chefs in the restaurant? Void was the one who asked. Gray used a black material to cover his face, making sure the man wouldn't be able to see his face. Even his eyes were covered from the man's view. Rest? Yes, yes, I'm a chef in the restaurant, the man replied after taking a few seconds to process the question. Mince, good, now drop the recipe for your best dish. Void requested. Recipe for the best dish? You mean the soup? The man asked, clearly very confused by what was going on. From how the people took him, it was obviously a kidnap, yet they were only asking for the recipe of their best dish. What has the world turned into? Now they kidnap people just to get the recipe to a meal, unfexexing believable. Yes, do you have it? Void answered with Gray nodding his head. That's all you want? The man asked, just to be sure. Yeah, do you have it? I'm running out of patience, Void asked angrily. Yes, of course I do. I'm the one who even modified it to make it better, the man answered hurriedly. Since this psycho would let him go if he told him the recipe, of course he would tell him. It wasn't like people didn't already know that their restaurant was the first which made it, so even if someone else starts selling it, it wouldn't gain as much traction as theirs, and this would also make him know who kidnapped him. If only he knew that the reason Gray was doing this was so that he could cook it whenever he wanted, he would be even more astonished by how his head worked. Gray quickly took out a sheet of paper, handing it over to the man, and also a brush and some ink. Man hurriedly wrote down the ingredients for the recipe and passed the paper back to Gray. If I find out you're lying, I'll kill you, Void threatened after Gray kept the paper. I'm not. That is the recipe. If I'm lying, you can come to find me in the restaurant. I even wrote down the instructions on how to prepare it, the man said. Good, now scram, Void said, trying to make his voice as big as he possibly could. The man didn't stay in the alley any longer, running away quickly. So, can we go now? Asked Void. Yeah, with this recipe, our journey will be quite fun, Gray replied. He had already gotten the general knowledge he wanted from this city. Now it was time to head in the direction of Ellis. During the course of his journey, he would find out more about this continent. The next morning, Gray and Void left the tavern, heading towards the gate. He still wore the mask he wore when he came to the city, and he was also wearing it when he was fighting in the arena. So some of the people who attended the event that day recognized him as he walked past them. On getting to the gate of the city, he encountered a familiar face. It was the guard who blocked him from entering the city when he first came here. You, when did you get in? The guard jumped in front of him when he saw him walking out. Huh? Gray raised his head, staring at the guard weirdly. He didn't think this guard will still recognize him. I need to start changing my masks now, he decided internally. How did you get in? There's no way you can enter this city without me being aware of it, the guard said. But I did, and you were lazying around in the corner. Gray lied without a second thought. His calm voice made it seem as if he was telling the truth. I never rest, the guard refuted. Just as Gray was about to start arguing with the guard, he suddenly recalled something. A token soon appeared in his hand, which he showed the guard. Do you know what this is? He asked gently. It's an abyss token, the guard replied with a long face. Good, now, be a good boy and move to the side. Gray nodded before tapping him on the shoulder. If you think that would scare me, then you must be joking, the guard snorted coldly. You're scared by this? Gray asked, a little confused by the guard's reaction. Given how the host of the event was towards the Abyss faction, he felt they must be well respected in this area. Others might be, but I'm not, the guard said with arms folded in front of him. Oh, really? A cold voice came from behind the guard. Looking behind the guard, Gray was surprised to see Ray. Hello, Ray waved at Gray. Cousin, it's you. The guard jumped in fright when he saw Ray. Why are you stopping him? Ray asked coldly.
Actually, cousin, you see, he snuck into the city. I was only asking what he had in his bag when he first came. But he ran away. Who would have known that he would sneak into the city?
The guard said with a faked smile. With the likes of you here? Why would I want to sneak into the city? I could just stroll right through the front gate. Gray scoffed. Chapter 486. Elemental Venerables. You, stop it. Ray cut the guard off, just as he was about to scold Gray. I'm sorry for the way he acted towards you. He apologized after glaring at the guard. It's okay. Are you leaving as well? Gray waved it off before asking. Yes, Ray nodded. All right, we should leave together then, Gray suggested. Ray nodded. He gave the guard a little lecture before heading out of the city with Gray outside the city. So where are you headed? Ray asked. He couldn't just walk with Gray without knowing where he was going. If they were heading in the same direction, then it was okay. But if not, then they would split up here. The southern continent, Gray replied. After hearing Gray's words, Ray almost tripped, not expecting Gray to speak of the southern continent. The distance between this place and the southern continent was huge. Although teleportation arrays will make the journey easier, it will make it expensive. He couldn't help but size up Gray once more, trying to figure out if he could afford such movements. If you really want to go to the southern continent, then you'll have to spend a large number of essence stones. And I'm not joking when I say a large amount, I mean the amount is alarming, he explained. Oh, how many essence stones do you think it would take for me to get there? Gray asked curiously. He didn't know much about this continent. This was why he decided to travel with Ray. In the eastern continent alone, there were over 200 regions, and each region had multiple cities and towns in them. According to the map, he was currently in the Vale region, and before he could see a teleportation array, he would need to move to a bigger city. I can't really estimate it. Since you're in this region, you can use that token to travel with a 70% discount. If you were one of us, then you would have been able to travel freely across the cities in this region, Ray explained. He also added this just to see if he could use this to rope in Gray. Guess I have no choice, Gray muttered. Hearing this, a sense of joy almost jumped into Ray's heart. Well, almost? The reason for this was because he heard Gray asking a question that killed his hopes. What's the quickest way to earn money here? Gray asked. Sigh selling treasures. If you have high-level techniques as well, they will fetch you a good sum. But that's all on the premise that you go to a good auction house, Ray explained. Although he was disappointed, it didn't mean that he wouldn't try to assist Gray. The old man in the special area told him repeatedly to make sure he put up the best impression he could when he was speaking with Gray. Of all the people who came from the Abyss faction that day, all of them respected that old man, including all the representatives. Since the old man placed Gray so high, it meant that there was something he saw or noticed that the others didn't. Well, one can't just chance upon treasures. What about beast cores? Gray asked. The possibility of finding treasures was too low. Beast cores, on the other hand, were pretty high. He even had some in his storage ring, and although they were mostly Origin Plane beast cores, it was still something. Well, only high-staged rank 5 beast cores and above can get you some stones, but you will need a whole lot of them if you're going to depend on beast cores, Ray explained. Rank 5? Gray started to count mentally. Although this was the same system Void uses, he still hasn't been able to get used to it. Seems they also use this system here, he thought. I'll think of something else later on. For now, beast cores would do, Gray replied. After a few seconds, he asked, where is the nearest city with a teleportation array? Ray brought out a map, showing Gray the location of the city. Luckily, I'm also heading in this direction. Unfortunately, we'll split up halfway since I won't be going to that city. Ray replied with a smile. Gray nodded, not refusing to travel with him. He still needed to learn some things, and since Ray offered to help, then he would naturally not let the chance go. The duo soon started their journey, with Gray asking about this region and about factions. Ray did his best to tell him all he knew, although he kind of found Gray's questions to be bizarre since almost everyone knew about these things. The city they were heading towards was west of Eagle's City, and according to Ray, a rival faction was ruling over that city. This didn't mean he couldn't use the teleportation array though, since they weren't under the jurisdiction of small factions like theirs. In the Vale region, there are over 20 factions that were just as powerful as the Abyss faction, and over 50 that were weaker. From what Ray explained, for low-grade factions, there should be at least 2 peak Sage Plane Elementalists before they can actually be referred to as one. There are multiple factions with Sage Plane Elementalists, but since they don't have any at the peak of the plane, they wouldn't be referred to as a low-grade faction. There are even low-grade factions that have Elementalists above the Sage Plane, but they haven't advanced to become mid-grade factions yet since they haven't met the requirements. Elementalists above the Sage Plane are usually regarded as venerables by those in lower planes. And in some instances, they are usually called elemental venerables. Gray listened intently while they were on the journey, asking about things he was curious about. From what Ray said, the journey would take him at least 2 weeks. He would be with Ray for the first week, then he would be alone by the second. The first day of their journey went by with Gray getting more knowledge about the Aurora continent. Chapter 487. I'm not that careless. 3 days soon went by while they were on the journey. Gray was mostly listening to Ray's words about the Vale region, while also trying to improve his elemental grade for his earth element. The heavy feeling he was getting from the current place he was sitting in is almost negligible now. He could easily move a couple of meters into the Earth's space now, but he was waiting until he wouldn't be able to feel any sort of heavy feeling from that area first. The deeper he looked into the Earth's space, the darker the color. He was presently around 300 meters deep into the space, and the color here was still light brown. From his estimation, he would need to move to at least the 500 meters mark before he would be able to improve his Earth element, elemental grade to blue. Wow, this is good. Isn't this the meal made in Zan's restaurant? Ray asked after drinking what was left of the soup on his plate. That's the name of the place? Gray asked with a confused look. He didn't really put the name of the restaurant in his head, just casually walking in and eating. If he didn't enjoy the food, he would have completely forgotten about the restaurant. Yeah, you know how to make their special dish, yet you don't know their name? Ray was left stunned by Gray's reaction. The only reason he didn't call Gray a liar was that he had been traveling with him for the past 3 days. And from the questions Gray asked, he could tell that he wasn't from here. Not just that, but it almost seemed like he wasn't from the Aurora continent. After thinking about it a few times, he concluded Gray must have been from a small tribe or family that was hidden deep in the forest, and they cut off contact from the outside world. There are multiple tribes like that, so he wasn't too shocked by it. No, I liked the food, so I asked them politely if they could teach me. Who knew they were such nice people, Gray replied. Void, who was gulping down his food, coughed when he heard this. He didn't think Gray was this good at lying. If he wasn't there when the kidnapping took place, he would have thought that the people from the restaurant were really that nice. Seriously? A look of incredulity appeared on Ray's face as he asked. He had heard of how the people from the restaurant protected their special recipe. For them to give it to a complete stranger was beyond belief. Yeah, the chef was a really nice guy. Gray nodded. Ray looked at him, not sure if he should believe Gray's words or not, but he couldn't deny it. This was exactly the meal made in the restaurant, and he personally witnessed Gray cooking it. Anyway, since you're heading to the southern continent, you'll have to head to the Polaris region. Teleportation isn't allowed when crossing between 2 continents. You'll have to walk there. But I'm not too sure. After all, I've never been there before. Ray decided to let the matter of the soup rest. Since he could enjoy it without going to the restaurant, then it was a win for him. Ray brought out his map, which was more detailed than the one Gray was using. There are 12 regions between the Vale region and the Polaris region. Since you're going in a straight line, then you will naturally pass through some of the high-grade regions, he explained, while showing Gray the route to the Polaris region. Looking at the map, Gray tried to take a mental note of the route. He planned to also get a better map as well, once he gets to a better city. After they were done eating, they started their journey once again. 4 more days soon went by, and it was time for Gray and Ray to go their separate ways. During the time they were traveling, Ray was the one who mostly dealt with the beasts they were encountering. Gray was mostly focused on trying to improve his Earth elemental grade. He has recently moved to the 350 meters mark during the course of these 4 days, and from what he was feeling from it, he would be able to move to the 400 meters mark soon. His process was faster than he actually imagined. Given how difficult it was when he was still in the Azure continent, he thought it would take him at least 3 to 5 months before he gets to the 500 meters mark. But with his current progress, he could reach it within a month or 2. This is goodbye, Ray said. Yeah, hopefully we meet again. If I ever return to this region, I will definitely come to the Abyss Mountain, Gray promised with a smile. All right, I'll be waiting for you. Ray nodded. He wasn't too certain that he would see Gray again, but he was a little hopeful. Maybe the next time they see each other, Gray would be more powerful than he is. After saying their goodbyes, they separated. Ah, finally, I can speak freely, Void said as soon as Ray was out of sight. I still find it surprising that you can speak and other rank 5 beasts can't, Gray said. Others can, you just haven't seen any high-leveled ones yet. Those oversized lizards can speak once they get to rank 5 as well, Void replied. Oversized, oh, you mean dragons? Gray asked. The fact that Void calls dragons oversized lizards amazes him. Those were dragons, legendary magical beasts, and Void calls them oversized lizards. If people heard him, they would be left speechless. All right, let's begin, Void said excitedly. With their 2 alone, he had the freedom to do whatever he wanted. Remember to always keep the cores. That's currently our only source of income, Gray said. Don't worry, I'll keep the cores. I'm not that careless, Void said. 30 minutes later, Void, what the hell? You destroyed the entire head, Gray exclaimed after seeing the headless beast on the ground. I didn't know its head would be so soft, Void tried to explain. You should have attacked its body. Why would you even think of blasting its head? Gray complained. I sent the attack towards its back. It was stupid and tried to block it with its head. Void refuted, Chapter 4888. Battle between powerhouses. Void, stop destroying their heads, okay? Gray said dejectedly, this was their main source of income presently, and Void was busy going around destroying the cores of the beasts. Even with the state he leaves them, it's almost impossible to sell their corpses. Hence, why don't we start a food stand or restaurant? Given how good you are at cooking, you'll naturally attract a whole lot of people. And don't forget, you're handsome too, Void suggested. Guys will want to burn my face if they see me. Do you think I'm ready for such a hassle? And besides, I still need to focus on cultivating, Gray replied. He wasn't the least bit interested in cooking for others. Although he couldn't completely rule out the idea since he couldn't be too sure how desperate they might be for money. What's that technique you're using? Gray couldn't help but ask. He could sense that it was a space element attack, but it wasn't close to the level of the power of spatial distortions, but it was still very destructive. It's like sending out a small orb of fragmented space. Once it hits a solid object, it will naturally destroy it if the object is not powerful enough to repel it, Void explained. Oh, how did you come up with that? Gray was left astonished by Void's ability. I'm smart. What do you expect? Void said, looking at Gray with a look of disdain. Gray was caught between laughing and crying by Void's reply. Can you teach me? He asked. I don't think you can, at least not in this continent. You're still having difficulties with opening a space tunnel? This would be even more difficult, Void replied. Gray thought about it for a while and didn't think what Void said was wrong. Even though he could barely create spatial tunnels now, he couldn't use it to travel long distances like he could in the Azure continent. If he could previously travel 100 meters in the Azure continent, here he is able to travel around 10 or 15 meters. The difference was insane, and one has to know that his elemental grade increased, which means that the distance he could travel in the Azure continent will be higher than what he previously could. Come on, let's continue our journey, Gray said. It was still bright, so they would still be able to see more beasts as they head forward. All right, Void nodded before appearing on Gray's shoulder. The duo started their journey once again. Void was the one in charge of killing the beasts they encounter, while all Gray did was to make sure Void didn't destroy the beast's cores and to also ensure that the corpse of the beasts were intact. Void's strength was unbelievable. Even in the Aurora continent, he could still easily fight above his stage, just like Gray. A few days later, Gray and Void were resting in a cave when an explosion suddenly rang out from some distance away. What's that? Void perked up his ears to ask. There's only one way to find out. Gray stood up before walking out of the cave. Void hurriedly ran after him, curious at what caused the explosion. The explosions continued as they got closer to where the sound was coming from. Looks like there is a battle going on, Gray said after hearing the continuous explosions. They soon saw a ring of fire in the sky. Opposite it was a person covered in a lightning cloak. The distance was quite far since they could barely see the figures in the sky. Oh, strong elementalists fighting. We should watch, Void said excitedly. And what if they just decide to kill us after they are done? Gray asked, not even thinking about watching the fight. They won't. Come on, let's watch. Who knows, you might be able to learn something from it, Void persuaded. Gray thought about it for a while and felt Void had a point. These powerhouses wouldn't be bothered with small fries like them. Besides, it wasn't like they were enemies. While Gray and Void were still discussing if they should watch or leave, the battle has continued once again. Lightning and fire were flying everywhere in the sky. Just the aftershock from the attacks were destroying the forest below the duo. Even Gray was having a tough time with staying in the same position. He was forced to move further back when the duo moved closer to where he was. From what he was seeing, it looked like the lightning elementalist was having the upper hand, but Gray couldn't really say he was certain. A sea of fire covered the sky, almost covering a range of over 2 kilometers, but the man cloaked in lightning didn't seem fazed by it. With a simple wave, multiple lightning birds appeared and started to dance across the sea of fire, quickly tearing it apart. After they tore it apart, they flocked towards the fire elementalist. A sphere covered the fire elementalist before it exploded out, destroying all the lightning birds. Gray and Void felt their faces and body dry up from the heat that got to them. All the trees dried up, and from some of the shrieks of beasts, they were certain that some of the lower-leveled ones had died. So powerful, Gray muttered while staring closely at the sky. The distance between where they were and where the battle was going was at least over 4 kilometers. Yet they could still feel the heat this strongly. Do you by chance know what plane they are in? He asked. Void. No clue, but they should be above the Sage plane, Void replied. Even he wasn't too sure of the strength of the two elementalists, but he knew that they were very powerful. Even the people he saw in the arena were not as powerful as these two. Mince Gray stared at the sky in awe of the strength of the people. He couldn't help but imagine himself being this powerful, even more powerful than they were. I'll be this powerful soon, even stronger, he said to himself confidently. They continued watching the exchange between the duo, after almost 30 minutes, but fighters separated, with the lightning elementalist clearly on top in the battle. Minced, the fire elementalist was the first to leave, and was attacked by the lightning elementalist while leaving. But the fire elementalist made no efforts to fight back, leaving as soon as possible. The lightning elementalist stayed a little longer before leaving in the other direction. Gray looked at Void. Isn't that last attack a little too shameless? I mean, the opponent was already leaving. Of course not, as long as you can beat your opponent a little more, why not? Void replied. Means to him, it wasn't a shameless act. You're just as crazy as Klaus. I never expected you to find it shameless anyway, Gray said before heading back to the cave. He was still in the middle of comprehending the earth element, so he wanted to continue. On his way back to the cave, he noticed something strange. Huh. There's someone here? He said softly. Yeah, powerful, very powerful. We should leave immediately, Void replied while turning around. And the person inside wasn't even planning to hide their aura, just as the duo turned around, an alluring voice came from behind them. And where do you two think you're going? Gray and Void freaked out a little since they didn't sense anyone coming close to them. We're going back to where we came from, Gray replied calmly. Come on, I gave you two a show, won't you, Pay me for my services? The voice of a lady said. A show? I don't know what you're talking about, Gray said. He still haven't turned around yet, but he could tell from the voice that the person was a lady. Stop playing dumb, boy. The only reason I fought that long was because I noticed I had some audience, It's always great to entertain your audience, the voice chided. We were only passing through. We didn't have any plans of watching your battle, Gray explained. Come on, turn around. I don't bite, the voice said. Mince Gray refused to turn around, even though he knew he was clearly no match for the lady behind him. Buzz! The sound of lightning came from behind Gray, and butterflies made of lightning flew around Gray. It was both a beautiful and dangerous sight. Gray's hair stood straight. He could sense the tingling feeling of tiny bolts of electricity dancing around his body. Luckily, his lightning element's grade was high. Instead of being shocked by it, he was surprisingly absorbing it. Mince, such a strange boy. Even though this isn't an attack, it's strange that someone can absorb another elementalist's element, the lady said, clearly shocked by what was going on. Now I'm even more curious about you. Turn around, I'm not here to kill you. Besides, if I wanted to, you'd be dead by now. The lady said this time, her voice not as friendly. Chapter 489. What did I get into? Gray stared at Void, with no option left. He turned around slowly. Menson turning around. He was surprised to see a lady who looked to be in her late 20s. He couldn't help but do a double take just to be sure she was the only one here. The lady had a diamond-shaped face with long blue hair tied into a ponytail. Her eyes were blue, just like her hair. She stood at around 5'7", almost as tall as Gray. Her hourglass figure was brought out by the clothes she wore, a long black shirt with trousers. Mince, Gray couldn't say she was the prettiest girl he had seen, but she was definitely in the top 10. What's with that face? The lady asked with a curious expression. She isn't able to see the entirety of Gray's face, but from the little she could see below the mask, it wasn't hard to tell that he had a surprised expression. Oh, sorry, I was a little confused, Gray apologized. Forget about it. Why were you able to absorb my lightning butterflies? The lady asked. When she came the first time, she only wanted to play around, but what happened some moments ago piqued her interest, so she naturally wanted to figure out how it was possible. I have no idea. This is the first time something like this is happening, Gray replied honestly. You don't know? That's strange, the lady replied. She stretched out her hand while staring at Gray. Gray stared back, not sure of what to do. Give me your right hand. Do I have to tell you everything? The lady asked, unimpressed by how slow Gray was at processing things. Void, this is all your fault. If we don't die, you're no longer allowed to bring suggestions that might get us in trouble. Gray couldn't help but complain. If he didn't stay behind to watch the fight, then this lady wouldn't have come to find him. She would have left as soon as she was done with her fight, although he couldn't say he didn't learn anything from the battle. Gray placed his right hand on the outstretched hand of the lady, and just as she took his hand, she quickly threw it away within a few seconds and retreated. "What happened?" he asked. The lady on the other hand seemed to have her guards up against him, stretching out her left hand, indicating he shouldn't come closer. Gray paused, not sure of what to do. Such a strange lady? He thought internally. The lady looked at Gray, confused. Why was my senses kicked out? Even someone on my level wouldn't be able to do it this easily, she thought. Just as she sent her spiritual senses into Gray's body, so she could find out why he was able to absorb her lightning, a powerful energy kicked her out aggressively as well. If she didn't retract her spiritual senses on time, she would have been injured. "All right, let's head back," she said before walking back to the cave. Gray stood still. It's not that he didn't want to go back to the cave, but staying with someone who seems to have what looks like mood swings might put him in danger after all. She could suddenly get annoyed. It wasn't like he was powerful enough to save himself from any of her attacks. "Why are you standing there? Come on." The voice of the lady came out of the cave. "What have I gotten myself into?" A dejected Gray stared at the entrance to the cave before walking in. Neither he nor Void knew why the lady was staying with them, but they couldn't chase her away, nor could they run. After walking back into the cave, Gray sat down in the corner, not speaking. He initially planned on trying to comprehend the earth element when he gets back to the cave, but with a suspicious person here he couldn't. "Where are you from?" the lady asked after some minutes of silence. "Somewhere remote. I have almost zero knowledge about this place," Gray replied truthfully. He couldn't lie since, other than Eagle City, he didn't know any other place. It wasn't like lying would do him any good. "Oh, no wonder you were foolish enough to watch the battle," the lady said. "Wait, it's wrong to watch others' battles?" Gray couldn't help but ask. "Not when you're this weak. Some people with short tempers have been known to kill people watching their fights." "That dumb fellow I was fighting with also does that. Has I not attacked him when he was leaving?" "Then you would have been dead by now," the lady explained. "I thought it was a cheap shot," Gray almost exclaimed. "Cheap shot? For that fool? I could beat him easily in my worst days, much less now that I'm in a great condition." The lady scoffed in disdain. It was easy to see how little she thought of her opponent. "Oh, okay. I'll run in the other direction whenever I see people stronger than me fighting now." Gray kept a mental note of what the lady said. Ray didn't tell him anything about this, so he had no clue. The lady kept asking him questions. He answered the few he could, leaving the rest. He had some questions he also wanted to ask, but he's too comfortable with the lady, so he decided to let it go. It was soon daybreak, and the lady for some reason didn't leave. Instead, she followed behind Gray as he prepared to start his journey. "Where are we going?" the lady asked. On hearing how she asked the question, Gray stumbled. "Since when was there a we?" "It's just me and Void," he said internally. This city, Gray showed her their destination on the map. He didn't know the name of the city, so all he could do was show her where they were headed. "Okay, let's get going then," the lady replied. "Can't I be left alone?" In Chapter 490, reaching the city, Gray soon started his journey with an unwelcome partner, a very powerful unwelcomed partner at that. "Do you have any other elements other than the lightning element?" the lady asked as they were walking. "Yeah, a few," Gray replied. "Oh, that means it's not one. Which are they?" the lady asked curiously. "Fire," and Gray paused, not sure if he should say water, earth, wind, darkness, or the space element. He usually mostly uses the fire and lightning element, then he alternates between the wind, earth, and water whenever he was in a place where he doesn't want anyone to find out he has more than 3 elements. Back in the Azure continent, he didn't need to hide the space element since of the people there had knowledge of it. But here, every individual knew of the space element. Although he could hide it from those in lower planes, it was impossible to hide it from those with higher planes. Given how resourceful the space element was, he wasn't sure he wouldn't use it while he was still with her. "Is it more than 3?" the lady asked when she saw Gray hesitating. "Yeah, something like that," Gray replied honestly. He planned to reveal he had the space element as well, but he was still contemplating between the earth and water element. "Come on, speak up. Although people with more than 3 elements are very rare, there are a few. There are even cases of people who have more than 4, but those almost impossible to see," the lady explained. "I have 4 elements, and 2 of them are quite special," Gray finally said after giving it some thoughts. "Okay, which elements then?" the lady asked like an excited little kid who was speaking to their elder brother. Gray stared at her, if not for the fact that he knew that she was powerful. he would have thought she was just a little child. Adjustments, lightning and fire are both special, while I have the space and water element as well, he said. You have the space element? Wow, now that's a rare element, the lady exclaimed. Yeah, I don't usually tell people, but given how powerful you are, you'll find out eventually. Gray shrugged. Such a nice boy. I've sensed the spatial ripples around you. And that cat you have with you, it's not common, right? The lady darted a glance at Void. First of all, his name's Void, Gray corrected. And he has never liked it when people would refer to Void with it. He didn't see Void as a magical beast, so he didn't want others to as well. Not just Void, but since getting close to Void, the way he looked at other magical beasts was different. Sorry, the lady apologized unconsciously. And he's just a regular black cat that is above dragons, Gray explained. The lady stared at Gray, then at Void, then at Gray again. Mince, she was trying to figure out how a cat would be above dragons, the magical beast that was declared as the strongest amongst all magical beasts. Just when she was about to refute, she heard something that stunned her. He's not lying. Those oversized lizards are in no way comparable to me, Void said proudly, sticking out his little chest. Gray face-palmed when he saw this. Did the cat, Void, just speak? The last asked, pointing at the Void. Unfortunately, yes, Gray said. He couldn't lie, after all. The cat was already out of the bag. Impossible. There are high-leveled magical beasts that can speak after getting to rank 5, but a cat? That's simply unheard of. The lady found Void being able to talk at rank 5 impossible. There are high-leveled cat-type magical beasts, but of them have the ability to speak while still in rank 5. Like I said, a cat that's above dragons, Gray said. And as much as he didn't want it to seem like he was hyping Void, he couldn't really downgrade him. Void was special, and he knew just how prideful he was. He has the space element as well, right? The lady asked. Yeah, Gray nodded. Wait, seriously? The lady asked. Yeah, I just confirmed that to you, Gray said. But how come I can't sense spatial ripples around him? It couldn't be that this cat is above dragons, right? The lady thought, a little confused. All right, we should get going now. I still need to get to city, Gray said. The lady nodded, and they soon started their journey once again. With the lady with them, he felt a little more relaxed after all. It's not every day you get to be in the company of someone powerful. After seeing how free the lady was, he started speaking with her, asking her for help with the lightning element. She was already very powerful, so she knew more about it. He refused, though, since he didn't know if it would hurt him. He had heard of the healing properties of the light element, but he still haven't experienced or seen it yet. He didn't know about Chris using it on him, so he still thought he hadn't encountered the light element yet. Gray started to comprehend the earth element at night once again, and Void started fighting against beasts again. A few days later, the group soon appeared in front of a large city. The size of the city was shocking. Gray had never seen a city this big. Even the capital in the Keelan Empire wasn't this big. Wow, now that's a big city, Gray commented. Yes, and there will be lots of shiny things, Void said with glittering eyes. Chapter 491, Ernst City, Ernst City. Gray and Void stared in wonder at the busy city with carts going in and out. Is this like a trade city? He couldn't help but ask when he saw how high the number of carts and carriages going in and out were. The lady who was by the side shrugged. I have no clue. This is my first time here. Gray wanted to complain, but since she was stronger than he was, he kept his mouth shut. Even he hadn't been to a lot of places in the Keelan Empire, which was far smaller than the Eastern continent. The duo stepped into the city with Void being held tightly by Gray. Just looking around gave Gray a headache. The number of shiny things was astronomical. He could literally feel Void shaking from excitement. What's wrong with him? The lady asked. During their journey, she has gotten to know the duo a little, but this was her first time seeing Void like this. Those Gray used his eyes to point at a stall filled with shiny things? Those worthless pieces of trash? The lady asked with a baffled look. Yes, he has a weird obsession with shiny things. Since no matter how useless it was, since it was shiny, then he was good with it, Gray explained. That's a weird obsession, the lady remarked. A treasure. Void suddenly perked up, looking deeper into the city. After saying this, one could see him even more visibly excited compared to before. Shush! Gray quickly tried to stop Void from speaking any further. There's a treasure in this city? Unfortunately, the overexcited Void didn't pay any attention. All he had his eyes on was the treasure he could sense in the city. He had even completely forgotten about the shiny things around. The lady who was walking with them was startled. A treasure? He can sense treasures. Void, stop doing this. Even though she doesn't seem to have any bad plans for us now, what if she suddenly decides to kidnap you and you use as a treasure-seeking tool? Gray chided. He was furious with how careless Void was. There was still the possibility of the lady having bad thoughts towards them. Now Void was giving her an opportunity for greed to take over and give her a reason to kill him. Void would be fine since she would need him alive, but he, on the other hand, might be killed. I'm sorry, it's just that I need this. Very important, Void apologized with a lowered head. Then, why did you speak it out loud? Mince, you could have at least told me so that we can think of a plan, Gray asked. We can't. We're too weak. But she can. Given her bored look, I think she will want the thrill of us stealing something. Void explained his reasoning behind his actions. It might work, but this is dangerous. Before doing anything like this again, at least try to inform me. You're basically putting me in danger with this gamble of yours, Gray advised. Since Void could still be said to be very young, so it was natural that he was sometimes controlled by impulses. Sigh, yes, he can, but only treasures beneficial to him. Since we share some elements, they are still good for me. Gray replied with a somewhat frustrated look. Wow, that's an amazing ability, the lady exclaimed. Hey, little guy, want to get that treasure? Mince. She turned to look at Void, who had already opened his black eyes wide enough that just staring at it made one feel like they were about to get lost in space. He initially wanted to veg the lady to help with stealing the treasure, who knew he didn't even need to bring it up. Without even blinking, he nodded continuously. The lady burst out laughing, covering her mouth. She found Void's reaction to be very cute. All right, you lead the way, we'll follow, the lady said. Mince. Wait, you're planning to steal it? Gray asked, as if this wasn't what they hoped for. Yes, I'm bored. This should at least be able to make me feel a little excited, the lady replied. Gray did a double take on the lady, making sure she wasn't a teenager who was pretending to be older just because she was powerful. What's with that look? Come on, let's go, the lady said. Gray followed behind the lady, who took the lead, following Void's instructions. They soon got deeper into the city. Ernst City was at least 500 square kilometers, and the lady told Gray there were over 3 million people in the city. This was not only the largest city Gray had been to, but also the most populated. Void was happily showing the lady the way, while Gray was carefully observing the city of the three. He was the only one who seemed to care about their safety. Void and the lady were almost the same, carefree and nonchalant towards things that they didn't find important. After almost 3 hours of walking, they soon got to a rich district of the city. Surprisingly, it had a wall around it, separating it from the other part of the city. And the reason they knew it was the rich district was that it was boldly written on the top of the gate leading into it. Just as they were about to step in, they were stopped by the guards at the gate. Gray secretly started praying for the safety of the guards. The lady with him might lose it at start beating them up. That's if she didn't kill them. Stop there. You can't enter this district without permission, the guard said. Gray couldn't help but recall the guard he met when he went to Eagle City, who was also demanding something like this. We are travelers who want to use the teleportation array, he explained. The teleportation array was safely guarded since it generated good revenue for the city. Not everyone could afford to use it, so whoever said they wanted to use the array would naturally be fully loaded. Clara's sword, which was about to stab into Gray's body, passed through thin air as he vanished. The moment she saw this, she quickly set an ice sphere around herself, trying to protect herself from Gray's possible counterattack. Boom! Crack! Bang! An attack slammed into the ice sphere, and to Clara's disbelief, the ice sphere shattered with a single attack. Gray's emotionless eyes stared at her. It was as if he was looking at a dead person. Of all the things he didn't condone, this was the one he hated the most. As long as a person has made an effort to harm him, that person has automatically been promoted from a stranger to an enemy, and if given the chance, he would wipe out all his enemies. Clara? The old man in blue yelled before taking to the air, trying to get close to them. Where do you think you're going? The lady appeared between him and the platform. Since your granddaughter feels the battle should be more than a spar, why are you trying to stop her? She asked coldly. She only attacked on impulse, the old man in blue tried to explain to the lady. Do you call trying to kill someone when his back is turned an impulsive attack? The lady scoffed. The old man in black, accompanied by the 3 middle-aged men, took flight as well. One of the two ladies also joined them. The other one was still in the Overlord Plane, so she couldn't fly. Back on the platform, Gray strolled towards Clara, releasing unrestrained killing intent. The only reason he didn't kill her instantly was because Void was still busy, and since the lady could take care of the group, he wasn't too worried. In the end, he was certain that even if he didn't kill Clara, she wouldn't go unscathed. What? What are you trying to do? Clara retreated one step at a time when she saw Gray approaching. For the first time since she appeared, a hint of fear was in her eyes. She looked around worriedly, and seeing that her grandfather and the rest of her family members were blocked by a single person, she slowly started falling into despair. From Gray's previous attack, she realized he wasn't lying when he saw he still hadn't gone all out. If Gray were to go full power on her, then she would be dead within a few moves. Nothing, just repaying a favor. Gray replied with a shrug. Clara turned around trying to escape, but she was forced back by an attack from the sky. She looked up and a blue inscription could be seen in the sky. The blue inscription wasn't the only thing present. There were also the lightning and water element inscriptions in the sky, but they were hidden. An inscriber? She turned to look at Gray. Gray didn't reply with a step. He suddenly vanished. Clara, who had been used to seeing him appear either behind her or by her side, prepared herself for his attack. Her expression changed when Gray's figure appeared in front of her, an orb made of lightning and fire in his hand. He didn't even try to hold back, slamming it into the stomach of the unprepared and terrified Clara, sending her flying. Ah! Clara's shriek of pain resonated in the entire compound. Boom! Bang! Her body was brutally attacked by a fire and lightning attack that was released from the inscriptions above, and a long ice spear stabbed her. All these happened while she was still midair from the previous attack of Gray. The ice spear pinned her into the platform, making sure it was impossible for her to leave the platform and get help from the people around. Presently, every single individual in the mansion was outside, staring at the group who were held back by the lady, and Clara, who was being attacked by multiple attacks. Her screamed brought them out from their stunned states. They weren't the only ones stunned. The group who were midair with the lady were shocked, not expecting Gray to attack so decisively and brutally. From the series of attacks he sent out, even if Clara didn't die from them, she might be crippled. You rascal! How dare you? The middle-aged man who was Clara's father exclaimed in anger, charging towards the platform. Just as his figure shot towards the platform, bam, bang, crash. His figure crashed heavily into the ground after a heavy collision with an attack he didn't even see. A huge crater was created after his body slammed into the ground. The two old men's expressions turned cold, and the middle-aged men were staring at the lady with apprehension. Don't look at me like that. Do you expect me to allow him to hurt a junior? The lady said, with her reason laid bare. It was evident that she wouldn't allow a single person lay their hands on Gray. Check on him. The old man in blue restrained his anger before telling the lady who was on the ground. I didn't kill him. He should be fine after a year or so, the lady said nonchalantly. Her words only made the old men furious. Since you won't allow a senior to attack him. What about those in his age group? The old man asked. The lady made a face of someone who was deep in thoughts. She turned to look at Gray, then at the group, then at Gray again. He's powerful, but he still lacks some control over his elements. The way he uses it is also different. It will take some time if I want to impact anything to him, she thought while still alternating her gaze between Gray and the group. Okay. We'll be back in a week. Gather all the geniuses below 20 years. As long as they are not in the mid-stages of the Overlord Plane, we will accept any challenge. If any of them can kill him, then so be it. The lady finally replied. Gray's eyes almost popped out when he heard this. All I want to do is leave this place. Why the hell are you fixing a battle for me? I didn't even agree to it, he thought on the verge of tears. For someone who always tries to avoid trouble. He tends to make friends with troublemakers. Gray stepped down from the platform. His expression was worse compared to the group from the mansion. The lady just placed him in a difficult position, and what was annoying about everything was that he didn't even have a say in it. After Gray stepped down, the lady flew down, landing by his side. With no one to stop them anymore, the group who was midair all flew towards the platform. Clara's figure could be seen still shaking from the shock of the lightning element in the attack Gray used. Because there was also fire in the attack, she was barely bleeding. The old man in blue hurriedly covered her with glowing blue water, and Clara's shaking figure stopped moving altogether. The old man grabbed her hand, and his expression changed drastically. He looked at Gray with furious eyes. Don't look at me like that. She's even lucky I kept her alive, Gray said coldly. Mince, you crippled her. How can you be so vile? Claire's father asked angrily. I'm sorry. I only attacked by impulse, Gray said. This was exactly what the old man said when Claire tried to stab him. Although he was focused on her, he still overheard them. Claire's father's eyes turned red from anger, with veins popping out from the side of his head and even his eyes. He gritted his teeth, holding himself back from attacking. You're vicious. I like it. The lady by Gray's side commented, but from her tone, one could tell she wasn't in any way angry with him. There was even a hint of acknowledgement. All right, we'll be leaving now. I'll take what I want when we come back in a week. Also, just a reminder, if you by chance call your friends to help you hold me back, then assume your family never existed. The lady said to the old men. Mince Void, who had been gone while the battle was going on, suddenly appeared, jumping into Gray's shoulder. He came from the bushes by the side, so no one suspected anything. The old men's expressions turned even more severe. From the lady's cultivation stage, they all knew she was someone they couldn't afford to offend. But this didn't mean they could let this go. Since she personally set up this challenge for Gray, then they were going to make sure he dies mid-battle. As long as they weren't the ones who caused his death, the lady would let them go. Give out the order, I need the strongest genius in the city below 20 years. As long as they can defeat this boy, then they will be rewarded heavily. Head to the Pyro faction. I'm friends with the faction leader. Tell him of this incident, he will know what to do. The old man in blue gave out a series of instructions while bringing Clara's body inside. He had stabilized her condition, but it would be incredibly difficult for her to cultivate again. What was depressing was that her cultivation was completely destroyed. This meant that unlike the people from the Smith family who slowly lost their cultivation, she lost it instantly. Outside the compound. Are we really coming back in a week? Gray asked. Of course, we didn't take much from them this time, the lady replied while looking at Void with a grin. Aren't you scared that they will plan an ambush? Gray asked. What is the use of coming back when you've already taken some things, he thought. They wouldn't dare. I can decide to stay here for 10 years, living in their house, and they wouldn't dare to be rude to me. The reason for this is because I'm stronger and my background is something they cannot contend with, the lady said. This is bullying, you know that, right? Gray couldn't help but say, This is how the world is, Gray. The weak have no right to speak before the strong. Take, for instance, I told you to fight against your will. Were you able to refuse? No. Why? You're weak. If you want to dictate your life in this world, then be strong, be the strongest person out there. Only then will you have your life in your hands. The lady spoke as they walked out of the rich district. Gray stared at her, not speaking a word. He couldn't refute because her words were the truth. Even in the Azure continent, he was forced to run and hide because of the Emperor's selfish desire. Where are we going to now? He asked, since he noticed they were walking out of the city. Remember I told you if you impress me, I'll show you a thing or two in the lightning element. Well, today's your lucky day. Although you didn't impress me, I decided to train you so you wouldn't embarrass me when we come back, the lady replied. Gray looked at her. Although he would very much like to improve, it wasn't like he was the one who made the challenge. If not for the fact that he was scared of the lady, he would have taken the fall in the battle, letting Claire defeat him. But alas, if he lost easily, the lady would definitely beat him up. She already threatened him before the battle anyway, so he knew she wasn't lying. A few hours later, All right, before we begin training, it's time to share the loot, the lady said while sitting on the ground. Gray and Void naturally knew what she was talking about, so they sat down close to her. Void was the one in the middle of the group, and with a small shake of his paw, items appeared on the ground. Oh, this is a good sword. Gray catch? You can use this during the challenge? The lady picked a sword with a blue turtle carved on the hilt. Gray took the sword, studying it. Wouldn't they know that it's from their treasury? How's that any of our concern? It isn't like this is the only one in the world. Come on, take some items. You have a lot of drills to go through, the lady said nonchalantly before urging Gray to take some things. Buzz, bang, a lightning bolt struck a tree, breaking it apart. You're doing it wrong? Although this attack seems to have destructive power, it's only on the surface, the lady said to Gray, who was panting. His expression was one of exhaustion. I've tried it over 50 times. Can I rest a little? Gray asked, gasping for breath. No, if you continue this way, you're not going to be any good. The lady shook her head. After saying this, Void appeared beside her with a piece of meat on his paws. "Thank you, I'm starving," the lady said, caressing Void's back as she collected the meat from him. Gray swallowed when he saw this. He had been trying to get the technique the lady was teaching him since he woke up, but it was already well over midday, yet he still hadn't been able to. The lady hasn't given a single chance to rest, telling him to repeat it continuously. According to her, after striking with the lightning element countless times, one would get attuned to the ways of the element. Gray, on the other hand, preferred learning at a slow pace. He had never been a fast learner, but persistence and quick thinking has always made training new techniques easy for him. He needed time to think, but the lady isn't willing to give him any. With no other choice, he was forced to continue practicing the technique. According to what the lady told him, if he could master this technique, it would greatly improve the destructive power of his lightning element. He could even implement the skill on his other elements as well. Not just that, but it also consumed lesser essence as well. This skill required making the lightning's power go sink into the body of the target, sending out the destructive power from the inside. It would make defending against it extra tasking on the opponent. When the lady gave an example of the skill, Gray was left dumbstruck by its power. The boulder she attacked exploded, literally from the inside out. Unlike his attack, which would only do damage from the outside, then maybe barely striking deep, this attack completely destroyed the boulder. To make sure Gray didn't feel it was because of her strength advantage, she reduced the strength of her attack to be equal to someone at the peak of the origin plane. Yet the attack power was still something Gray couldn't generate. Once, twice, thrice, he continued before long. He had lost count of how many times he had attacked with the lightning element, all using the same attack. It soon got dark, and to Gray's fortunes, the lady told him to take a rest for the day, saying he would continue at sunrise the next day. Gray's exhausted body fell on the ground. He could barely keep himself standing. His essence was sucked dry, and this affected him tremendously. He was soon hit with a wave of dizziness and soon fell asleep. The next morning, Gray started his routine once again. He had recovered from the exhaustion of the previous day to the amazement of the lady. Normally, even though elementalists recover quickly from exhaustion, it's not easy to do so when they empty their essence reserves. If only she knew Gray had what seemed like a double essence bead for his lightning element. This was the reason he was able to last almost throughout the day in the first place. Gray continued the same routine. Before he knew it, 4 days went by while training. He had started going for early morning physical training before the sun comes up, and during the day he would continue attacking with the lightning element. At nights, he would try comprehending the earth element. Presently, he had been able to get to the 400 meters mark. The weight he was feeling in that area was already well over 800 kilograms. He noticed that the more he stayed in the earth space and the chaos space, the stronger his physical body was. He still couldn't understand how it was possible since his physical body wasn't entering the chaos space. Thanks to this, his physical body's strength was starting to gradually improve. For a long time now, he hadn't been able to increase the strength of his physical body. It was still equivalent to an elementalist in the early stages of the origin plane. But within a few days, it had shot up to the mid-stages of the origin plane. He knew that as long as he is able to get to the 500 meters mark in the Earth space, his elemental grade would not only increase, but the strength of his physical body would also shoot to the late stages of the origin plane. This is all on the premise that he continues training his physical body. 3 days soon went by, and the 1 week time Gray was given was up. He was currently standing in the middle of the field. Around him were multiple ice statues. He inhaled softly before opening his closed eyes. A streak of lightning flashed across his eyes. He pointed in the direction of the ice statue in front of him as a lightning bolt shot towards it. Buzz bam, the lightning hit the ice statue on the chest, and within a matter of seconds, bang, more lightning bolts appeared in the sky, shooting towards the rest of the ice statues in the field. Bang, 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 one by one the ice statues started to explode, just like the first one. Good job, you're right on time, the lady said from the side. Gray turned to look at her with his calm eyes. With a gentle nod, he indicated that he was ready for the battle. Just as they were about to leave, he recalled a piece of vital information. Since I'll be fighting alone, will I have to fight them one by one? And if it's one by one, how many people would I need to fight? He asked. We'll know the number of people when we get there. The lady shrugged. Damn it, I'm fucked, Gray. Cursed internally. Chapter 495, It's You. Chapter 495, It's You, Ernst City. For the past week, The city has been abuzz because of the news of a youth challenging all the youths below 20 years of age. According to what was said, the granddaughter of the Gale's family head was defeated by this young man, almost killing her. It was said that he even crippled her. The Gale family head sent out a request, promising a hefty reward to anyone who can defeat this young man. All the young geniuses in the city were heading towards the arena in the city. This was the place the showdown was going to take place. In a city as big as this, it was unimaginable how many people would turn up to challenge Gray, and there's also the people who would come to watch the battle. The arena. It was already filled to the brim with people. Most of them were already discussing about the identity of this mysterious young man, and why he was able to cripple the daughter of the Gale family and go unpunished. One has to know that the Gale family is one of the big families in this city, and no one would dare to be disrespectful towards them. The Pyro faction had close ties with them, so even if they couldn't deal with the backers of this young man, the Pyro faction should be able to, in the special area of the arena. It's already noon. Where is this person that got us all gathered here? A middle-aged man asked the head of the Gale family. Clara's grandfather turned to look at the man. They should be here soon. If you're observant enough, you would have already sensed the aura of someone powerful entering the city. I can't believe you two couldn't deal with a little girl. The middle-aged man mocked. Why don't you deal with her when she arrives? The old man who was beside Clara's father said, he was the one who was with them when Gray and the lady came. Stop arguing. I'll speak to this girl when she arrives. I want to see what gives her the guts to ask willfully in my territory. A man with amber hair said coldly. When the others heard his voice, they kept quiet. This was the leader of the Pyro faction, Druas Vermilion. He is regarded as the strongest fire elementalist in the entire Gale region. While the crowd and the big families were still speaking, Gray and the lady soon walked into the arena. He wore a black shirt and trouser, his mask still on his face. He had an indifferent expression, making it difficult to predict what he was thinking. I thought you wouldn't come. The head of the Gale family stood up, walking towards the edge of the special area, staring in the direction of the pathway leading into the arena. His voice was loud, catching the attention of all the people in the arena. The previously noisy arena turned pin-drop silent, and one could even hear the breathing of the person close to them. They all looked in the direction where the Gale's family head was looking. Heh, why wouldn't we? I was the one who organized this show after all. The lady scoffed. The crowd were left dumbstruck when they saw the person who made this possible. They couldn't believe that the person hadn't even gotten to 30 years of age. Without delay, they looked by her side and saw Gray behind her. They didn't need anyone to tell them who he was. We've been waiting for you. Please, shall we begin? The head of the Gale family asked. He didn't want to delay anything, wanting the people to kill Gray as soon as possible. Clara's condition was worse than what he initially thought. Presently, it was unknown if she would be able to walk again. What's the hurry? The lady said while stepping into the platform in the arena. She turned to look around, impressed by the influence of the Gale family. Wow, so many people came, but since we're the ones organizing this show, it's only proper that they pay a gate fee, she said. Her words almost made Gray trip and fall when he heard it. Klaus and Reynolds would like traveling with you, he said internally. Void was currently having the time of his life. With someone powerful as a backer, he could do almost anything. What was worse was that he had her full support. There are times when she was even the one encouraging him to go out and steal. During the time he was training, Void had come to the city a few times, looting from some of the major families. The reason the problem hasn't escalated was that the lady told him to only steal a few things, making sure it would be difficult for the people who checked the treasury to find out. Void's ability to bypass any array formation was unbelievable. Even the lady had complimented him severally because of it. According to the lady, today was the final day of their stealing, since after the battle, they would leave this place with the teleportation array. Currently, all the powerhouses from each family are here with no powerful person behind. Void could let loose, taking as much as his spatial storage could contain. Only now did Gray know the original plan. The lady didn't make this challenge to help Gray grow stronger. She did it so that they could gather all the powerhouses here and steal from their treasury with no one as strong as them watching. The man with amber hair stood up when he heard the lady's voice. He wanted to confront her. As soon as he walked to the edge of the special area, he paused. His pupils shrunk, and he was fidgeting slightly. It's you, the lady's voice came from the platform. She was pointing at the leader of the Pyro faction, Chapter 496, Start of the Battle. Chapter 496, Start of the Battle. Firehead. The lady said, looking at the man standing in the special area. The man paused, acted as if he wasn't the one she was speaking to before turning to the others in the area. I have something important to attend to. You all should take care of things here. The faction leader of the Pyro faction took flight immediately after saying this. Hey, where are you going? Mince, you won't even say hello to your friend after not seeing me for so long. The lady vanished. She soon appeared in the sky, blocking the escape of the faction leader of the Pyro faction. I'm sorry, but this is a mistake. I have never seen you before in my life. Please, if you'll excuse me, I have things to attend to. The faction leader replied calmly. Gray, the lady called out. Gray, who was on the platform, looked in the sky, a little tired of the lady. Since he was trying to keep a low profile, yet here she was calling out his name willy-nilly. What if these people try to search for him with it? But having no other option, he answered with a resigned sigh. What? Remember that guy I beat up when you first saw me? The lady asked. Yeah, that fire elementalist. Gray nodded. He still recalled the battle, the intensity of the flames. It didn't take long before he was able to connect the dots. He's the one? Yeah. Smith's now. He's acting as if he doesn't know me, the lady replied, firmly blocking the escape of the faction leader. Miss, I can assure you that we haven't seen each other before. How about this? I'll go and deal with what I want to do and then come back before the end of the battles. The faction leader started negotiating, to the shock of the head of the Gale family, as well as all the people here. There's no need for that. Why don't we watch the battles together? Mince, the lady said, advancing towards the faction leader. Tried to convince the lady to let him go. Unfortunately, he was unsuccessful. After a few minutes in the sky, he was forced to come down and watch the battles. He was even given a special role as a judge. Gray looked at the faction leader. He could clearly understand what he was going through. He had been a victim of the oppression of the lady, so he understood how the faction leader felt. Mince, the head of the Gale family, stared at the currently sitting docile Pyro faction leader. His mouth, slightly twitching. He recalled how he boasted about dealing with the issue when the lady arrived. But who would have thought that the first thing he did when they saw each other was to try to escape? A shame, he has even been beaten by the lady. No wonder he didn't dare to stay behind when he saw her. This was the thought running through the heads of most of the people in the arena. Those, especially in the special area, all felt as if they were sitting on spikes. Since even the faction leader of the Pyro faction couldn't deal with her, then they had no chance. The lady took the front seat. Close to her was the faction leader, followed by the head of the Gale family. She nodded gently to him, indicating that the battle should begin. While all these were going on, no one noticed a little black cat disappearing from the arena. Mince Gray stood on the platform the whole time everything was happening, not moving from his spot. His training with the lady had yielded amazing results. Not just that, but he had also been able to get to the 500 meters mark in the Earth space, increasing his Earth elemental grade to blue. His physical strength is already close to the late stage of the origin plane, which was a huge boost for him. All right, everyone knows why you're all gathered here. Mittens, anyone below 20 years of age is qualified to engage in this battle? That young man there is the challenger. Normally, we would have done a selection process to see who's strong enough to fight against him. But since the time is short, we will give him the benefit of choosing how he wants the battle to happen and how many people he can fight against, the head of the Gale family stated. Even though he wanted Gray dead, he couldn't be biased with the lady here. Mince Gray was a single individual. There was no way he could possibly fight against all the youths below 20 years. Not just that, but there's still the issue of time. Since we're short on time, anyone below the 8th stage of the origin plane shouldn't step into the platform. Gray replied on hearing his reply. Discussions started amongst the crowd. Gray's confidence was unmatchable. Mince, even if those below the 8th stage of the origin plane do not participate, there would still be at least over 500 people who are qualified. Does he think he would be able to fight them all on his own? Since you've decided, we'll begin immediately. The first set of fighters will only consist of those in the 8th stage of the origin plane, the head of the Gale family said. He knew Gray was too powerful for anyone in the origin plane, but he wasn't concerned. Mince, he planned to send as many people out to wear Gray out before the strong individuals would come in. He did a rough estimate and realized there were about 150 people in the 8th stage of the origin plane. He called the first person forward for the battle to begin. But just as he could call for the battle to start, Gray opened his mouth. 5 should come at me at once, we're short on time, he said calmly. His words sent waves across the entire arena. Chapter 497, Fighting Against Ernst City's Geniuses. Chapter 497, Fighting Against Ernst City's Geniuses. You heard him, 5 of you, step up immediately, the head of the Gale family said. He couldn't believe his luck. Just when he was thinking of how to cajole Gray into doing something like this, he actually did it on his own. Overconfidence really is the downfall of geniuses. Of the over 100 people in the 8th stage of the origin plane, 5 of them stepped forward. 3 were young men who looked to be around 15 to 16, while the other 2 were young ladies around the same age. You think you can defeat 5 of us simultaneously? One of the young ladies asked coldly. Are you ready? Gray didn't reply, rather. The head of the Gale family was the one who spoke up. The group of 5 nodded after getting confirmation from them. He didn't even take a glance at Gray to confirm if he was ready before calling for the battle to start. Begin. As his voice dropped, a shocking scene appeared on the platform. Bam, boom, bang, crash. Sounds of flesh hitting flesh rang out, followed by the sight of 5 figures shooting into the air, landing on the ground outside the platform. Next, Gray's deadpan voice sounded out. But defeating the group wasn't what stunned everyone. It was the method he used. Did I see wrong, or did he just use only his physical body? One of the family heads sitting in the special area asked, dumbfounded. The faction leader of the Pyro faction nodded his head, staring at Gray with narrowed eyes. There are people with powerful physiques, but he didn't think there was anyone as powerful as Gray while they were still at the peak of the origin plane. It's general knowledge that the bodies of elementalists grow stronger with his breakthrough in plane. Take them for instance, their physical body is equivalent to that of someone at the peak of the origin plane. But Gray's elemental plane was at the peak of the origin plane, and his physical strength seems to shockingly be in the same plane, although slightly lower than his cultivation stage. It wasn't that far behind. Next, Gray's emotionless voice rang out once again. A second set consisting of 5 young men stepped into the platform. Next, Gray said after the last figure crashed into the ground. The head of the Gale family called in the next set, and before everyone knew it, more than 10 sets of groups of 5 had stepped into the platform, and all of them were defeated swiftly by Gray in the same manner. In the case of the first 2 groups, one could say maybe they didn't expect it, hence they were taken by surprise. But as for the other 8 groups, they all knew this was the method Gray wanted to use, but they still couldn't stop him. In adjustments 10, Gray turned to look at the head of the Gale family. He had hardly broken a sweat since the battle started. Considering that he would be fighting against all the people in the 8th stage, he wanted to get it over with before starting with the next group of fighters. The head of the Gale family understood his words and increased the number to 10 people in the 8th stage of the origin plane. At first, everyone thought there would at least be a little difference in the outcome. But to their greatest shock, it ended the same way, swiftly. After Gray fought against the next group, it was easily determined that those in the 8th stage of the origin plane were no match for him. Those in the 9th stage step forward. The rest who are still in the 8th stage should return to their seats. If you believe you can fight against him, you're free to step forward before the group in the 9th stage begins. But if you stay behind and cannot even put up a fight, then you will be punished for wasting our time. The head of the Gale family said, after thinking about the threat from the head of the Gale family, all the youths in the 8th stage of the origin plane stepped back, heading back to their seats with heads dropped. Gray wasn't the least bit bothered about their feelings. He was currently preparing himself for the next round of battles. Those in the 9th stage of the origin stage were slightly more than those in the 8th stage of the origin plane. How many? The Gale's family head asked Gray. 5 for now, Gray replied in the same cool and collected manner. His expression was one devoid of emotions, so no one could predict what he was thinking about. The Gale's family head looked at the group in the 9th stage, and 5 young men who seemed to be Gray's age stepped forward. After stepping into the platform, the Gale's family head called for the battle to start. Swoosh, bang, boom, all of them attacked simultaneously, making sure they didn't make the same mistake those in the 8th stage made. All their attacks got to a particular location on the platform before slamming into the ice wall Gray created in front of him. After the explosion died down, the eyes of the group bulged when they saw what was waiting for them. Chapter 498. The challenge begins. Chapter 498. The challenge begins. Oh crap, one of the young men said. He didn't have any confidence in being able to block what was before them. In front of the ice wall, 3 large inscriptions were facing the group, all glowing with different colors of light. As soon as the young man completed his statement, the inscriptions released powerful attacks. The 3 inscriptions covered a large area, giving each of them the chance to release a large-scale attack. This was exactly what Gray did with them. The lightning inscription sent out multiple lightning bolts, and the fire inscription released flaming birds which exploded as they got close to where the group of 5 were standing. The water inscription attacked with ice arrows. Boom, bam, bang, all the attacks were released so fast that the group didn't have time to retreat. They were all forced to try to defend them. After only a few seconds, their defenses crumbled, leaving them defenseless against the attacks. Boom, a larger explosion happened, sending all 5 fighters flying crash bam. Next, Gray's apathetic voice resounded once again. The crowd looked at him, all thinking the same thing. They underestimated his strength. Since the fight started, it hasn't even been up to 20 minutes. Yet he had not only removed those in the 8th stage of the origin plane, but he had also shown that those in the 9th stage wouldn't be a problem for him as well. The next group of fighters in the 9th stage of the origin plane soon climbed onto the platform, but the result was just like that of the first group. After fighting against 5 groups, Gray decided to increase the number of people he fought in a single round. With the number increased, he wasn't able to end the battle as swiftly as he did when he was still fighting against 5 people. 1 hour soon went by since the battle started. He's quite powerful. I can't believe he still hasn't been touched by a single attack yet. One of the old men in the special area commented, "He's only fighting against those in the origin plane. Of course, it's natural that they wouldn't be able to do anything to him," Clara's father said. "Have you forgotten he's still in the origin plane?" the old man asked mockingly. Clara's father wanted to refute, but then he remembered he was correct. Gray was just so powerful that he actually forgot he was still at the peak of the origin plane. He wasn't the only one who had forgotten Gray was still in the origin plane. There were some people in the crowd as well. There are a few who think Gray was lying when he said he was still in the origin plane, because the power he was showing was something only those in the Overlord Plane would. Not any ordinary Overlord Plane elementalist, but those who could fight across stages. Boom, bang, bam. Attacks upon attacks kept ringing out on the platform, with figures being sent flying. It has been over 2 hours now since the battle started, and Gray was just getting to the group that consisted of those at the peak of the origin plane, just like him. Individually of them here was a match for him, but there might be a chance if he were to fight against 10 of them at once. Just like how he had been doing, he fought against 5 in the first round. The 5 consisted of 2 young men who were water elementalists, and 3 young ladies with the lightning, wind, and earth element respectively. The battle started explosively, but Gray was able to withstand the flurry of attacks the group sent at him before he began his counterattack. After only a few moves, he defeated the first group with relative ease. It was like they didn't know how to fight against him. All the groups who had entered the platform have all tried a different approach, but they have all been met with the same outcome: defeat. It didn't take long before the people at the peak of the origin plane slowly started to lose hope. It's one thing knowing you can't defeat someone, it's another knowing that even with 4 more people with you, you're still no match for the person. After an hour, those at the peak of the origin plane gave up, and surprisingly, no one in the crowd found their choice odd. They could already tell from the first battle that there was no hope for them. What was more shocking was that, amongst those at the peak of the origin plane, there were geniuses who could fight against some elementalists who just broke through to the Overlord Plane. But of them felt they were strong enough to hold out against Gray. It's time for those in the first stage of the Overlord Plane to step forward. The head of the Gale family said. He turned to look at Gray. "Boy, do you need a break? I'm good. Start the next battle." Gray shook his head. Although he had been fighting for over 3 hours, he wasn't really tired. He had immensely moved from the spot he stood since he started to attack with his elements, and thanks to the training he had with the lady, he could now greatly maximize the essence spent while bringing out greater attack power. "Alright, since you've decided we will continue with the battle," the head of the Gale family replied. He was already starting to lose hope since he didn't see anyone who he thought could defeat Gray. But there are 15 people in the 3rd stage of the Overlord Plane, and they're all from the Pyro faction. With them around, no matter how monstrous Gray was, he shouldn't be able to defeat them, right? Gray looked in the direction of those in the Overlord Plane. Now the real challenge begins. Chapter 499, Genius Ranking. The head of the Gale family stared at Gray, waiting for him to give him the number of people he wanted to fight. 1, Gray said. His words didn't surprise anyone since they've all noticed he was a cautious person. Only after being certain that he could fight against a certain number does he increase it. They all knew he would naturally be able to defeat this person with ease, but they were all still waiting curiously for the battle to begin. This was the most dominant display they've ever witnessed, and even though the person wasn't from their city, they still felt excited by it. Mense, a young man with an orange tracksuit-looking uniform, stepped forward. The crowd was stirred when they saw the young man who walked onto the platform. "It's Harry from the Pyro faction," someone from the crowd said when they saw the young man walking forward. "Isn't he the most powerful elementalist in the first stage of the Overlord Plane and ranked 52 in the early stage Overlord Plane ranking in the region?" someone asked. "Yes. Now, this should be an entertaining battle. Mince, Harry has defeated someone in the second stage of the Overlord Plane before, so he's not someone that could be categorized among those in the first stage of the Overlord Plane." Someone else replied. "In the Aurora continent, each continent has a ranking where the young geniuses are all ranked according to their strength and stages. There is a rank for those in the Origin Plane, Overlord Plane, and so on. Each ranking is further divided into the early, mid, and late stages." Mince, "Guess you're going to be something of a challenge," he said. "You're impressive, I'll give you that. But your run of continuous victories ends here," Harry said gently. "All right, I hope you'll be able to make me unleash at least 50% of my strength." Gray nodded, excited. "The same goes for you," Harry replied confidently. Gray nodded, turning to look at the head of the Gale family. "Begin. Swoosh. Bang!" Thence Harry was covered by a burning stream of fire as he shot towards Gray like a jet. Gray attacked with a stream of water, but Harry was able to blast a hole through the stream of water while still going towards Gray. "Good. Ha ha!" Gray laughed out when he saw how easily Harry was able to break through the water. He only released it to test Harry's strength. Had Harry been unable to pass through the water stream, he would have been heavily disappointed since he was hyped for the battle. And of course, he knew he would definitely win. Boom. Bam. Harry soon got within a few meters of him, attacking with unbelievable strength. Gray created an ice wall in front of him, blocking the attack. After the first attack was blocked, Harry instantly attacked again, slashing out a fire sword that was over 5 meters long. Bam! Crack! Cracks soon started to appear in the ice wall, running like webs. Harry didn't delay, instantly attacking again with the fire sword. Since Gray didn't stand there just defending. Seeing that his opponent was different compared to others, he instantly created an inscription, attacking Harry with it. Harry dodged to the left, just as the attack was about to hit him, while still continuously attacking the ice wall, which had started to fall apart after the first 3 swings from the fire sword. Gray didn't panic when he saw his ice wall coming down. Instead, he attacked Harry again. Mince ice spikes came out of the ground from where he was standing, quickly going towards Harry. Harry sent out a large fireball towards ice spikes, destroying them as they headed towards him. Unfortunately, it didn't stop the attack from continuing. He stomped his feet on the ground, and fire exploded out of the ground, propelling him upwards. The ice spikes came out of the ground just after he was sent upwards. Mince Gray pointed his finger at him, and one of the ice spikes turned into water, stretching towards Harry like an elongated arm. It soon grabbed hold of his ankle before yanking him down. Harry controlled the flames around his body, circling the water arm that was holding onto his ankle like a snake, before destroying it. He landed softly on the ground after this, staring at Gray with a serious expression. Gray smiled before red lightning ran across his body. Buzz! Whoosh! Mince, Harry was surprised by Gray's speed. He covered himself once again with the fire element before spreading his arms in all directions. Tiny flakes of fire spread out. They were just as small as snowflakes. With his eyes closed, he inhaled deeply. His eyes soon snapped open, turning to his left and attacking with a fire raven. The speed and timing of his attack were very precise since it didn't give Gray any chance to evade it. Well, unless he chooses to use the space element, of course. Mince Gray was forced to receive the attack head-on. He didn't want to show his space element yet since he felt the longer he kept it unused, the better for him. The consumption of the space element's essence was very high, and he still had around 100 more challengers to go, all in the Overlord Plane. Bang! He blocked the attack with his ice and lightning element, but the force of the attack forced him back by a few steps. When the crowd witnessed this, they cheered in excitement. And for the first time since Gray started fighting, someone actually managed to force him back. Although it was just by a few steps, it was still an achievement. The faction leader of the Pyro faction nodded with a small smile. "What are you happy about? He'll still lose," the lady by his side said coldly, The faction leader's expression changed a little when he heard this, but he still felt proud. Chapter 500, Defeating a Genius in the Geniuses Rankings. "Oh, looks like I managed to force you back," Harry said gently. "Yeah, looks like it," Gray replied with a slight nod. Given his speed, he didn't think that Harry would have been able to sense him, but when he felt the small flakes of flames touching him, he knew that it was a type of sensory ability. "Other than those guys in the second stage, you're the only one who's given me a tough time. I must admit, for someone in the origin plane, you're quite powerful," Harry complimented. He was someone who was ranked in the genius rankings. For someone who was a plane behind him to fight him to this extent, it showed just how powerful the person was. He didn't think there are any other geniuses that's this monstrous. "You're not bad yourself. But we should continue. I still have others to fight against," Gray said. Confident, "The next time my attack hits you, you'll be sent out of the platform." Harry responded. Buzz, bang. Gray stomped on the ground before shooting into the air, floating gently in the sky. He spread out his hands. "Lightning rain," he muttered, while the lightning attack started. Another more powerful attack started to form, meteor descent. These were attacks that usually covered large areas, making it difficult for the opponent to defend against. The lightning rain can incapacitate his opponent with the paralyzing ability, while meteor descent will crush the opponent with its superior strength. He made sure not to add the earth element, making the attack weaker than when he originally used it with the earth element. Harry squinted his eyes when he saw the attacks raining down on him. He couldn't help but feel slightly worried. Although these attacks covered large areas, their powers were in no way weak, which was against the norms. And with him standing in the middle, a fire started to spread out, before rising. This wasn't an attack he could evade unless he left the platform, and leaving the platform was the same as admitting defeat. The fire formed a red screen cube with him standing in the middle. This was his best bet, defending against it. While he was inside the cube, he was making a fire arrow, condensing as much firepower as he possibly could, not forgetting to conceal the aura from Gray. His current plan was simple. Even if he was going to lose, he wanted to make sure Gray wouldn't go unscathed. Crash, buzz, bang. Gray's attacks came crashing down on the fire screen, with cracks soon starting to spread from the first few attacks. Harry didn't glance at the fire screen that was cracking, focusing his attention on the single arrow in front of him. The aura coming out of the fire arrow was more than any of the attacks he had released so far. It didn't take long before the screen fell apart, leaving Harry at the mercy of Gray's attacks. It was at the same time that he released the arrow that he had infused with so much essence. The speed of the arrow was alarming, blasting towards Gray. Gray and Harry's attacks got to their opponent at the same time. Harry coated himself with flames, exploded out like a volcano, trying to fight against the lightning and fire attack from Gray. Gray wasn't able to sense the arrow in time, only noticing it when it was already within 3 feet away from him. His hairs stood on end, and without even thinking, he vanished. The crowd was kept in suspense when they saw Gray's powerful attacks in the sky. They originally thought that Harry had lost, but just when the light screen broke, they saw a red glow shooting quickly towards Gray, who didn't notice it on time. Caught in two minds. Some people didn't know if to focus their attention on Harry, who was going to defend against a powerful large-scale attack, or Gray, who was going to be struck by a single powerful attack he didn't see coming. Their expressions changed because just when they thought the fire arrow had impaled Gray, it shot straight into the sky as if there was no one there. "He's a space elementalist." Someone from the crowd exclaimed while pointing at Gray, who was currently somewhere else. "If one looked closely, one will notice a slight pale blue light around him." "What? All these while he wasn't even using all his elements?" someone else asked in shock. "Yes. Just how powerful is he?" This was the question running through the heads of every single individual in the crowd. It's general knowledge that space elementalists are the most difficult to deal with, especially someone like Gray who had other destructive elements. If he had used his space element from the start, then Harry wouldn't have lasted this long. The crowd wasn't the only ones who were shocked. Those sitting in the special area, except for the lady who knew he also had the space element, as well as the group from the Gale family. He has 4 elements, with the space element being one of them. It will be difficult for someone in the first or second stage of the Overlord Plane to deal with him. As long as he sees the attack on time, he can almost always evade it. Not just that, but he could also attack from unpredictable angles now. "I wonder why he hasn't shown the space element all this while," the faction leader commented. "Isn't it simple? No one has been able to make him use it," the lady said mockingly. The faction leader couldn't refute her words since they were right. If not for Harry's deadly sneak attack, then Gray wouldn't have shown the space element, keeping it until it was time to use it. A fighter shouldn't show all his cards from the start, and Gray was living with that code perfectly. With Gray escaping his attack, everyone turned to look at Harry, who was still covered by the huge explosion.